Chapter 339. The cells of the Council of Censors were packed with people. Led by Li Junshun, the left censor of the Imperial Censor, and the many experienced and capable officials worked tirelessly day and night. The traitors were all caught. The eunuchs in the inner palace, the ministers in the court, the officials who had retired and returned to their hometowns, the heads of the prefectures, and even the generals in the army were all caught and sent to the Imperial Gate. The traitors who had just been caught could no longer be stuffed into the cells. The Council of Censors had no choice but to vacate the row of rooms at the back of the West Wing that stored firewood, charcoal, office tools, and other sundries. The results of the Imperial Censor were brilliant. However, there were still a few cells in the prison that were very spacious. These cells were, of course, where the prime ministers were kept. In the beginning, these prime ministers were kept separately. However, as the number of cells in the prison grew more and more limited, and these prime ministers were the main targets of surveillance. If they were kept separately, they would need more people to look after each of them. Therefore, their cells were moved closer together. However, they had already confessed to their crimes, and the emperor believed that they had confessed to their crimes. In Li Junshun's eyes, these people were already waiting for death, and it was impossible for them to rebel. Therefore, he didn't care much about keeping them together. Judge Wang Deso paced back and forth outside Di Renjia's cell. Many times, he looked at Di Renjia's cell as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he lowered his head and walked away with a heavy heart. Di Renjia sat cross-legged in his cell, leisurely eating his lunch, as if he didn't notice anything. However, Wang Disha's hesitant expression caught every detail of it. According to the prison system of the Tang dynasty, the food and drink of the prisoners had to be sent to the prison by their families. This law was originally made to prevent some poor people from treating the prison as a charity and committing crimes just to eat in prison. However, in China, there was a tradition of sympathizing with the prisoners. If the prisoners had no family, then the prison would provide them with food and drink. However, the quality of the food was unimaginable. These prisoners were all prime ministers. Naturally, their families would send them food, and their families wouldn't let them eat the disgusting food of the prisoners. However, when their families brought the food in, they would be inspected 100 times more strictly than normal prisoners. After Di Renjia finished his meal, he took out a water bottle and poured a bowl of water. He slowly drank it. At this time, Wang Deso went out for a stroll and came back. He kept walking around Di Renjia's cell as if he was inspecting it, but his eyes were constantly on Di Renjia. Wang Deso wasn't Li Junshun's trusted aide. He came from the right path and learned the law at a young age. After many years of hard work, he became a judge. Wang Deso was very envious of how others were able to easily get promoted just by digging out the conspirators of the traitors. Even if Li Junshun let him interrogate these prime ministers, he wouldn't be able to interrogate them. Di Renjia, Pei Xingbin, and Ren Jigu were all high-ranking officials. They were the leaders of the hundreds of officials. They had cultivated a dignified manner for many years. Their every action, and even their gaze, could give people great pressure. Li Junshun's ruffians might not be able to feel this, but Wang Deso, who had climbed his way up from a lowly official, could not ignore it. The pressure formed by the difference in rank had already seeped into his bones. Seeing others getting promoted, Wang Deso was tempted. He wanted to find a few accomplices of the traitors through the prime ministers under his watch. He wasn't young anymore. If he didn't seize this opportunity, it would be very difficult for him to get promoted in the future. He didn't want to give up this opportunity, but he didn't know how to start. After some thought, he set his sights on Di Renjia. Di Renjia had a nickname in the officialdom, Old Fox. Old Fox meant smart, and smart people like to make deals with others. Smart people had many tricks up their sleeves, but people with many tricks up their sleeves weren't as firm as simple people. When Deputy Prime Minister Li interrogated the 3 prime ministers, Di Renjia was the first to plead guilty. This point confirmed Wang Disha's analysis, so he pinned the opportunity to be promoted on Di Renjia. But thinking was just thinking. When it came time to face Di Renjia, he still couldn't muster up the courage. Di Renjia drank water and quietly observed Wang Disha's movements. Suddenly, he coughed and calmly said, "Magistrate Wang, this old man has finished eating. I'll have to trouble you to take the basket out for me." "Ah, okay." Magistrate Wang quickly moved to the front of the cell door. Rinja lifted the basket and handed it out through the door. Suddenly, he whispered, dusted his robe, and said, "This old man's court robe is a new one I got at the beginning of the year. Look, it's all wrinkled and muddy now. It's really a pity. I'll have to trouble you to take it back and have my family clean it up. Tomorrow, send me some lighter clothes. This cell is hot and humid. It's really uncomfortable." Okay. It's really inconvenient for Prime Minister D to sit and lie down in this court robe. Wang Desho finally talked to him, so he quickly agreed. Rinja slowly took off the clothes and handed them to him. Wang Desho took the clothes, lifted the basket, and attentively said to Rinja, "Prime Minister D, I'll take it out now." Rinja smiled and calmly said, "Thank you, Magistrate Wang." Rinjigu and Pei Xing were in the cells on the left and right side of Rinja, so they saw the conversation between Rinja and Wang Desho. As soon as Wang Desho left, the two of them quickly approached Rinja's cell and said excitedly, "Grandpa D, you are really astute. You actually did it this way." It turned out that yesterday, Rinja tore off a piece of his underwear when the jailer wasn't paying attention. He bit his finger and wrote something on it. Then, he pretended to rest and lied down with his back facing the cell door. As long as the jailer wasn't in front of the cell, he would use a hairpin to carefully pick out the thread of the patch of the court robe. Finally, he stuffed the bloody letter in and spent a long time smoothing out the thread. In the end, the robe looked normal. These things took him the whole afternoon. The two prime ministers who were locked in the cells to the right and left of Rinja could clearly see everything through the bars. Naturally, Rinja's actions couldn't be hidden from them. Just now, when Rinja and Wang Desho were talking, the two were so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. Only when Wang Desho left did they become wild with joy. Rinja's expression was still very calm. He lightly sighed and said, "Lai Junshin has captured more and more people. The more people there are, the more it seems like it's the case. The greatest taboo for an emperor is rebellion. Lai Junshin is not the only one stirring up trouble here. They're also the kings of the Wu clan. Even if they don't show up themselves, they will take this opportunity to incite others to stir up trouble in front of the Empress. I'm afraid that with all of them working together, the Empress will no doubt believe it." Rinja gently stroked his beard and said worriedly, "Although the bloody letter has been sent out, I don't know if my family will find it. If my family finds it, will they have a chance to send it to the Emperor? If not, we won't even have a chance to live. Now, we can only do our best and leave it to fate." At this moment, Lai Junshin was personally interrogating the general of the left Jade Seal Guard, Zhang Qinshuan. Zhang Qinshuan's feet were shackled and his hands were also shackled. When he was escorted into the main hall, the two rooms immediately shouted, "Might! Wu!" The rod slammed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Zhang Qinshuan was a veteran general who had been through hundreds of battles. How could he care about such a situation? He stood there steadily and looked at Lai Junshan with a cold smile. Lai Junshan slammed the gavel and shouted, "Sinner Zhang Qinshuan kneel." Zhang Qinshuan curled his lips and said proudly, "This marshal has swept across the battlefield and made countless contributions to the empire. This great empire is partly due to this marshal's contributions. Who do you think you are? In terms of contributions, you are not even 1/10,000th of this Zhang. In terms of official position, you are also far behind this Zhang. This Zhang was imprisoned unjustly. What crime did I commit? Why should I kneel to a lowly person like you who only knows how to flatter others?" Lai Junshin had arrested so many people, but he had never seen such an arrogant one. He couldn't help but fly into a rage and shouted sternly, "Zhang Qinshuan, this official is here to interrogate you. You are a criminal who is guilty of treason, yet you dare to roar in court with such arrogance? If you don't plead guilty, this official will have to serve you with torture." Under Lai Junshin's order, his subordinates rumbled as they pulled out those strange-shaped, blood-stained torture devices. Zhang Qinshuan didn't even look at them. Looking up at the sky, he coldly said, "Who doesn't know of your infamy, Lai Junshun? If you want to interrogate this marshal, you can. But this marshal doesn't trust the censorate. If you want to interrogate me, you will have to be interrogated by all 3 departments." After saying that, Zhang Qinshuan turned and walked down the hall. As he walked, he coldly said, "When all the officials from all 3 departments are here, invite this marshal to the court." Lai Junshan was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He thought that he was already arrogant enough, but he didn't expect to meet someone even more arrogant than him in his territory. Lai Junshan slammed the wooden block in front of him and roared, "Men, seize Zhang Qinshuan and serve him with torture. Who dares?" Zhang Qinshuan's leopard eyes widened as he roared, scaring the servants who had just surrounded him into taking a step back. Seeing this, Lai Junshan angrily shouted, "You bunch of trash, his hands and feet are tied, and he is just a cripple. What are you afraid of? Take him down and torture him." Lai Junshan's words reminded the servants, and they suddenly rushed forward again. Zhang Qinshuan fought with the servants, but his hands were tied and the shackles on his legs were too short, so he couldn't even take a big step forward. At first, he used his brute strength to knock away a few servants, but he was soon beaten down by a club. His head was beaten until it bled, and his hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. As the commanding general of an army, when had Zhang Qinshuan ever been humiliated by a group of lowly servants like this? His eyes were bloodshot from anger, and he roared, "Even if this marshal has to die, I will kill you for the imperial court." Zhang Qinshuan turned around and pushed aside a few servants, charging straight for Lai Junshan, who was sitting behind the trial platform. Seeing the furious and ferocious Zhang Qinshuan, Lai Junshan's heart also palpitated. He hurriedly left his seat and dodged while shouting, "Fools! All you are a bunch of fools. Hurry up and stop him." The court was instantly thrown into chaos. Lai Junshan ran around the hall while Zhang Qinshuan chased after him. Another group of servants chased after Zhang Qinshuan and struck him with their rods like a torrential rain. Zhang Qinshuan didn't care and only gritted his teeth as he chased after Lai Junshan. Lai Junshan ran around the silence and retreat boards while shouting, "Zhang Qinshuan has no respect for the law and wants to assassinate the chief judge in the court. Hurry up and hack him to death. Kill him for me." As soon as the imperial bodyguards in front of the hall heard Lai Junshan's order, they immediately barged in. Wei Suizhong snatched the saber from one of the imperial bodyguards and in one big stride caught up with Zhang Qinshuan and fiercely hacked down with the saber. "Ah!" Zhang Qinshuan screamed as his back was hit and blood gushed out like a fountain. At this moment, Zhang Qinshuan only cared about Lai Junshan and didn't care about anything else. Enduring the pain, he continued to chase after Lai Junshan. After taking 2 steps, his steps were a bit too big, and he almost fell to the ground. At this time, another guard took the opportunity to strike again, almost chopping off one of his arms. When the guards attacked, they didn't care whether Zhang Qinshuan was the commander-in-chief of an army or not. They only cared about chopping down the sabers in their hands. In just a short moment, Zhang Qinshuan was cut into a bloody man. Zhang Qinshuan's body was bathed in blood, and his eyes were spitting fire. Glaring at Lai Junshan, he hissed, "Lai Junshan, this marshal can't wait to eat your flesh and drink your blood." He kicked off the ground with both feet and abruptly left his original position. Using himself as a weapon, he threw himself at Lai Junshan like a spear. 7 or 8 wind and fire cudgels were thrust in front of him, blocking his arms. Then the cudgels flicked downwards, forming a net of cudgels. Lai Junshan's entire body was impaled in the air, unable to move. Lai Junshan pointed at him and shouted, "Kill him! Kill him for me!" A servant carefully approached and saw that Zhang Qinshuan was still in the position of pouncing forward with the cudgels. His body was motionless and his eyes were wide open, but they were lifeless. The servant tested Zhang Qinshuan's breathing and reported, "Deputy Premier, he is dead." Lai Junshin let out a breath of air and adjusted his official hat and robe. He said hatefully, "It's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead. This Zhang Qinshuan is lawless. You all saw how he attacked the chief judge in the court. Bring out the corpse. Bring out the next criminal." County Commandant Zhu Bin was brought into the court. Seeing the blood all over the floor, his legs turned to jelly. He already knew that Zhang Qinshuan, the general of the Left Jade Imperial Guard, was killed by Lai Junshin. After Zhang Qinshuan, the person to be brought to trial was Chief Chamberlain Fan Yunxian. Fan Yunxian had served the previous emperor, Li Ji, so he didn't put Lai Junshin in his eyes at all. The moment he entered the court, he began to list the injustice he had suffered and his contributions. Lai Junshin had just been humiliated by Zhang Qinshuan and was filled with anger. How could he be willing to listen to Fan Yunxian's rambling? He slammed the gavel twice, but still couldn't shut Fan Yunxian up. Enraged, Lai Junshin ordered someone to cut off Fan Yunxian's tongue. He even dared to kill the general of the Left Jade Imperial Guard. So why would he care about a eunuch? Squatting in the waiting room, Zhu Bin had seen Zhang Qinshuan hacked to death and Fan Yunxian's tongue cut off. Lai Junshin sat behind the table and glared at Zhu Bin. He shouted in a deep voice, "Zhu Bin, all of you have colluded and rebelled. The facts are clear. In the court, confess obediently, and you will be spared physical pain." Zhu Bin was so frightened that his knees turned to jelly. He knelt on the floor and said, "I confess. I confess. Deputy Prime Minister, please do not use torture." Wei Suizhong moved to Lai Junshin's side and whispered into his ear, "Deputy Prime Minister, this person is just a small shrimp picked up along the way. He used to be Yang Fan's superior." Oh, hearing this, the anger on Lai Junshin's face vanished. He slowly turned his head and looked Zhu Bin up and down. He smiled and said, "Sinner Zhu Bin, according to the information this official has found, that general of the Yulin Woods, Yang Fan, is also your accomplice. Is this true?" Zhu Bin was even more afraid when he was smiled at than when he was glared at. When he heard Lai Junshin's words, he nodded as if his soul had left his body. Yes, yes, yes. Deputy Prime Minister is wise. Deputy Prime Minister is wise. Yang Fan is my accomplice. Yang Fan. Yang Fan? Zhu Bin only remembered who Yang Fan was after he said this. He couldn't help but raise his head and stare at Lai Junshin. Lai Junshin nodded with a smile and said, "Yes. A wise man submits to circumstances. Zhu Bin, you can be considered one who understands his circumstances. As long as you are willing to honestly confess, this official will not make things too difficult for you." Lai Junshin put his elbow on the table and leaned forward. He said softly, "Yang Fan has 17 shops in the most prosperous part of Nan City. His wealth is truly comparable to that of the nobility. How can someone like him, who has just been promoted to general, possess so much wealth? You're his accomplice. Do you know who gave him so much wealth? Why did they give him such a large sum of wealth? What do they want him to do?" At this moment, Lai Junshin really looked like a patient teacher. However, in Zhu Bin's eyes, this expression seemed to be a devil smiling at him. Zhu Bin was even more afraid. He trembled and thought for a long time before hesitantly saying, "According to what this sinner knows, this Yang Fan is highly appreciated by Shangguan Weiji." Lai Junshin's expression immediately changed. His goal was only to bite Yang Fan to death. He did not want to bite out such a great bodhisattva. Shanghai Wan was His Majesty's favorite. Even when His Majesty went to 5 Phoenix brothel at night, he did not forget to bring her along. This person was not so easy to bring down. Not waiting for Zhu Bin to finish, Lai Junshin slammed the gavel on the table and shouted, "How dare you? Shangguan Weiji is loyal to His Majesty. How can he be an accomplice of a rebel? You cannot indiscriminately accuse others." Zhu Bin jumped in fright and quickly corrected himself. Yes, yes, yes. This sinner did not say that Shangguan Weiji is Yang Fan's accomplice. I only said that Yang Fan used glib words to seek Shangguan Weiji's appreciation in order to get close to His Majesty. He did not have good intentions. Lai Junshin impatiently said, all right. Don't mention Shangguan Weiji anymore. You just need to tell me who used so much money to bribe him." This. Zhubin swallowed. After thinking for a long time, he carefully said, Assistant Minister D. Renja, Lai Junshan, coldly glared at him. Zhubin immediately shut his mouth. Lai Junshan endured and endured, but finally, he could not take it anymore. He muttered loudly, You idiot! Everyone knows that D. Renja has no money. If he had that much money to give the young fan, would he need to move to the southern part of the city and wake up early every day to come to the palace? Zhubin hurriedly said, Yes, yes, yes. This sinner was afraid of the deputy minister's might and was momentarily confused. Please give this sinner some time to think about it. Zhubin thought to himself, This person needs money. Shui Huai is rich. When Yang Fan got married, Shui Huai even gave him a huge gift. No, even Shengwan Weiji is not enough. If I give up Shui Huai, Lai Junshin will tear me apart. Who else? Even King Liang is not enough. Zhubin couldn't think of a suitable candidate even after thinking for a long time. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. It's hard for others not to confess, but it's hard for me to confess even if I want to. Just who should I recruit? Lai Junshin looked at his stupid expression. He closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and tried his best to maintain a pleasant expression. He patiently said, Among the rebels that I have arrested, there's a minister of works, Liu Dao. This Liu Dao comes from the Li clan of Zhao Commandery, and his wealth is comparable to that of a noble. Moreover, as the minister of works, he is in charge of engineering, water conservancy, salt ponds, gardens, weapons, farming, mining, and coinage. He has a lot of money in his hands. Zhubin was a good student. He immediately understood what Lai Junshin was trying to say. He hurriedly said, Deputy Minister, this young fan holds an important position and commands the Yulin army. No, it's us. We want to rebel, but we won't be able to open the palace gates without a capable person like him. That's why Liu Dao promised him great benefits, and also promised to make him a great general once the rebellion was over. That's why he bribed Yang Fan to act as a spy in the palace. Once the army arrives, he will coordinate with Yang Fan from the palace and lead his trusted aides to open the palace gates, welcome the rebel army into the city, and force the emperor to abdicate. Lai Junshan sat on his side and raised his head with a smile. He stroked his beard in a leisurely manner. His eyes gazed at the dust on the ceiling. It was as if a beautiful and charming woman in a light yellow dress was slowly flying down and throwing herself into his arms. The young married woman was beautiful and charming. She was like a fresh flower after the rain, and also like the most plump grape on the branch. He raised his head and closed his eyes slightly. It was as if he could pluck that juicy grape with a single stretch of his hand. Even though the great hall was still filled with the stench of fresh blood, his nose seemed to catch a whiff of the beautiful woman's faint, enchanting body fragrance. Lai Junshin's soul was intoxicated. Everyone had their own pursuits. Some worked for the country and the people, some for 1,000 years of meritorious deeds, some for high positions and generous salaries, some for wealth and glory, and some were intoxicated by power. Lai Junshin felt that compared to these people, he really didn't want much. In fact, he just liked to moan. He wanted men to moan under his torture tools, and he wanted men's women to moan under his penis. Chapter 340. Today, the sky was gloomy. It had been gloomy since the morning. You couldn't see any dark clouds, but they had already covered the entire sky. The sky was dark, but there was no rain. Every now and then, a gust of wind would blow. It was damp, heavy, and annoying. The swallows would either skim across the ground or quickly fly into the sky. It looked like a heavy rain was inevitable, but no one knew when it would come. The Empress's expression was gloomy. If the gloomy sky was said to make people feel vexed, then the gloomy sky of the Empress would make people feel fearful. Everyone in the Hall of Martial Accomplishment was very careful, afraid to offend the Emperor. Wanner, who was always cautious, was no exception. She was even more careful than usual. Wu Zetian was in a bad mood. One official after another was imprisoned. One official after another, whom she thought was loyal to her, became a traitor. How could her mood be good? She was not worried that without these officials, the imperial court would not be able to function. There were many people in the world waiting to become officials, and these officials in the Yamen had been waiting for a long time. If no one made room for them, they might have to wait for a very, very long time. This storm was an excellent opportunity for them. But for Wu Ziqian, who could guarantee that the newly appointed officials would be loyal to her? She was very old. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she knew that she was too old. Once upon a time, she used all her schemes and did not hesitate to get rid of so many important officials just to become the empress of the Tang dynasty. Later, the officials that died by her hands were still uncountable. Countless royal family members and nobles became sacrifices for her to ascend to the throne. At that time, she wanted to become the empress. But now, she had to consider the issue of the inheritance. Wu Qingxi's entanglement and the prime minister's counterattack had caused both sides to lose. But they had succeeded in one thing. The empress had to face the matter of her death. Once an emperor was planning for his death, he would mercilessly eliminate those who were loyal, had no problems, or just had too much power, and might threaten the authority of his successor, not to mention those whose butts weren't clean at the moment. Wu Ziqian didn't mind killing them all. The problem was, she still hadn't decided who would inherit her empire. If she chose her son in the end, then these officials who were inclined toward the crown prince would be useful, very useful. If she killed them all, her son would be useless, and the Wu clan would take the opportunity to grow stronger. She was afraid that once she died, a thunderstorm would erupt in her territory. But these officials were too impatient. They actually wanted to start a mutiny, forcing her to abdicate, forcing her to pass the throne to her son. If these people were not killed, her authority would be challenged. There would be more and more ambitious people, like weeds that could not be burned by a wildfire. One after another, they would appear. However, if she killed all of them, she would no longer be able to choose her own successor. At that time, the court would only be left with the forces loyal to the Wu clan's kings. When she grew old and no longer had the power to control the court, regardless of whether she was willing or not, she could only choose one of the Wu clan's kings as her successor. This was a problem that Wu Ziqian, who liked to control her fate in her own hands forever, did not want to face. Her mood was very contradictory and complicated. During the morning court, she found that so many familiar faces had disappeared, and those who took their positions were all ministers that she was not familiar with. She was in a very bad mood. The empress returned to the Martial Achievement Palace in a bad mood. Just as she sat down, Lai Junshan came to annoy her again. Wu Ziqian looked at the confession that Lai Junshan presented, and her hands couldn't help but tremble. Shangguan Wan'er, who was standing to the side of the imperial table, did not dare to peek at the confession in the empress' hands. She could only guess in her heart. Which minister is going to suffer this time? This was the third time the empress had this kind of reaction. The first time, the empress heard that 3 prime ministers had participated in the rebellion. The second time, the empress heard that 4 ministers and vice ministers were accomplices of the rebellion. This time, the official's position will not be small. Thinking of this, Shangguan Wan suddenly felt a kind of sorrow for Wu Ziqian. The empress is really old. I remember when Su Jingye raised his troops in Yangzhou, the empress was talking and laughing. When the king of Langya, Li Chong, called for the Li clan's kings to rebel, the empress was still calm and collected. She has never had such a big reaction. In these 2 years, the empress had really aged too quickly. Her mental and physical strength could no longer cope with such a big change. Her mood seemed to be more temperamental than before. Yang Fan. What a good Yang Fan. We personally promoted him to be a minister. We gave him a beautiful wife. And this is how he repaid us. Very good, very good. Wu Ziqian laughed angrily. When Shangguan Wan heard the 2 words Yang Fan from Wu Ziqian's mouth, her expression suddenly changed. Her pretty face became as white as paper. Fortunately, Wu Ziqian did not notice her. Lai Junshan was focused on watching Wu Ziqian's expression. Everyone thinks that I won't live long. They're all busy looking for a way out. I promoted him to be a minister, and the traitor gave him a great general. I gave him a beautiful woman, and the trader gave him 16 shops. Generous. Much more generous than I am, Wu Zetian said angrily. Her two eyebrows gradually rose, and her murderous aura soared to the sky. She really wanted to kill. It must be known that even if they were all on duty in the palace, different positions played different roles. There was more than one chamberlain, and there were no less than dozens of chamberlains in the palace. Each of them had their own responsibilities, and Fan Yunxian's role was limited. Leading Commandant Zhu Bin's role was also limited. Although he had 600 bighorn warriors under his command, they did not play much of a role other than the ceremonial review and daily sentry duty. At night, they had to camp in Jiaqing. Not to mention that Zhu Bin might not be able to incite all 600 bighorn warriors to rebel with him. Even if he could, if they wanted to break through the gate between Jiaqing and the palace, they would not be able to do so until dawn. The gate was also locked and guarded at night. But Yang Fan was different. He was the emperor's most trusted general of the garrison troops, guarding the most critical places. He was even qualified to carry his sword to the palace hall and meet the emperor. He controlled one of the most critical forces that could decide the fate of the emperor and the lifeline of the dynasty. If he participated in the rebellion, as long as he could incite dozens of people to rebel with him and open the palace gate unexpectedly, the Great Zhou dynasty would collapse overnight. Wu Zetian gritted her teeth and ordered, "Arrest him and immediately execute him." No, death by 1,000 cuts. Everyone don't. Wanner had been so shocked by Wu Zetian's words that her vision had darkened. Now that she had come back to her senses and suddenly heard such a decree, she didn't care about anything else and immediately spoke. Why not? Wu Zetian coldly glanced at her. Wanner knew how to protect herself, and she never interfered in these kinds of matters. She had taken the liberty to speak up today, which was a very strange thing to do. However, in her anger, Wu Zetian had forgotten about it. One always planned before she acted. If she had something to say, she would have thought about how the emperor would ask and carefully thought about what to say. This time, she spoke in a hurry and did not have time to think. When the emperor asked, she thought quickly and slowly answered, "Yang Fan has always been loyal to everyone. He may not have rebellious thoughts." Before she finished, Wu Zetian interrupted her and said indifferently, "Not necessarily? Can something not necessarily be done accurately? The Yulin Guard is a treasured sword that I use to protect myself. It is also a dagger that cuts my throat. This weapon cannot be used by the hands of others. If there is even a hint of suspicion, it is enough." Wanner was scared witless. At this time, she only wanted to slow down and think of a good plan. She casually said, "Everyone, at least, we should ask how many accomplices this person has in the army. Killing him in a hurry is actually helping him." These words moved Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian thought about it and nodded. "Yes, the Yulin Guard is where my safety lies. There can be no mistakes. Lai Junshun, capture him and interrogate him. I want to know how many accomplices he has." At this point, Wu Zetian angrily slapped the imperial table and shouted, "Tell that idiot Wu Yuyi to personally accompany you to capture him." "Oomph. I gave him such an important task, and he can't even watch over his own people. He really gives me face." When Lai Junshun heard the emperor's decree to execute Yang Fan, he was already overjoyed. He didn't think that Shanghai Wanner would suddenly interrupt and lose a thread of hope. He was annoyed. Now that he heard Wu Zetian's decree, he quickly agreed and hurriedly left Wuching Hall. Lai Junshun left Wuching Hall and stood on the steps. He thought, it seems that this Yang Fan really climbed up the high branch of Shangwan Weiji. There is an 80 to 90% chance that he was recruited by Shangwan Weiji. Unfortunately, this is a major case of rebellion. You can protect him for a while, but you can't protect him forever. This person is dead for sure. When Lai Junshun left Wuching Hall, Wanner gently leaned against the imperial table. Her small hands under her sleeves tightly held onto the table. If she didn't do this, she would have fallen to the ground. Her heart was beating wildly, and her legs were trembling. She felt a chill in her heart. She had long sensed that there was something wrong with her Lang Jun, but she didn't expect Lang Jun really participated in the rebellion. Wu Zetian turned to Wan and suddenly saw that Shanghai 1's face was gray and her forehead was covered with a fine layer of sweat. She couldn't help but be startled and asked, "Wanner, what's wrong?" Everyone. Shanghai 1 wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead and forced a smile. She said, "I was frightened a few days ago, so I haven't slept much. Today's weather is hot and stuffy, so my chest feels stuffy. You? I am old, but you're still young. Your body can't take it anymore. Go and rest for a while." "Yes, Wanner will leave now." Shanghai 1 moved her trembling legs and forced herself to walk out of Wuching Hall. As soon as she left the hall, she took 2 quick steps and held onto a pillar. She took a few deep breaths and said, "Whether or not my Lang Jun is an accomplice of the rebellion, I can't let him die. I can't." Inside the hall, Wu Zetian watched Shanghai 1's somewhat weak back disappear through the door. She gently shook her head and waved her hand to summon the chamberlain. "Little Hai," she ordered, "pass on my decree. Transfer the right guard into the palace. Therefore, the Yulin Guard and the right guard will jointly guard the vital areas. They will not be subordinate to each other." Outside the Black Tortoise Gate, Great General Wu Yuyi of the Yulin Guard had a gloomy face. He led a group of cavalry and rushed towards the Yulin Guard's camp with Lai Junshin. In the sky, there was a loud crack of thunder, shaking the window frame. The heavy rain that had been brewing for a long time finally poured down. Chapter 341. A bolt of lightning like a ferocious purple snake hovered in the sky, followed by a loud thunder that shook the whole earth. Following the sound of thunder, Wang Deso rushed into the cell. He placed a rice basket hidden in his bosom on the ground, untied his raincoat, and hung it on the wall. Shaking the hem of his wet robe, he picked up the basket again and walked from cell to cell. Wang Deso came to Di Renjia's cell and poked his head in to take a look. Di Renjia was standing in the middle of the cell with his hands behind his back. He was looking up at the air vent on the high wall. The rain outside weaved into a curtain, covering the small hole tightly. Wang Deso raised his voice. "Prime Minister Di, your family has sent you food." Di Renjia turned around and slowly walked to the cell door. Wang Deso took out 2 sets of thin clothes from a basket and said as if he was presenting a treasure, "Prime Minister Di, look, these are the clothes sent by your family." Di Renjia smiled and said, "Thank you, Magistrate Wang." Prime Minister Di is too polite," Wang Deso said and handed the basket to Di Renjia. Di Renjia took the basket and turned to leave. Wang Deso was anxious and quickly called, "Prime Minister Di, please wait." Di Renjia put down the food basket and walked back to the cell door. He said in surprise, "Is there anything else, Magistrate Wang?" This. Wang Deso looked around with a bashful expression. He hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice and said, "Prime Minister Di, Deso is under the command of the Deputy Prime Minister and has no choice but to do so. I can't give more convenience to Prime Minister Di, but as long as Prime Minister Di gives the order, Deso will definitely do it." Di Renjia said, "Thank you, Magistrate. I am grateful." Wang Deso waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. It's just a small matter." But cough. "It's like this. Prime Minister Di has been convicted. Although the Deputy Prime Minister did not interrogate you these days, you will not be able to pass if you don't confess your accomplices. Deschaux intends to make use of this treason case to make some contributions and seek a small promotion. Sooner or later, Prime Minister Di will have to confess. Can you help me with this contribution?" Di Renjia raised his eyebrows and said with surprise, "What do you want me to do?" Wang Deso said hesitantly, I thought a candidate. Yang Zhiro, who is now the Minister of Lands, used to work under Prime Minister Di. As long as Prime Minister Di admits that he is your accomplice, I will report it. First, Prime Minister Di will pass the trial and will not be punished. Second, Deso. Hee. Di Renjia's face darkened, and he shouted sternly, "Outrageous!" Wang Deso was stunned and mumbled, "Prime Minister Di." Di Renjia threw his head back and laughed 3 times. Then, he said with grief and indignation, Di Mao was sent to prison for no reason and pleaded guilty against his will. This is already a great humiliation. Now, a small prison official actually looks down on my character and want me to help him frame someone else. Heaven above, I, D. Rengia, am willing to die and keep my innocence. How can I commit such a heartless and unjust act?" Finished speaking, he held the cell door and slammed his head against the pillar. Immediately his head was broken and bleeding. Wang Desho was frightened by his sudden action. As soon as he saw he was going to slam the door again, he shook his hand in panic and hastily said, "Prime Minister D, please stop. You must not do this. Desho does not ask for help. I'll take my leave. I'll take my leave." Wang Desho ran away like a wisp of smoke. He pulled open the cell door and rushed out. After a short while, he ran back again. His whole body was dripping with water. He took the straw raincoat from the wall and draped it over his body. He did not dare to take another look at the cell and rushed out in a sorry state. Renjigu and Pei Xingbin grabbed the fence and asked anxiously, "Diweng, how are you?" Di Renji took out a handkerchief and covered the wound on his head. He said nonchalantly, "It's okay. I'm just trying to scare that unscrupulous person away. I don't want him to have any ideas about me again." Pei Xingbin heaved a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, "Now we don't know if Diweng's family has found that bloody letter or if they have gone to court to complain." "I hope so." Di Renjia furrowed his white eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Whether they have found the bloody letter or not is still uncertain. As for whether they can enter the palace to see the emperor, alas, now we don't know what the situation in the palace is. If it has already been completely controlled by the Wu clan, I'm afraid we won't be able to see the emperor." He raised his hand and pointed at the rainwater that was as dense as a curtain at the air vent. He said worriedly, "We are all prisoners here. Once the court is completely controlled by the thieves, the emperor will become a prisoner sitting in the palace. We're just waiting for death, and the emperor will be blind and deaf." Kacha! There was a sudden clap of thunder, followed by a flash of lightning that lit up the hall. Then there was another clap of thunder. The claps of thunder struck one after another, making people shudder with fear. When the first clap of thunder exploded abruptly, Princess Taiping was startled. But after that, she didn't pay much attention to it. Princess Taiping walked around the room in a hurry amidst the deep claps of thunder. Her heart was churning as if it had exploded. "My little enemy, have you really rebelled with old Foxdy? I'm not even in a hurry about the affairs of the Li clan. Why are you joining in the fun? Now that you have been caught and sent to the Jing Gate, do you still have a way out?" Princess Taiping had been paying close attention to the series of events that had happened in the imperial court recently. Lai Junshin had some taboo in biting others. Aside from Yang Fan, who was determined to kill Yang Fan no matter who he was because he coveted his wife, there was no need for him to carelessly offend others. Therefore, he didn't dare to offend people who were more troublesome like King Liang, King Wei, and Xue Huai. If the criminals made careless confessions and tried to accuse these people, he wouldn't be able to get away with it. Therefore, these major factions were not implicated at all. Princess Taiping took advantage of this opportunity to promote some of the officials she had recruited to more important positions. It could be said that she was also a beneficiary of this political storm. Therefore, she had been very concerned about how long this struggle would last and who would be implicated. She had placed many spies in the palace. She knew the news of the capture of Yang Fan as soon as she left the palace. At that time, Wu Yuyi and Lai Junshin had not yet arrived at the left-feathered forest guards camp. Princess Taiping was like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously pacing around. With a flash of lightning, a figure suddenly plunged into the hall from the rainstorm. Kacha! Another clap of thunder. In the midst of the thunder, the rainwater where the figure was standing had quickly formed a small stream. Princess Taiping rushed in front of him and asked anxiously, "Li, how is it going?" "Your Highness, this servant has already informed them of this. Money makes the world go round. You can rest assured." As the man spoke, he pushed his straw hat down from his head, revealing a fair and clean-shaven face. He had a chubby and round face, and was naturally filled with a sense of joy. He was the external steward of the princess mansion, Li. Princess Taiping stamped her feet and said, "How can I rest assured? What is that place?" "That is the Yijing Gate. Once you enter that gate, not even 1 out of 100 will survive. Lai Junshun, that madman, enjoys torturing people. How can I rest assured? Princess Taiping suddenly noticed Li Yi's somewhat strange expression. She immediately realized that she had lost her composure. No one knew that she liked Yang Fan. Even her most trusted people did not know. She wanted Li Yi to help Yang Fan get through the joint. The reason she gave him was that she had fought with Yang Fan in the past, and she appreciated Yang Fan very much. In order to help Yang Fan get through the joint, she had to pay an unusually large price. The reason she used to fight with Yang Fan was not very credible. However, Li Yi was only a servant by her side. She did not care whether he believed her or not. Even so, if Li Yi really found out something, it would be embarrassing. Princess Taiping tried to calm herself down and asked slowly, I asked you to ask where Su Yugong is now. Have you found out? Li Yi said, I have. Censor Su is an XIN and county handling case. He has been there for more than 10 days. Princess Taiping said, you send someone to tell him to put down the case and return to the capital immediately. Li Yi said, okay. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange someone. Princess Taiping interrupted, go now. Li Yi said in surprise, Princess, it is already late. The city gate will be closed soon. Now it is raining heavily. If we arrange people to leave the city now, I am afraid they will not be able to go far. Princess Taiping said word by word, go now. Yes. When Yang Fan was escorted into the Senate, his whole body was already wet. Strands of his hair stuck to his face and shoulders, still dripping with water. His leather armor had already been soaked through, as if he had suddenly gained 30 kilograms in weight. The wet clothes stuck to his body, making him feel very uncomfortable. He was tied up tightly. The rope used to tie him up was ox tendon. After being soaked in water, it was tough and slippery. It had sunk deep into his flesh. Any slight movement would cause pain. He did not know how he became an accomplice of the rebels. Whether he was involved or not, he could not be clearer. He also knew that once he was arrested and sent to the Senate, he would be in danger. He had heard of the Jing Gate before, but he had no way to escape. At the time, he had been in the army. Wu Yi had brought a large number of guards with him. In broad daylight, the camp was on high alert due to the many matters of the court. It was impossible for him to escape from the heavy encirclement. Moreover, he already had someone to tie him down. How could he just leave? Magistrate Wang, take the criminal away and keep a good watch. Lai Junshun, who was walking side by side with Wu Yi, saw Wang Desho walking over with his tail between his legs. Wang Desho, who had just come back from Di Renjia's place, was very unhappy. However, since Lai Junshun had given him an order, he didn't dare to disrespect Lai Junshun. So he quickly agreed and asked someone to take Yang Fan with him. Lai Junshun smiled at Wu Yi and said, General, please come in and rest for a while before leaving. Wu Yi quickly cupped his hands and said, you are too polite. There are many things to do in the palace, and I do not dare to leave. The criminal is here, and I have completed my task. I will take my leave now. Although Wu Yi was a core disciple of the Wu clan and was heavily relied upon by Wu Zetian, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Lai Junshun. Wu Zetian used people. It was better to be close to someone close to her than someone close to her. Those who were able to gain her trust were more useful than the Wu clan's relatives. Lai Junshun didn't want him to stay. He was just being polite to him. Since he said he wanted to leave, Lai Junshun didn't try to stop him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lai Junshun sent him to the eaves. As soon as his figure disappeared from the second door, Lai Junshun hurriedly rushed back to his own room, called Wei Suizhong, and impatiently ordered, Yang Fan has been caught. Kill him for me tonight. Chapter 342. Hearing Lai Junshun's words, Wei Suizhong couldn't help but be startled. Lieutenant Minister, he was just brought into the censorate today and was still alive and kicking. Suddenly dying. Isn't this a little too obvious? Lai Junshun snorted. This person has a close relationship with King Liang and Shui Huai, and Shangwan Daiji is also very protective of him. If I'm too late, those people might interfere, and I won't be able to avoid some misgivings. I'll kill him before they even have the chance to say anything. What's done can't be undone. Do you think they'll fall out with me over a nobody like him? Wei Suizhong nodded. Fine, I'll go strangle him right now and make it look like he's hung himself. Lai Junshan stopped him. What an idiot. Is there a place for him to hang himself in that cell? Besides, he's shackled and tied up, unable to move at all. Do you think the Emperor, King Liang, and Xue Huai are that easy to fool? Then poison. Wei Suizhong hesitated. Poison? Isn't it obvious that someone wants him dead? Lai Junshan smiled sinisterly. How could that be? This person is an accomplice of the rebels, and his accomplices have been captured one after another. How could he not be afraid? He must have prepared poison just in case. Now that he's been captured, what's wrong with him committing suicide? Wei Suizhong smiled. Since Deputy Minister says so, this lowly one understands. Lai Junshan said, when he's dead, I'll do something to his collar, make a gap where he can hide something, and then I'll confirm that he committed suicide by taking poison. Even if other people are suspicious, what can they do to me? Wei Suizhong gave him a thumbs up. Deputy Minister is truly wise. This lowly one will get to it right away. Wait, Lai Junshan called him back. Find a reliable subordinate to take care of this first. Don't be in a rush to make a move. It's best if we aren't here when he dies. Wei Suizhong smiled knowingly. Deputy Minister, you're a meticulous person. This lowly one understands. Wei Suizhong hurried out. Lai Junshan stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. A faint smile appeared on his face. It had to be said that although Lai Junshan was a famous, ruthless official, his appearance and temperament were truly handsome and extraordinary. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, carrying a somewhat demonic smile. It really had a different kind of charm. Near dusk, the rain became lighter. The officials of the Censorate Hall left the yamen and went home. A short and stout middle-aged man in a black jailer's uniform stood under the dripping eaves of the long corridor. Seeing the last official leave, he ordered the servants to close the door. The heavy mansion door closed with a pong sound. Two servants carried the thick and heavy door latch and put it on with a pong sound. The two sides of the door were then wrapped with iron chains, and a large iron lock weighing 5 to 6 caddies was locked with a kacha sound. The jailer watched them go through all the procedures meticulously, then turned around and limped away. The bunch of keys around his waist rattled as he moved. This jailer's name was Zhang Lilei. He was originally a captain of the Imperial Guard. In order to maintain the fighting strength of the Imperial Guard, the royal court had always maintained the tradition of rotating the Imperial Guard into battle. This Zhang Lilei had killed an enemy Heelan official in the battle against the Turks and achieved a great merit. He originally had the opportunity to be promoted, but his injuries were too severe. By the time he recovered, he could no longer hold a position in the army. Thus, he was transferred to the Censorate Hall and became a jailer. Wu Ziqian took good care of her personal troops. She did her best to eliminate as many worries as possible so that they would be loyal to her. Most of the people who were caught and sent to the Censorate Hall were officials. Even though they knew that once they were caught and sent to the Censorate Hall, they would still willingly bribe their family members to prevent their loved ones from being mistreated. Thus, the jailer's income was quite generous. However, for a soldier who had the potential to become a general and bring glory to his family, coming here meant that his life would end here. Zhang Lilei, who had suffered a setback, had always been a man of few words. Even the jailers and servants who were close to him were somewhat fearful of him. Rice was being cooked in the kitchen. There were 2 kitchens on the left and right. Smoke billowed from the kitchens. Even though the firewood was stored under the shed, because of the heavy rain, the firewood was damp and thick smoke was coming out. The cooks who were cooking were constantly coughing. The kitchen on the left was used to prepare food for the jailers and jailers. Even though it was a big pot of food and not exquisite, it was still very sumptuous. The kitchen on the right was used to prepare food for the prisoners. There were 3 big pots, all of which were porridge cooked with aged rice. Inside were some vegetable stocks. This way there would be food, rice, and water. Zhang Lilei stood at the entrance of the kitchen and looked inside. He raised his voice and shouted, "Zheng Xiaobu." In the kitchen, a burly and fierce-looking chef was stirring the rice pot with a thick wooden stick. When he heard someone calling him, He quickly threw the stick away and grabbed the handkerchief on his shoulder to wipe the sweat off his face as he rushed to the door. When he saw Zhang Lilei, he quickly bowed and said, "Chief Zhang, what can I do for you?" Zhang Lilei said with a poker face, "Lin's 7th prison just caught a prisoner. We haven't had time to inform his family, so no one will send food today. When you send food to the prison, remember to prepare an extra basin." "All right, don't worry, Chief." While the two of them were talking, in the hallway opposite the kitchen, two servants quietly walked together. Through the thin curtain of rain, they glanced in this direction, whispered a few words, and then walked past each other. In the wind and rain, all of this faintly revealed a strange atmosphere. Clank. With a click, the prison door opened. Zhang Lilei held the key in his hand as he limped in. There were 8 cells in this prison, all of which were the trusted aides and subordinates of the high-ranking officials who had committed crimes. Their families were all in other places, so no one sent them meals. They could only be provided by the prison. Above the passage in the middle of the cell, there was an oil lamp hanging at regular intervals. There were 3 lamps in total. As soon as the cell door opened, the bitter wind and bitter rain rushed in. The flame of the lamp flickered in the wind and rain, making Zhang Lilei's face look green. For prison guards carried a large bucket of vegetable porridge in and stopped at the first cell door. Behind them were few helpers. One of them took out a bowl from the bucket of porridge, while another scooped out a spoonful of vegetable porridge from the porridge bucket and poured it into the rice bowl before handing it to Zheng Xiaobu. Zheng Xiaobu walked to the cell door and shoved the rice bowl into it. Soon, the porridge was delivered to all 8 cells. The metal door closed with a bang and was locked again. Then, they ran to the next cell. When County Commandant Zhu Bin was brought to the Senate, the prison was already full. He was detained in a temporary cell against the wall in the West Wing. This temporary cell was originally used to store coal. It was built with brick walls, unlike the regular cells that were separated by thick wooden pillars. From the gap in the middle, everything inside could be seen clearly. The cell was not big. There were no windows or air vents. There were no lights inside, so it was dark. Because the door was not a regular cell door, there was no food door to pass things in. There was a spare torch on the wall outside the cell door. Someone lit the torch. Zhang Lilei opened the door, and the servant holding the torch bent over and walked into the cell first. Zhu Bin was tied to a pillar in the middle. Because this cell was not a regular cell, the people outside could not see inside without opening the door. If they entered rashly, they might be attacked by the prisoners, so the prisoners inside could not move freely and were all tied to the pillar. A bowl of vegetable porridge was scooped out. Zhang Lilei glanced at Zhu Bin, who was tied to the pillar. Zhu Bin hurriedly smiled fawningly at him and begged, "Chief Zhang, I want to relieve myself." Zhang Lilei asked with a straight face, "Urinate or urinate?" "Urinate." "Then do it in your pants." Zhang Lilei replied impatiently, then said to Zheng Xiaobu, "Hurry up." Without another word, Zheng Xiaobu brought the bowl of vegetable porridge to Zhu Bin's mouth and poured it down. Zhu Bin hurriedly opened his mouth and tried his best to swallow. Be it the porridge or the vegetables, he could not be bothered with chewing at all. He only gulped down mouthfuls of food. Even so, he could not keep up with Zheng Xiaobu's speed. By the time he finished the bowl of porridge, Zhu Bin's face was red and he was panting. Zhang Lilei turned around and walked away. The cell door slammed shut with a bang, and the cell was instantly plunged into darkness. The next cell was where Yang Fan was imprisoned. Zhang Lilei walked up to the cell and took out a key to open it. The servant holding the torch walked in first. This cell was built according to the terrain, with its back against the wall. It was originally used to store the various supplies of the Imperial Censorate. The cell that Yang Fan was in also had no windows, and it was pitch black inside. However, his cell was much more comfortable than Zhu Bin's. This cell was more orderly, twice as wide as Zhu Bin's cell. The frame was also higher, so there was no need to bend over to enter. This cell had originally been used to store paper, ink, brushes, inkstones, and various office tools, so it was very clean inside. Everything had not been cleared away, and there was a wooden frame against the wall. There were some papers scattered on the floor. Yang Fan was tied to a pillar, and in the darkness, he was thinking hard about how to escape. He knew that he had been bitten, but who could have bitten him? Yang Fan thought about it, and quickly thought of Zhu Bin. Zhu Bin had never been on good terms with him, and after seeing him promoted, he had become jealous. Now that he had been captured and brought to the Senate, it was very possible that he had bitten him to vent his personal hatred. When he thought of this, Yang Fan calmed down a little. Zhu Bin hadn't interacted much with him, so there was no way he would be able to produce any concrete evidence once he was interrogated and questioned. He was a commander of the Featherwood Guard, the most trusted military force of the Emperor. His trial would definitely be more cautious. Moreover, he had a huge network of connections. One was out of the question, and King Liang and Master Shui wouldn't just stand by and watch once they found out about his situation. That was why he was quite optimistic about his chances of escaping. Yes, entering the Imperial Censorate was a perilous situation, but there were still exceptions. He hadn't participated in the rebellion, so even if Zhu Bin had bitten him, there would still be plenty of loopholes once he was interrogated. Even if the various factions of the Imperial Court were fighting each other, given his current position, he shouldn't have caught the attention of those important figures. He shouldn't have become a target that they would want to eliminate. He believed that the people of the Imperial Censorate wouldn't risk offending people like Master Shui and King Liang just to put him to death. At this moment, he would never have guessed that there was indeed an important person who wanted to put him to death, and that this person was actually the Censorate's main hall. Outside the prison, in the darkness of the night, the two jailers looked at each other, their eyes shining. One of them took out a rice bowl and tapped it lightly. The other nodded in understanding. He took the bowl, scooped up a spoonful of vegetable porridge, and passed it to Zheng Xiaobu. When Zhang Lilei entered the cell, he still put on a stern face that seemed to indicate that strangers and acquaintances should not get close to him. He only said one sentence as if it were gold. "Hey." Zheng Xiaobu walked up to Yang Fan, who was tied to the pillar, and said in a bad mood, "Open your mouth." Yang Fan couldn't get used to the sudden brightness. He squinted his eyes, but before he could see the person in front of him clearly, the bowl was already at his lips, and a bowl of vegetable porridge was poured down his throat. Chapter 343. The rain stopped in the middle of the night, and it started drizzling again in the morning. Lai Junshen did not ride a horse today. Instead, he rode a carriage and rushed to the Senate early in the morning. Wei Suizhong knew that something must have happened this morning and rushed here early. However, he did not come to collect Yang Fan's corpse, but to tamper with Yang Fan's corpse to prove that Yang Fan committed suicide to escape punishment. Although Lai Junshen's faction covered the sky with one hand in the Censorate was not a monolithic entity. There were still some censors who dared to challenge Lai Junshen. Therefore, it was better to do this kind of thing secretly and not let others have any evidence against him. The main doors of the Senate were already open. Wei Suizhong was about to enter with an umbrella when he inadvertently turned his head and saw a carriage coming from afar. There were several armed guards in front and behind the carriage. Wei Suizhong quickly stopped in his tracks. When the carriage stopped in front of the door, the coachman alighted and put down the steps. The guard beside him took down the umbrella from the saddle, and before he could open it, Wei Suizhong dashed over. The guards in Lai Junshen's residence all recognized him and naturally did not stop him. Lai Junshen opened the curtain of the carriage and got out. Wei Suizhong quickly stood on his tiptoes and stretched out his arm to hold the umbrella over Lai Junshen's head. He attentively said, "You are diligent in your work. You are really early." "Oh, it's Suizhong." Lai Junshen saw him and nodded with a smile. He walked down the steps, and Wei Suizhong followed closely behind him. He allowed the rain to soak his clothes and only held the umbrella to protect Lai Junshen. Lai Junshen strolled over and asked meaningfully, "This morning, nothing happened, right?" Wei Suizhong took small, quick steps and said with a smile, "This lowly official was only one step ahead of the deputy premier. Before I even entered the yamen, I saw the deputy premier and hurriedly came to welcome you." Lai Junshen grunted and said, "The heavy rain last night will inevitably affect the patrol and defense of the prison. Let's check on the prisoners earlier today and make sure nothing goes wrong. According to the regulations, Prisoners had to be checked according to the name list every day to ensure that there were no mistakes. However, even though the time requirement was to be carried out early in the morning, in reality, it could be carried out at any time. It all depended on the personal wishes of the chief officer. Sometimes, the chief officer even forgot to check the prisoners for a few days in a row, and no one paid any attention to it. Today, Lai Junshun had deliberately made this request. Wei Suizhong naturally knew what he wanted, and he couldn't help but secretly laugh in his heart. After Wei Suizhong sent Lai Junshun to the detention room, he quickly came out and ordered his men to start checking the prisoners. At this time, the drizzle had stopped. Although the sun had not yet appeared, the sky was much brighter. Wei Suizhong first checked the important prisoners locked in the official cells, hastily called out the names, and then left the cell. He went to the row of temporary cells in the west wing and checked them one by one. Zhang Lilei seemed to be eternally expressionless as he woodenly opened the cell doors and locked them one by one. As a general who had once shaken the battlefield, this was his daily work. The door to Zhu Bin's cell opened, and two armed guards walked in with their backs bent. Wei Suizhong casually stood at the door, his eyes already staring at the door to Yang Fan's cell. He slightly moved his facial muscles, thinking about what kind of expression he should show when he heard the news of Yang Fan's death in a while to make it seem natural. Not good. Censor Wei, the prisoner is dead. A guard ran out in a panic. Before he even reached the door, he straightened his back and hit his head on the door frame, causing it to tilt. Wei Suizhong was stunned. At this time, there was no need for him to pretend to be shocked. Almost subconsciously, he wanted to turn his head to look at the cell where Yang Fan was being held. But with just a thought, he twisted his neck and repeated, "The prisoner is dead?" The guard grimaced and rubbed his head, nodding. "Yes, the prisoner is dead." At this time, another guard also walked out. Wei Suizhong blurted out, "Who's in this cell?" The guard who had just crawled out replied, "This cell is holding Commandant Zhu Bin." Wei Suizhong pushed the two of them aside and bent down to enter the cell. The door was open, and with the light from the door, he could still see the inside clearly. Wei Suizhong walked in and saw a man tied to a pillar. His head was slightly drooping, and he was still wearing a military uniform. Wei Suizhong lifted his chin and lifted the man's head. When he saw the man's appearance, he couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. The person who had died was indeed Zhu Bin, although his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth were all bleeding and his face was somewhat distorted, making him look like a ferocious ghost. Wei Suizhong would never mistake one person for another. He was long dead, and his body was already stiff. Wei Suizhong held his chin and felt the coldness of his skin. Wei Suizhong hatefully withdrew his hand and walked out of the cell. With an ugly expression, he said, "Go to the next cell." "No." "Inform. Report to the lieutenant minister immediately." Someone had died here, so how could he continue to investigate the next cell as if nothing had happened? Originally, Wei Suizhong should have called Lai Zai, but he didn't know what Lai Junshun meant, so he changed his words and told them to report to Lai Junshun first. Not long after, Lai Junshun, who was sitting in the detention room and waiting for the news of Yang Fan's death, rushed over and entered the cell. A moment later, he came out again and calmly said to Wei Suizhong, "Continue to investigate the other prisoners." "Yes." Wei Suizhong replied and said to Zhang Lilei, "Open the cell door." Even though someone had died in the cell, Zhang Lilei's expression didn't change. It was still that wooden coffin face. He opened the door to Yang Fan's cell, and Wei Suizhong pushed away the two servants and rushed in first. When the door opened, light shone in. Yang Fan couldn't help but squint his eyes. Fortunately, it was cloudy today, and the light wasn't bright. In a moment, he could clearly see the person standing in front of him. Wei Suizhong stared at Yang Fan with a gloomy expression. Yang Fan was also looking at him. How could he not hear what was being said through the door? Originally, it wasn't a big deal for someone to die in a prison. Whether it was because of illness or prisoner abuse, it was common for prisoners to die. Yang Fan didn't take this matter to heart, but when he saw Wei Suizhong's eyes, a sense of danger arose spontaneously. This expression, this gaze, there was something wrong. Wei Suizhong only looked at him for a moment before turning around and leaving like the wind. With a bang, he closed the door and said, "The prisoner is fine. Lock the door and check the next cell." Wei Suizhong forced himself to remain calm and continued to check all the prisoners. When he returned to the row of cells, Zhu Bin's corpse had already been carried away. 2 servants were cleaning the cell and sprinkling lime on it. Wei Suizhong looked inside and outside before rushing to Lai Junshan's office. Because he was in a hurry, he almost bumped into the 2 servants who had just opened the door and came out. When Wei Suizhong entered the room, he impatiently asked, "Lieutenant Minister, how did this happen?" Lai Junshan looked at him coldly. That gaze was like a poisonous snake hiding in the grass. Wei Suizhong felt a chill in his heart and couldn't help but close his mouth. Lai Junshan indifferently said, "The weather was hot and there was a rainstorm. The temporary cell was poorly ventilated and the environment was filthy. Zhu Bin contracted an acute disease and died. Remember to clean the cells in time to prevent the disease from spreading." Wei Suizhong was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He hurriedly replied, "Yes, I understand." The corner of Lai Junshan's mouth revealed a faint smile. Gently stroking his beard, he muttered, "Zhu Bin contracted an acute disease and died. Yang Fan was in the same cell as him. If he also contracted an acute disease and died, don't you think this is... Haha, it's really flawless." Wei Suizhong smiled and said, "Lieutenant Minister is wise. With a light touch, you've solved 2 major problems in one go." Slap! A heavy slap landed on Wei Suizhong's face. Wei Suizhong covered his face and stood there in a daze. Lai Junshan's face darkened. He sternly scolded, "What a waste! How did you arrange it? Why did you let Zhu Bin take the medicine?" Wei Suizhong stammered, "Lieutenant Minister, I've arranged everything well. I really don't know why. I'll call them over and ask them in a moment." Lai Junshan coldly snorted. Zhu Bin didn't die earlier or later. He only died after 3 days in prison. It's too far-fetched to say that he committed suicide by poison. I had no choice but to make him suffer an acute disease. I've already arranged for those 2 offenders. They'll be fine. However, you're not allowed to be late on business anymore." Wei Suizhong repeatedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. This time, I'll make the proper arrangements. Your humble servant will immediately investigate this matter." Lai Junshan coldly waved his hand and shouted, "Scram! He wants to kill me." The moment the cell door closed, this thought flashed across Yang Fan's mind like lightning. His recent life might have been too peaceful and comfortable, but the vigilance that Yang Fan had developed over the years hadn't disappeared. When he heard what happened outside the door and saw Wei Suizhong's startled, surprised, and slightly doubtful eyes, he immediately understood Wei Suizhong's thoughts. When he thought of this, Yang Fan immediately broke out in a cold sweat from shock. Being in prison, it would be too easy for them to kill him quietly. Even the dignified boarder, General Blacktooth Changji, could muddle-headedly commit suicide in prison. What was so great about him, Yang Fan dying? What should I do? Yang Fan struggled with all his might. The ox tendons that bound his body hadn't been untied yet. Now that he was firmly tied to a pillar with iron chains, he probably wouldn't be able to break free even if his hands and feet were all tied up. The current Yang Fan was like the monkey under the 5 Elements mountain. Even if he had the ability to transcend the heavens, he couldn't curse anymore. Oh my God, Yang Fan, have been through great rivers and waves. Am I going to die today in the gutter of Yijing Gate? Yang Fan struggled a few times and knew that it was impossible for him to break free. He couldn't help but raise his head and hit the pillar with the back of his head a few times. For a moment, he felt as if he was immersed in a cold cellar, and his heart was as cold as ice. After a night of heavy rain, Xiaoman was very worried that some shops would be flooded and the things stored there would be flooded. This year's rainstorm was really too heavy, and it was rare. Thinking about this matter, she took an umbrella early in the morning and was ready to go out after eating. Xiaoman held an embroidered umbrella with the words, "Fish playing with lotus," in one hand and leisurely walked to the second door. Suddenly, she remembered that the marketplace was not open in the morning. She couldn't help but smile bitterly, shook her head, and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Look at my memory." Xiao Man turned around and was about to go back when she suddenly heard a shout from behind. "Sister-in-law." Xiao Man turned around and saw Ma Qiao and Chu Kuanga rushing over with big strides. The rain was not heavy, but there was a lot of water on the ground. Water splashed everywhere as they stepped. Chen Shou, the doorman, was running behind them. When Yang Fan got married, Ma Qiao and Chu Kuanga had been busy with the wedding. The gatekeeper, Chen Shou, recognized them, so he directly led them in. Xiao Man remembered them. Her bright eyes turned, and she said in surprise, "Brother Chu, Brother Ma, why are you two brothers here? My Lang Jun is not at home." Ma Qiao stamped his feet and said, "Hey, of course I know that Xiao Fan is not at home. Sister-in-law, something has happened to Xiao Fan. Something big has happened. Don't you know?" Xiao Meng was a little surprised. She looked at the serious faces of the two. Although she didn't know what had happened, her heart gradually sank. She forced a smile and asked nervously, "What happened to my Lang Jun?" Ma Qiao said angrily, "The censorate said that Xiao Fan participated in the rebellion and arrested him. I only heard it last night. At that time, I couldn't leave the camp gate, and even if I did, I couldn't enter the city, so I asked for leave early in the morning. I didn't dare to tell Lang Jun that something had happened to Xiao Fan. I only said that there was something urgent at home. Otherwise, it would be hard to say whether he would give me leave or not." Clatter! The embroidered umbrella in Xiao Man's hand suddenly fell into the rain. Xiao Man's pretty face was pale. She muttered to herself, "How could this be? Lang Jun, how could he be a rebel?" Before she said a word, tears were already rolling in her eyes. As soon as her voice fell, tears also flowed down. Ma Qiao was so anxious that he repeatedly rubbed his hands and said loudly, "This is bad. That is a crime of rebellion. It's going to be beheaded. What should we do?" Hearing this, Xiao Man became even more afraid. Her body was like a flower that couldn't stand the wind and rain, and she couldn't help but tremble. "Ha!" Chu Kuanga slapped Ma Qiao's shoulder. This palm was not light at all, causing Ma Qiao's shoulder to sink. He couldn't help but shut his mouth and turn his head in confusion. Chu Kuanga ignored him and said to Xiao Man, "Sister-in-law, now is not the time to cry. We rushed over because we wanted to discuss with you and see if there is any way we can save Brother Fan. Do you think we should go to the hall and talk about it in detail?" "Ah, good." When Xiao Man heard the word save, she suddenly came to her senses. She quickly wiped her tears and let the two of them into the guest hall. The two of them didn't stand on ceremony. They entered the guest hall and recounted the news they had heard from the beginning. After Chu Kuanga finished speaking, he frowned and said, "Sister-in-law, this council is not a good place." "I heard that place." Xiao Man smiled miserably and said, "Big Brother Chu, I know even if you don't tell me. When I was working in the palace, the council was not far from where I lived. I know very well what kind of place it is." Chu Kuanga nodded his head heavily and said, "All right, I won't say any more nonsense. This is the situation right now. To be honest, with our ability, it would be nonsense to say that we can fish people out of the gate. It's hard to say if we can fish people out or not. According to the method there, I'm afraid that before we can fish them out, they will be beaten to death or crippled." Ma Qiao blurted out, "That's right. I heard that the general of the Zuiyu Imperial Guard was chopped to death, and a chief eunuch had his tongue cut out. Say, although Xiao Fan is a general and is considered a high official in our eyes, she can't compare to this general. Even the general was chopped to death. Xiao Fan, When he said this, Xiao Man was so scared that her heart tightened. Her tears couldn't help but flow out like spring water. Chu Kuanga unhappily glared at Ma Qiao and said rudely, "Can you shut up?" Ma Qiao shut his mouth and blinked at Chu Kuanga. He didn't know why Chu Kuanga was angry at him. Chu Kuanga sighed and said to Xiao Man, "Sister-in-law, on the way here, I have thought about it carefully. Now I have a plan in mind. What do you think?" Chapter 344. Xiao Man's mind was in a mess. She was at a loss, so how could she come up with an idea? Hearing Chu Kuanga's words, she quickly said, "Brother Chu, tell me." Chu Kuanga said, "I don't believe that Erlang will participate in the rebellion, but as long as he bears this reputation, the court would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Lai Junshin is a cruel person who enjoys torturing people. He will definitely not let Erlang go. He doesn't care about so many important officials of the court. So how could he care about Erlang? Therefore, if we don't want Erlang to come out, we must find a big shot to rely on. Such a person might not be easy to find for others, but our beta Persei just happens to know a few big shots. Xiao Man was very smart. Although she was confused by Chu Kuanga's words, she had already understood. She blurted out, "Brother Chu, is it Great Master Hawaii?" Chu Kuanga said, "Not only that. Great Master Hawaii is one, and so is King Liang. Don't forget that when Erlang and you got married, someone of King Liang's status also came. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a close relationship with Erlang, this would not have happened. In addition, there is also Princess Taiping. These three people either personally came to attend your wedding with Erlang or have sent gifts. They are all people who might help." Xiao Man wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said simply, "Fortunately, Brother Chu reminded me. There's no time to lose. I'll go now." Chu Kuanga nodded and said, "Good. You are Erlang's wife, so you're the most suitable person. Prepare a food box for me, and I will send it to Erlang. 3 meals a day will be delivered by the family in the future. Don't forget." Xiao Man asked, "My 2 brothers came here in a hurry. Have you eaten?" Ma Qiao and Chu Kuanga had rushed over early in the morning, so they really hadn't eaten yet. Xiao Man's words made the 2 of them feel hungry. Seeing this, Xiao Man said, "Brothers, have breakfast at home first before going." Chu Kuanga said, "No need. Prepare more food. Brother Qiao and I will talk when we get there. Perhaps there are some old comrades of mine in the Censorate courtyard. I can also entrust them to take care of Erlang, so that he doesn't have to suffer too much. The earlier he leaves, the earlier he can be at peace." Xiao Mang nodded and hurriedly ordered the kitchen to prepare some food boxes. Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao carried the food boxes out of the door, mounted their horses, and went straight to the Senate. Xiao Man sent the 2 away and immediately changed into riding clothes. This time, she did not disguise herself as a graceful young woman. She whipped her horse and went straight to the White Horse Temple. Not long after she left, the official sent by the Imperial Censorate to inform Yang Fan of his imprisonment slowly arrived. When the gatekeeper, Chun Shou, heard that Yang Fan had been imprisoned, he was just about to go out to inform Zhao Yu when he happened to meet the official. He perfunctorily accepted the notice and sent the official away. Like a wisp of smoke, he dashed off to Zhao Yu's lair in Rinfeng Lane. Xiao Man whipped the horse like it was flying, her heart burning with anxiety. Back then, when she saw her elder brother vomit blood, the fear of losing her elder brother forever suddenly enveloped her body and mind. She was no longer the lonely beggar girl from back then, but this kind of fear was still the same. After being married to the Yang family for so long, she had unknowingly accepted her new identity and integrated into the family. In fact, ever since she was a child, when did she have a family? This was her first family, almost a perfect family. Except for the fact that she had not found her brother and had not consummated her marriage with Lang Jun, she cherished it very much. All of a sudden, Xiao Man burst into tears. She suddenly felt that she had let Lang Jun down. Lang Jun had a beloved woman before her, but Lang Jun had already accepted her, hadn't he? She was already Lang Jun's wife. What knot in her heart couldn't be untied, couldn't she? She was an orphan, and Lang Jun was also an orphan. Now, she was Lang Jun's only family in this world, and she had been married for so long, but she had not even given her body to her man. Xiao Mang suddenly remembered that under the moonlight, she and Lang Jun knelt side by side to worship the spirits of her father-in-law and mother-in-law in heaven. Lang Jun said that he married a gentle, virtuous, beautiful, and lovely wife. He would shoulder the responsibility of bringing glory to the family and restoring the family's reputation. Lang Jun must have wanted to say that he would let the Yang family have many children and make the family prosperous. But because of my feelings, he didn't say it out loud. If Lang Jun died like this, the Yang family's bloodline would be cut off. I would be a sinner of the Yang family, and I would never be able to redeem myself. Xiao Man's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. In front of the White Horse Temple, a horse flew. Before the horse could stand still, a strong figure jumped off the horse and rushed into the temple gate. It was raining today, so there were not many believers at the White Horse Temple. There were only a few people at the gate. They were shocked to see the back of the person who rushed in, and then they saw that it was a woman. The receptionist Monk Yi-Xian, saw a beautiful young woman in riding clothes. Her clothes were wet from the drizzle, and her hair was still dripping with raindrops. He couldn't help but be surprised and came forward. He put his palms together and said, "Ah, Lady Benefactor, I'm here to greet you." I don't know why Lady Benefactor braved the rain, too. Before he finished his sentence, Xiao Man rushed in front of him and asked hurriedly, "Where is Master Huai?" The monk Yi-Xian was startled. He subconsciously pointed to the back and said in surprise, "Why does Lady Benefactor want to see?" Before he finished his sentence, a figure flashed in front of him. The beautiful young woman had already flashed over the mountain wall and rushed to the back along the side corridor. The monk Yi-Xian had been a receptionist monk for many years. He was not good at other things, but his eyes and mouth were the fastest. However, he only saw a corner of the clothes flashing, and the beautiful young woman disappeared. The people of the yellow court wear embroidered clothes. The purple flying skirt shrouds the clouds. The painting lines are green and green. Taoist Yizhua changed to a more comfortable position. He leaned against the door frame and continued to sing. Among the three fields, the gentle and graceful beauty shines in the night sky. The hall shines brightly. The heaven and the earth pass. Two monks of the White Horse Temple walked past him and glanced at him with a strange look. One of the monks whispered, "Senior brother, I heard that this old man was a Taoist." The senior brother said, "Yes, after following Shui Huai for 2 years, he unexpectedly became like this. At such an old age, he is full of dirty words, and what skirt and beauty. He is a disgrace to the White Horse Temple." "Shoo, senior brother, be careful. Don't call monk Shui by his name. Be careful that his disciples hear it." As the two gradually walked away, Taoist Yizhua curled his lips and said with disdain, "A group of ignorant, stupid monks." This Taoist was singing the Yellow Emperor's interior scripture, an orthodox cultivation technique. The purple flying skirt and the gentle beauty are all terms of my Taoist cultivation technique. Do you think this Taoist is thinking of women? Just as Taoist Wenju's voice fell, a figure floated down in front of him. It was a pretty young lady. Taoist Wenju was startled. He looked at Xiao Man in surprise, and then looked up at the sky. There was only a drizzle in the sky, and he didn't see countless young ladies floating down. "Monk, may I ask where Great Master Huai is?" The beautiful young woman spoke, and her words destroyed Yizhua's illusion of a miracle. Taoist Yizhua composed himself and said, "The abbot of the temple lives in this courtyard. May I know who you are?" Xiao Man sighed in relief and said, "Great Master, please take me to see Abbot Huai. I am the wife of Abbot Huai's direct disciple, Yang Fan." Ah, this poor Taoist. I remember now. Yes. I followed the abbot to attend Yang Fan's wedding and saw you there." Taoist Yizhua hurriedly led Xiao Man inside. As they walked, he asked, "Little girl of the Yang family, why did you come to see the abbot in such a hurry? What happened?" "Ha! Hong Lu, your song is still the most interesting. Come, sing another song." Shui Huai put down his wine cup and laughed heartily. His chest was still bare, showing off his strong muscles. It seemed that he was already 70% drunk. He had nothing to do in White Horse Temple, and only wine and meat accompanied him every day. As soon as Shui Huai finished speaking, Taoist Yizhua came in and bowed. "Disciple Yizhua greets the abbot." Shui Huai glanced at him and smiled maliciously. "What? Do you also want to learn from Hong Lu and sing a song for me?" Yizhua bitterly smiled and said, "Abbot, something happened to 17th junior brother. His wife came to ask for help and is waiting outside the meditation room." Shui Huai patted his bald head and said, 17? Oh, you mean Yang Fan. What happened to him?" Taoist Yizhua leaned to the side and called out, "Miss Yang, quickly come and greet our temple's abbot reverend." Xiao Man came in and knelt in front of Shui Huai, crying and begging, "Master Huai, "Master, please save my husband." Shui Huai, he stretched out his hand and pulled the wine jar on the table to the side. He stared at her and said in a rough voice, "You are 17's wife? Oh, I remember now. You do look a bit familiar. Tell me, what happened to 17?" Xiao Man told Shui Huayikshu about Yang Fan's capture. In fact, she knew very little about the details of the incident. In her narration, she constantly emphasized that her husband could not have participated in the rebellion and that he was framed. Before Xiao Man could finish, the monks under Shui Huai exploded. These hooligans were definitely not good people. They've bullied the good, swindled, and did all kinds of bad things. They were originally a group of scoundrels who ran amok in the streets. However, the scoundrels were also loyal. They would help their brothers regardless of whether they were in the right or not. Yang Fan didn't spend a lot of time with them, but that period of time was the most glorious and the happiest for them. Even now, they still talked enthusiastically about how they defeated the Inner Palace, how they became the champion of sumo, and how they made a name for themselves in the sumo arena. Of course, Yang Fan was the one who enjoyed the most glory in the match with the Inner Palace, but his group of brothers had also participated in the battle. Although the sumo championship was Chu Kuanga was a monk of the White Horse Temple at the time. Especially the battle between Shang Yuan and Zhu. It was a fierce battle. The battle between them and the Hui Huang directly turned into a hand-to-hand fight. With such a friendship of life and death, Yang Fan was like a brother to them, and brothers could not be bullied by others. A group of hooligan monks who ate meat and drank wine smashed their cups and bowls and shouted, "Master, we have to do something about this. 17's matter is our brother's matter. If we just stand by and watch our brothers get bullied, how can we raise our heads when we leave the White Horse Temple in the future?" Hong Lu said sinisterly, "Master, how is 17 rebelling? If Lai Junshan proves 17 brothers' crime, he will probably follow the disciples to find trouble with you, right?" Although Shui Huai, he was born a hooligan, he had been in the palace for so many years. Under the influence of what he saw and heard, he more or less understood. He knew that the crime of rebellion was not to be trifled with, so he was a little hesitant. However, his disciples egged him on, and especially Hong Lu's words immediately ignited his anger. Shui Huai rolled his eyes and shouted sternly, "Disciples, get your weapons. Follow me to find that scoundrel named Lai." Chapter 345. A group of monks picked up their rods and escorted Shui Huai out of White Horse Temple. Priest Izhua chased after them and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he pulled Xiao Man and whispered, "Miss Yang, the abbot can stand up for your Lang Jun, but you shouldn't go with him." Xiao Man was startled. "Why?" "Lang Jun has been in prison for a day, and I'm really worried about him. I just need to go and see him safe and sound." Priest Izhua shook his head. "Miss, you really shouldn't go. Let Master Shui go first. If he can save your Lang Jun, you and your wife will be able to see each other. If anything happens, you will still have a chance to turn things around. If you go now, people will know that you asked the abbot. Not to mention anything else, the abbot's reason for standing up for your husband will be untenable." Xiao Man heard his vague words and wanted to ask again. Shui Huai turned his head and saw Izhua pulling Xiao Man's sleeve. He couldn't help but stare at him and shouted, "Sure Lu, what are you doing pulling your sister-in-law's sleeve? This is not proper." Taoist Izhua hurriedly let go of Xiao Man and said to Shui Huai, "Abbot, this disciple thinks that as 17's master, it's best for Abbot to stand up for him on the grounds that the censorate is unfair. If the young lady from the Yang family goes with you, it's clear that Abbot was asked by Yang Fan's relatives. This would be unfair." Shui Huai frowned. "Why are there so many reasons? Stop talking nonsense." He thought about it again and nodded. "That makes sense. Daughter-in-law, if that is the case, you don't need to go with me. I will protect your Lang Jun." Xiao Man was still reluctant and begged. "If that is the case, Xiao Man can go with Master and just wait outside the censorate." Shui Huai said, "That is fine." Shui Huai turned around and rushed out of White Horse Temple. Someone had already led the horses over, and a group of monks got on them. They held their rods and left. The pedestrians who were taking shelter from the rain at the foot of the White Horse Temple looked at their backs as they left. One of them asked curiously, "This group of bald donkeys brave the rain. Who are they going to harm this time?" Another person said, "Why is there an extremely beautiful young lady accompanying him? Although Monk Shui is overbearing, I've never heard of anyone in the White Horse Temple allowing women to stay or molesting women." Someone beside him smiled sheepishly and said, "Master Shui is mighty." The awe-inspiring Grandmaster Shui barged into the council with a majestic gait, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. A group of servants wanted to stop him, but they didn't dare to. They could only form a semicircle, and when Shui Huai advanced, they would retreat. Shui Huai's disciples raised their rods and whacked any servant who retreated too slowly. A high-ranking official ran, like a wisp of smoke, toward the office of a handsome minister. Just as Lai Junshen had settled the matter of Zhu Bin's sudden death, an official rushed in and reported breathlessly, "Deputy Prime Minister, the monks of the White Horse Temple had arrived. Shui Huai is here." Oh, Lai Junshen had also thought that Shui Huai would come to cause trouble once he received the news. This fellow was a person who only allowed himself to bully others, not others. Therefore, he wanted to kill Yang Fan as soon as possible. Once the rice was cooked, he believed that Shui Huai wouldn't fall out with him over a dead body. However, he didn't expect that something would go wrong in the middle, and in the end, Shui Huai would get ahead of him. Lai Junshan dusted his sleeves and pretended to be calm. "What are you panicking for? Since he is here, let me go and welcome him." Before he finished speaking, the official was pushed away. Shui Huai barged in with his chest and stomach exposed. He said loudly, "There is no need to welcome him. I have come by myself." Lai Junshan was startled at first, but he immediately pretended to be calm. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Master Shui, you are a great Buddha. Why do you have time to visit my small temple today?" "Huh, old Lai, don't play this trick with me." Shui Huai arrogantly walked up and occupied Lai Junshan's seat. He sat down in a grand manner, glanced at Lai Junshan, and lightly slapped the table, saying, "Old Lai, I heard that someone falsely accused my disciple. Has my disciple been captured by you?" Lai Junshan waved his hand, and the official hurriedly retreated, closing the door behind him. Looking around, he saw a group of monks at the door, all of them looking at him with malicious intent. One of them looked at his head, another looked at his feet, as if they were looking for a place to attack. The official couldn't help but shiver and quickly slipped away. After the door was closed, Lai Junshan's expression became serious. He said to Shui Huai, "Master Shui, please be careful. It is true that Master has a disciple locked up in this council. However, whether this is a false accusation or a rebellion, we have not yet found out. How can Master Shui say that he is innocent?" Shui Huai stood up and grabbed Lai Junshan's collar. He pulled him in front of him and angrily said, "Are you saying that I have a bad eye for people, or that I am an accomplice to the rebellion?" Lai Junshan's face was sprayed with spittle, but he didn't wipe it off. He calmly said, "Master Shui is loyal to His Majesty and naturally does not have any rebellious thoughts. However, Master Shui has many disciples. How can we be sure that none of them have rebellious thoughts? Yang Fan is Master Shui's disciple, but he is also the Emperor's official. Does Master Shui think that there are any of the Emperor's officials who are plotting a rebellion?" This sentence slightly dispelled the anger in Shui Huai's heart. He wouldn't jump into the pit that Lai Junshan dug. He gently let go of his hand and slowly sat down. He looked at Lai Junshan and sneered, "Old Lai, are you sincerely going against me?" Lai Junshan's expression turned solemn. He bowed slightly to Shui Huai and said, "Master Shui, Lai Junshan has no enmity with that Yang Fan in the past. Yang Fan isn't anything special, but no one would dare to offend you, Master Shui. Tell me, is there a need for me, Lai Junshan, to go against Master Shui for a mere Yang Fan?" Shui Huai said, "That's for the best. Then let me take him away. I will naturally owe you a favor." Lai Junshan said, I wouldn't dare to disobey Master Shue's orders. However, this is a major case of rebellion. His Majesty already knows about it. Because Yang Fan is the Yulin general and the Emperor's personal guard, the Emperor is especially furious. He has personally instructed Lai Junshen to interrogate Yang Fan strictly. He must find out who his accomplices are and eliminate them one by one. Lai Junshen tidied up his clothes and sighed. Since Master Shue has stepped forward, Lai Junshen definitely wouldn't dare to offend him. If Master Shue wants to take him away, Lai Junshen definitely wouldn't dare to stop him. However, if the Emperor asks, how should Lai Junshen answer? Master Shue, you have to at least give Lai Junshen an explanation, right? This Shue Huai had previously hesitated in the White Horse Temple because the crime this time was rebellion. Rebellion directly targeted the Emperor, and the Emperor was most afraid of this. Shue Huai was the person who slept with the Empress, so how could he not know that rebellion was the Emperor's reverse scale? Now that he heard Lai Junshen's words, he couldn't help but hesitate. Although the Empress doted on him, she wouldn't let him do as he pleased. Seeing his expression, Lai Junshen said again, how about I ask Master Shue to go to the Emperor and ask for an imperial edict? With the imperial edict, Lai Junshen will release him according to the edict. Wouldn't that be good? Oh, 2 ideas in a row, and both were bad luck that Shue Huai didn't want to touch. Shue Huai's arrogance immediately subsided. Lai Junshen observed Monk Shue's expression, but he didn't dare to push him too hard. If he drove this monk Shue crazy, even the Emperor wouldn't be able to suppress him, then it would really be hard to deal with. Lai Junshen quickly changed his tone and said, Master Shue. To be honest, after hearing that this person is Master Shue's disciple, Junshen was also in a difficult position. I don't dare to offend Master Shue, but Junshen is enforcing the law for the country, so I can't ignore this matter. Naturally, Master Shue knows what kind of place Junshen is in. Just because Yang Fan is teacher Shue's disciple, Junshen gives him the treatment of a prime minister. The cell he stays in is extremely spacious. Ever since he was sent to prison, he hasn't been punished at all. Junshen gives him preferential treatment because of teacher Shue. Hearing this, Shue Huai's anger gradually subsided. Lai Junshen continued, Junshen knows that Yang Fan is Master Shue's beloved disciple. Now that he is in the censorate, it's still unknown whether he is guilty or not. Junshen is about to interrogate him. So why doesn't Master Shue let Junshen interrogate him? If Yang Fan is really innocent, then letting him go will not affect Master Shue's reputation. If he is really guilty, I believe that Master Shue will not ignore the law and cover up for a rebel. Shue Huai's anger dissipated. After thinking for a while, he raised his head and stared at Lai Junshen with bright eyes. Old Lai, you won't play tricks with me, right? Lai Junshen pretended to be terrified. Why would Master Shue say that? Even if Junshen had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to lie to Master Shue. The Emperor already knew about Yang Fan's case, and the Emperor was the only person Shue Huai didn't dare to disobey. Shue Huai thought about it, and had no choice but to accept Lai Junshen's explanation. He nodded heavily. Fine. Since you said so, I will listen. I will watch with my eyes wide open. No matter what you do, I will make things difficult for you now. I won't take my disciple away today. I'll let my disciple stay here for a few days. After you've cleared his name, I'll welcome him out in a grand manner. Lai Junshen heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, Don't worry, Master Shue. I will definitely enforce the law impartially. I won't let anyone off unjustly, nor will I wrongly accuse anyone. Shue Huai chuckled and said, Old Lai, if you want to wrongly accuse others, then do so. I can't be bothered as long as you don't wrongly accuse my people. Let's go. Bring me to C-17 first. As long as he's fine, I will leave immediately. To be honest, Lai Junshen would have helped this unreasonable monk, who is also the Emperor's lover. If the suspect wasn't Yang Fan, but anyone else, he would have done Shue Huai a favor. However, this Yang Fan was out of the question. He wanted to make the person who slept with Yang Fan become his. He, Lai Junshen, had no other interests but beautiful women. This hobby of his had already become a kind of addiction. Once he took a fancy to a woman, he would spare no effort to get that woman. For this, he had already destroyed the families of countless officials, and most of them had higher positions than Yang Fan. If it wasn't for Yang Fan having such a powerful backer, he wouldn't have wasted so much effort. However, even if Yang Fan had such a powerful backer, Yang Fan's crime involved his backer's backer. Lai Junshin naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Lai Junshin was relieved when Shui Huai relented, but he was startled when he heard that he wanted to see Yang Fan. He hesitated and said, "Master Shui, it's a rule that suspects who are involved in a rebellion can't be seen." Shui Huai snorted, "Rules? Rules my ass." He placed his hands on the table and said boldly, "If you don't let me see him, then I won't leave. I will chant sutras, set up a vegetarian diet, and worship Buddha. I will make your council yard my white horse temple." Chapter 346. Lai Junshan had no choice but to say, "If that's the case, Master Shui, please." Shui Huai stood up and walked out of the room. He said loudly to the disciples, "I've just discussed with old Lai. Even though 17 was wronged, he is still guilty of a crime. If I take him away now, the suspicion will not be cleared and it will delay his future. Why don't we ask old Lai to clear 17's name first and then walk out of this censorate courtyard with dignity? If you guys are worried about your brother, then follow me to see him." Lai Junshan stood beside Shui Huai with a slight smile on his face. He didn't say a word, but he secretly shot Wei Suizhong, who had rushed over after hearing the news. At first, Wei Suizhong didn't understand what he meant, but halfway through Shui Huai's words, he understood and immediately turned to leave. Lai Junshan waited for Shui Huai to finish and said with a friendly smile, "Master Shui, this way, please." A group of bald monks surrounded Shui Huai and flaunted their prowess. Lai Junshan, the master, was more like a guest. They left Lai Junshan's detention room and went to the prison area at the back. Lai Junshan walked steadily and introduced the layout of the censorate courtyard to Shui Huai from time to time. Looking at him, Shui Huai looked like an imperial envoy sent by the court to record prisoners. Wei Suizhong hurriedly rushed to the temporary prison area in the west wing and hurriedly ordered people to open the cell door. Last time, he did not take a careful look, but now that he took a look, the environment inside the cell was not bad. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief and immediately called a group of people to clean the room, nail the iron rings, untie Yang Fan, and remove the shackles. When the iron rings were nailed to the wall and the floor, someone took out the long shackles used to hang people in the air and shackled Yang Fan's hands and feet. This way, Yang Fan was more comfortable than being tied to a pillar. He could also move around in a small area and even lie down or rest. However, no matter where he went, his range of movement was very limited. At this time, Wei Suizhong asked someone to untie the ox tendons on Yang Fan's body. 2 prisoners brought in a set of mattresses. Just as they placed it on the ground, Lai Junshan led Shui Huai into the courtyard. Yang Fan was baffled by the prison guard's strange actions. It was only when he saw Shui Huai leading a group of monks in that he came to a realization. 17. Lai Junshan coughed and said to Shui Huai, "Master Shui, Yang Fan still has a crime on him, so we can't make things easier for him. These torture tools are still necessary. Master Shui, please don't feel sorry for your disciple and make things difficult for me." Shui Huai was silenced by Lai Junshan first, but after some thought, he didn't object. He only snorted coldly and parted the crowd of disciples. He walked in front of Yang Fan and asked loudly, 17, tell me, did you participate in the rebellion?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "I didn't." Shui Huai patted his shoulder and said loudly, "Good. With these words of yours, your master has the confidence to back it up. Who would want to bully the people of our white horse temple for no reason?" What happened to you?" Halfway through his sentence, Shui Huai suddenly saw Yang Fan's pained expression and couldn't help but be startled. Wei Suizhong, who was standing at the side, had an ominous glint in his eyes, threatening Yang Fan with his eyes. Yang Fan wasn't willing to pay attention to him. If he didn't seize this rare opportunity, he would definitely die. Yang Fan said, "Master, I was originally tied to a pillar. I was tied for a day and a night, and the rope cut into my skin. My hands, feet, shoulders, and back are all cut. What? When Hong Lu heard this, he stepped forward and tore open Yang Fan's clothes. The place where the ox tendon was tied was already bruised and swollen. Because the ox tendon had pierced through the clothes, the wound was blunt and not deep, but it covered a large area. At first glance, Yang Fan could see that Yang Fan's flesh was badly mangled and looked frightening. The crowd of disciples started cursing. Shui Huai roared and suppressed everyone's voices. Mother of *her, didn't you say to treat my disciple well? What happened? This, Lai Junshan was very embarrassed. Wei Suizhong hurriedly went forward and said, Master Shui, please calm down. Ever since Yang Fan entered the council, he hasn't been beaten once. This is the truth. Master Shui, you can ask him if you don't believe me, or you can examine his injuries. As for this wound, it was caused when we caught him, and we were worried that he would escape, so we tied him up too tightly. Speaking of which, the people who tied him up were soldiers of the Featherwood Guard. This has nothing to do with the censorate. Wei Suizhong's words were smooth, pushing the blame away completely. However, it was the truth that he didn't torture Yang Fan. If it was really examined, it could confuse people. But before he could finish, Yang Fan interrupted him and said in a deep voice, Master, I'm afraid that today will be the last time we meet. Hearing this, the monks stopped arguing. Hong, he asked curiously, 17, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you say that you didn't participate in the rebellion? Yang Fan said, Eldest senior brother, it is the truth that 17 didn't participate in the rebellion. It is also the truth that 17 will die in the council. He raised his hand, and the iron chains clanked. He pointed at Wei Suizhong and said, This morning I checked the prisoners in the cell next to mine. Zhu Bin suddenly died. It was this person who was responsible for checking the prisoners. When he checked my cell, his eyes revealed a murderous glint. Wei Suizhong was about to explain, but Yang Fan interrupted. Although Yang Fan is young, I have seen people from all walks of life. I can't be wrong if he had murderous intent in his eyes. Wei Suizhong laughed and said, Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. This official is in charge of the prison. How can I be nice to the prisoners? Look at the people around me. Which one of them isn't a fiend? Yang Fan, you are a prisoner, not a friend of mine. When I check your cell, do you think I have to smile and be polite? The monks looked towards Wei Suizhong's side and saw that the prison guards and servants all had gloomy expressions on their faces, as if someone owed them 800 strings of money. Someone like Zhang Lilei looked more like a butcher. Although his face was expressionless, his murderous aura was soaring. Lai Junshan shook his head repeatedly and sighed. Teacher Shui, this disciple of yours is too gutsy and suspicious. This bunch of people have always been unkind and unloved. Today, it's only because you, Teacher Shui, are here that their appearances are still acceptable. If it were any other time, Wei Suizhong has no enmity with Yang Fan. Why would he want to kill him? Shui Huai looked at Yang Fan, then at Wei Suizhong. He looked up at the sky and laughed. He said to Yang Fan, 17, I think you're frightened and are starting to talk nonsense. Don't worry, as long as I don't do anything wrong, I won't be afraid of ghosts knocking at my door. Lai Junshan knows that you have been wronged and will clear your name and let you out of prison. Just stay here and don't worry. Yang Fan panicked and shouted, Master! Shui Huai said, All right. I heard what you said, and so many of your fellow disciples heard it as well. Deputy Lai, the officials, the prison guards, and the prison guards all heard it. If a rebel suspect says that he will die at the monster trainer station, then he really does die at the monster trainer station. Hongi, what do you think this is? Hong, he puffed out his chest and said, What else is there to say? Someone must be deliberately going against our white horse temple. Shui Huai raised his leg and kicked him, scolding, You pighead. Shui Huai angrily turned to Hong Lu and said, Hong Lu, speak. Hong Lu immediately changed his tone and said, If 17 is really dead, then he must have killed her to silence her. There must be an accomplice in the monster trainer station. Deputy Lai said that he would take care of 17. If 17 can still die at the monster trainer station, then the murderer must have a high position. Master, you must immediately report to the Emperor. The monster trainer station is unreliable. There's a big fish inside. We must investigate. We must investigate to the death. Shui Huai nodded and said with a smile, "Of course. I am loyal to the Emperor. Once I find something like this, how can I not investigate?" 17 said that his surname is Wei. Remember his name. If something really happens to 17, the first person to investigate is him. Wei Suizhong's expression became unnatural. Shui Huai then said to Lai Junshun, whose smile was a little stiff, "Lai Junshun, look at my disciple's injuries." Lai Junshun coughed and said, "I will send someone to apply medicine and bandage it." Shui Huai said, "All right, then I will not disturb you anymore. Let's go." Shui Huai looked back at Yang Fan and turned to walk out. Lai Junshan followed Shui Huai out of the Senate. When they reached the door, Shui Huai suddenly stopped and turned to Lai Junshan. Lai Junshan quickly stepped forward and asked, "Master Shui." Shui Huai raised his hand and placed it on Lai Junshan's shoulder. Then, he pulled Lai Junshan into his embrace. The two of them leaned against each other intimately. Shui Huai sneered beside Lai Junshan's ear and said in a low voice, "Lai Junshan, both of us used to be in the same place. I know your tricks very well." Lai Junshan quickly struggled and said, "Master Shui, you misunderstand." Shui Huai's hand tightened and pulled him back. He said coldly, "A man lives with a face. A tree lives with a layer of skin. I, Shui Huai, live for this face. If 17 dies inexplicably in your Senate, you will be stripping my face. If you make me lose my face, then I will lose my face." At that time, Shui Huai heavily patted Lai Junshan's back and let him go. He loudly said, "Old Lai Junshan, I will take my leave now." Shui Huai left with a series of arrogant laughter in Lai Junshan's ears. Lai Junshan's face turned red and green. Xiaoman was a meticulous person. Since Taoist, Yizhua said that it was not convenient for her to show herself, she stopped not far from the Senate. She led her horse into an alley and waited until the people from the Senate returned to the Yamen. When she saw that Shui Huai was empty-handed and didn't bring Yang Fan out, she panicked. "Master Shui." Shui Huai saw her and stopped his disciples. He pulled Xiaoman to the side and whispered, "Daughter-in-law, it's not that I don't want to help, but 17's case is related to rebellion. Even the Emperor knows about it. I can't just bring him out like this. If the Emperor says it, he will have to go back in, and I won't be able to show myself." Xiaoman's face paled and said in fear, "Master," Shui Huai said, "don't worry, 17 is fine now. I have already warned Lai Junshan. He won't dare to do anything." But Shui Huai repeated Yang Fan's words to Xiaoman and said, 17 is bold but meticulous. He has a lot of skills. I don't believe that he was scared out of his wits and was suspicious of everything. If he's telling the truth, then there's more to this. I'm just afraid that Lai Junshan will fabricate a lot of false evidence. If the Emperor orders to kill him, I won't be able to save him. Don't worry, go home and wait for my news. I'll think of a way." Xiaoman quickly curtsied and said, "Thank you, master." Shui Huai felt embarrassed that he didn't bring him out. He only waved his hand and walked away with a gloomy face. Xiaoman's heart sank when she saw his expression. She thought to herself, "This monk's expression means that the matter is 100 times more serious than he said. If even he can't do anything, then won't Lang Jun be dead for sure?" Xiaoman stood by the side of the road with her horse and watched Shui Huai and the others ride away. Her heart was at a loss, as if it was hanging in the air. Suddenly, she also got on her horse and galloped away. If Shui Huai, this big bodhisattva, can't do it, then I'll go beg all the gods and Buddhas in the world to save Lang Jun. Xiaoman was really anxious now. Fortunately, although Yang Fan entered the officialdom late, he miraculously made friends with many important people. For example, Prince Wu Sanxi of Liang and Princess Taiping Li Lingwei. Since they paid so much attention to Yang Fan's marriage, they must have an unusual relationship. No matter whether begging them would work or not, Xiaoman had to try now. Xiaoman believed that Shangwan Weiji must also be thinking of ways to save Langjun. Unfortunately, Shanghai Wanner was deep in the palace and couldn't meet him. She couldn't wait for Wanner to make a move, and she couldn't put all her hopes on Shanghai Wanner. She was now worshipping every temple and burning incense every time she saw Buddha. She already looked like a desperate patient who would try anything. Xiaoman had been raised according to the standards of a female palace guard since she was a child. She was the defender of imperial power and order. She wanted to save Yang Fan, even at the expense of her own life. But she never had the thought of resisting from the beginning to the end. All her thoughts were about how to save her husband under the order of imperial power. Different education, different experiences, and different lives would cause people to have completely different thoughts. If Xiaoman had been a defender of order for so many years, then what about Tenano? Tenano was copying sutras. In the meditation room of the abbot of the Tranquil sect, Pei Xuanli's wife, Yu, came to complain to Ding Ding Nun again. The little nun of the Pure Lotus was still sitting on the side, holding a brush in her hand and concentrating on copying the Diamond Sutra. She had copied this sutra 80 times, and now she was copying it for the 81st time. As she copied the sutra, she recited the sutra silently. Gradually, she had a strange feeling. She felt that she had seen her own nature, that the 5 skandhas were empty, that there was no self, no human, no sentient beings, and no immortal. Buddha was her, and she was Buddha. She had understood the true meaning of the Buddhist sutra. "Sure, Tai, madam, you complained tearfully. I am afraid this time my husband's crime has been confirmed," she said. "They have made a lot of accusations against my husband, and now they have arrested a Yulin general called Yang Fan, saying that he was bribed by the winter official Yu Dao, and that my husband is the middleman. Oh my God, when did my husband collude with this person?" The little nun of the Pure Lotus placed her brush on the paper and said complacently, "This feels like an epiphany. Actually, I have the root of wisdom." As soon as the words Yang Fan entered her ears, the tip of her brush sank and stained the Diamond Sutra that she had just written. The little nun of the Pure Lotus, who had just become a Buddha, had a cold look in her eyes. She was about to turn into a Jura. Chapter 347. Vermilion pavilions, elegant rooms, winding gardens, and long corridors. In the gentle breeze, it was picturesque. Within the study of the Liang Estate's third courtyard, there were several folding screens and a few ancient bookshelves, dividing the entire room into several different spaces. The main hall was spacious and elegant, and when one occasionally caught a glimpse of the other entrances hidden by the folding screens, it gave off a feeling of winding paths leading to seclusion. Wu Sanci was dressed in Yin Ju's attire, with a silk belt around his waist. He did not wear a headscarf on his head, only a Xiao Yao cloth. He stood beside the antique shelf. Using a cotton handkerchief, he leisurely wiped an exquisite porcelain bottle. The vase had a long neck and was as thin as a cicada's wing. When it was lightly tapped, it produced a pleasant sound. It was clearly an excellent collector's item. Next to him stood the Minister of Honor, Song Jixuan. From time to time, he would make a few comments, earning a pleased smile from Wu Sanci. At this time, the sound of boots approached from afar. The housekeeper quietly appeared at the door. Wu Sanci carefully placed the vase back on the shelf and turned to look at him. The housekeeper bowed and said, "Your Highness, the wife of Yang Fan's left minister of the Imperial Guards, Lady Xie, requests an audience with your Highness." Yang Fan's wife. Wu Sanci's brows furrowed slightly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced a few steps in the hall and stood still. Shaking his head, he said, "Just say that this prince has a minor illness and will not see any guests." "Yes." The housekeeper acknowledged and turned to leave. Song Jixuan's eyes flashed. He lowered his head to think for a moment before following behind Wu Sanci. Cupping his hands, he said, "Your Highness, Yang Fan's wife must be here to beg your Highness to save her husband." Wu Sanci frowned slightly. Throwing the handkerchief on the small green jade table, he said in a deep voice, "This prince knows. It is precisely because this prince knows that I cannot see her. This is a major case of rebellion. The emperor is very concerned. Is this water something that can be waded into casually? As Wu Sanxi's trusted aide, Song Jixuan was one of the few people who knew that Yang Fan had once offered the Turkic spy, Yian, to Wu Sanxi. It was precisely because of Yi and that Wu Sanxi was able to overthrow Wu Chengxi and become the most prominent representative of the Wu clan. Therefore, Yang Fan had contributed greatly to him. However, Song Jixuan naturally couldn't directly say this matter and cause Wu Sanxi's face to turn ugly. Thus, he could only tactfully say, "Your Highness has always favored Yang Fan. Now that Yang Fan is in trouble, Your Highness is indifferent." If this were to spread out, it would not be good for Your Highness's reputation. It wasn't that Wu Sanxi hadn't considered the fact that Yang Fan had given Yi An as a greeting gift to him. However, he really didn't want to be implicated in the crime of treason. On second thought, this matter was only known to a few trusted aides. Even if they didn't act, it wouldn't affect his reputation. Thus, he still shook his head and didn't say anything. Song Jixuan smiled slightly and said, "This lowly official knows what Your Highness is worried about. In truth, Your Highness doesn't need to worry about this. Your Highness still needs to help with this matter. Even if it isn't to help Yang Fan, it is to help Your Highness yourself." "Oh." Wu Sanxi was slightly moved. He said, "This prince knows that you are intelligent and resourceful. How is it to help this prince? Tell me." Song Jixuan said, "If Your Highness doesn't want to be involved in this matter, then when you meet Lai Junshen, Your Highness doesn't need to say it so clearly. You only need to use words to point him out and let him know that Your Highness is very concerned about Yang Fan's matter. Then he will have to act with some caution. In the future, if Yang Fan's innocence is proven, then it will be Your Highness's contribution. If Yang Fan can't be clear to the crime, Your Highness can be considered to be a loyal and righteous person and won't let others talk behind his back. But this point isn't considered important. The most important thing is that the prime ministers, with the exception of Li Zhaoda, are now all dead. A large number of officials from the 6 ministries and below have also been arrested. Lai Junshen is like a mad dog that randomly bites people. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court are in a state of panic. This is a good opportunity for Your Highness to recruit people. Yin Zhaowang is using 1,000 gold to buy a horse's bone. Can't Your Highness save Yang Fan? If Your Highness makes a slight gesture, regardless of whether or not you can save Yang Fan, as long as you make this gesture, to those officials who are in a hurry to find a big tree to shelter them from the wind and rain, you'll be a wise ruler that they can pledge their loyalty to." Wu Sanxi came to his senses and lightly nodded his head. Song Jixuan said, "Your Highness should go to the censorate. Not only should you should go with great fanfare. Let everyone know that Your Highness has been to the censorate. When you go to the censorate, Your Highness doesn't need to directly say anything about protecting Yang Fan. Lai Junshen is an intelligent person. With a little nudge, he will naturally understand. In this way, if Yang Fan is safe, it will be Your Highness's merit. If something happens to Yang Fan, what does it have to do with Your Highness?" Wu Sanxi chuckled and relaxed his brows. He said, "I understand. Pick it up heavily and put it down gently. Not bad. Should I call someone to chase after Yang Fan's wife and tell her?" Song Jixuan said, "That won't be necessary. Your Highness's action is for the world to see. So what if Madame Xie doesn't know? If Yang Fan can be released from prison and knows that Your Highness has been there, he will owe Your Highness a favor. If he is doomed, what use is this favor?" Wu Sanxi laughed loudly and pointed at Song Jixuan. He said, You really are a devil." Wu Sanxi turned around with a face full of smiles. He shouted outside, "Guards, help this prince change clothes. Prepare the ceremonial guards of a prince. This prince wants to go to the censorate." The continuous rain disturbed one's thoughts. Listening to the pitter-patter of water, it made one want to sleep. Princess Taiping had worked hard for Yang Fan's matter for the past 2 days and was really tired. Therefore, after her afternoon nap, she woke up at this time. Inside the boudoir, it was elegant and magnificent. The dressing table, the small table, the silk curtain, and the embroidered pillow were all exquisite and beautiful. There was an incense burner on the table, which was burning with calming incense. Princess Taiping got up. She was wearing a fine silk nightgown. Her beautiful feet were bare as she stepped on the soft snow-white carpet. She leisurely walked to the dressing table and sat down. Her gown tightened, and she bent her body to sit down. Her slender waist bent, revealing her round buttocks. Her posture was graceful. A woman with a lazy expression and a charming appearance appeared in the bronze mirror. Her spring clothes were loose, her fragrant shoulders were exposed, and the tender and tall breasts on her chest formed a deep and seductive ravine. Her plump and smooth skin complemented her alluring curves, and she revealed a mature and elegant charm. Hearing the sound, two personal maids came in and combed her long hair, preparing to tie it up with a hairpin. Her beautiful face in the mirror gently opened her cherry lips and said, "What news?" One of the maids answered, "The censorate sent news that Shui Huai went there and made a scene." The little lass was very eloquent. She vividly recounted the incident of Shui Huai, causing a ruckus in the council from beginning to end, as if she was there at the scene. She said it word for word, as if she knew all the details like the back of her hand. Princess Taiping smiled, revealing a smile that could turn all living things upside down in the mirror. "All right, with Monk Shui's disturbance, he will at least be safe for the time being. Well, give him the rest of the title deed, and add another 100 mu. Tell him that he is diligent, so I am very happy. Tell him to continue to look after it. I will reward him in the future." "Yes." The maid answered and tied up her long black hair. Princess Taiping sat still and thought for a while before asking, "Has Su Yugong returned to the capital?" The maid said, "Su Yugong came back in the morning. He sent someone to tell me that he went to hand over the case, and then came to pay a visit." Princess Taiping bit her tender and beautiful red lips and snorted softly from her nose. Su Yugong was now the imperial censor of the imperial envoy station and was Lai Junshin's subordinate. However, this prosecutor, who was a few ranks lower than Lai Junshin, had the ability to challenge Lai Junshin. Princess Taiping urgently asked him to return to the capital because she needed him for something important. This person was strongly recommended by her, so he was indebted to her. If Taiping had something to entrust to him, as long as it did not violate the national law, he would definitely agree to it. Although he had received Taiping's great kindness, he was not the kind of person who would blindly follow Taiping's orders, who would listen to his advice, who would boast that he was under Taiping's tutelage. Taiping told him to put down the case on that side and immediately return to the capital, but in the end he waited until the case on that side was closed before he returned. For him to come back so quickly, it seemed that he had sped up the speed of the case. However, the first thing he did after returning to the capital was to hand over the case, which inevitably made Taiping unhappy. It was just that this person's temperament was like this. Public affairs were public affairs, and private affairs were private affairs. Public affairs must be placed before private affairs. Taiping already knew his character. Since he did not cause any delay, then it was fine. Although Taiping's heart was in love with Yang Fan, she was an extremely calm person. This kind of temperament was somewhat similar to the young Wu Zetian. The more critical the moment, the calmer and more frightening she became. When Yang Fan was imprisoned, she was not in a hurry to save him, nor was she in a panic. As soon as she heard that it was a crime of rebellion and that the emperor already knew about it, she knew that if she could not get past the emperor, no matter who it was, they would not be able to save Yang Fan. Therefore, the first thing Princess Taiping did was to spare no expense to save Yang Fan's life. Money makes the devil turn millstones. What were the people who gathered around Lai Junshin for? Wasn't it for profit? She could not ask them to betray because they did not have enough bargaining chips to make them betray. As long as there was enough money, this kind of person could be easily killed. The second thing Taiping did was to obtain the crime of Yang Fan's rebellion. She wanted to know if Yang Fan had really participated in the rebellion. She wanted to know what evidence Lai Junshin had. She wanted to know what crimes were laid out for Yang Fan. What was tied to Yang Fan's body was not shackles or ropes. Instead, it was a list of crimes that would put him to death. She already knew all of this. Next, it was time to clear Yang Fan's name. This was the most troublesome step. She had to act carefully and plan carefully. If she failed at the last step, then that little enemy would not be able to come out alive. Taiping gazed at that tender and charming face in the mirror. Just as she was pondering quietly, the steward of the Princess Fu, Zhou Min, tiptoed in. When she came near her, she said in a low voice, "Princess, the left minister of the Imperial Guards, Yang Fan's first wife, Madame Xie, requests an audience." Huh? Taiping came to her senses. When she heard the word first wife, she felt very uncomfortable. Xie Xiaoman didn't need to think to know why she wanted to see her. Princess Taiping's jade-like face turned cold. She said coldly, "I won't see her." Zhoumin agreed. When she was about to leave, Taiping suddenly called out to her. After thinking for a moment, the charming face in the mirror revealed a trace of slyness and pride. Princess Taiping said lightly, "Tell her that there is no need to go around asking for help. It's not that I don't want to help. In fact, Yang Fan's case is irrefutable. No one can save him. Tell her to make arrangements for Yang Fan's funeral." Chapter 348. Lai Junshan sat with a gloomy expression on his face. Wei Suizhong stood solemnly to the side, occasionally glancing at Lai Junshan. He was too timid to say anything. After a long time, Lai Junshan let out a long sigh and said, "Go do what you need to do." Wei Suizhong felt as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly replied, "This lowly one obeys." He had only taken 2 steps when he stopped and said hesitantly, "Lieutenant Minister, then this matter," Lai Junshan said, "that boorish Xue Huai has always been domineering. He treats everyone the same way. Even the current Prime Minister, Li Zhaoda, suffered a beating from him. He came to our doorstep, but he returned in defeat. King Liang's appearance is a bit unexpected. I really don't know what this Yang Fan did to make these two stand up for him." Wei Suizhong didn't say anything. Lai Junshan clenched his teeth and smiled. "This is beyond my expectations. This bone is indeed difficult to chew. However, it will be even more flavorful this way." Wei Suizhong's expression changed. He hurriedly asked, "Lieutenant Minister, do you have an idea?" Lai Junshan glared at him. "Like how I have an idea. Do you really think I can disregard everything and slap Xue Huai and Wu Sanxi's faces?" Lai Junshan sighed. "Let him live for a while longer. Once his crimes are confirmed and the emperor decrees his execution, I want to see who will save him then." Finished speaking, Lai Junshan glared at Wei Suizhong and said, "That old bastardly Yu Dao still hasn't confessed? Put in more effort and force out a confession from him. Make sure that it matches perfectly with Pei Xuanli's confession. Have our eyes and ears scattered all over the country provide some relevant evidence based on this confession. The evidence must be overwhelming and closely linked." "Understood," Wei Suizhong hurriedly replied. Lai Junshan then said, "Interrogate Yang Fan again. Ask him who gave him those shops. Make sure to ascertain the identity of the person who gave them to him." Lai Junshan sneered. "Those who show courtesy must have a request. I believe that the person who sent the generous gift to Yang Fan must have a favor to ask of him, and the matter that he entrusted to him must be something shady. To send a generous gift to a Lang general, I believe that person doesn't have a powerful background. Once they interrogate him, they will be labeled as accomplices, and the evidence of Yang Fan's treason will be even more conclusive." "Yes, this lowly officer will do it right away," Wei Suizhong replied and hurriedly left. In the narrow passageway between the 2 government offices, the limping Zhang Lilei bumped into Wei Suizhong, who was walking towards him. The usually expressionless coffin face actually revealed a hint of a smile. "Imperial Censor Wei." Wei Suizhong stopped in his tracks and said, "Oh, it's Jia Duan. The Yamen is a little chaotic these few days. We have to keep a close eye on the prison and not let anything slip. I will rearrange the patrols and defense. Come to my detention room in an hour." "All right, this lowly officer will be there in a moment," Zhang Lilei replied and stretched out his sleeves. Wei Suizhong raised his hand and caught it. It seemed as if their sleeves had only touched for a moment, and then a roll of items was already in Wei Suizhong's hands. Zhang Lilei's voice suddenly became a little lower. The customer is very satisfied. He will give you an additional 100 mu of superior farmland as a token of gratitude. Wei Suizhong couldn't help but smile when he heard this. This person is very good at handling matters, and he is also very generous. Just who is he? I'm starting to get a little curious. Zhang Lilei said, Imperial Censor Wei, I am only in charge of delivering messages, so I don't know about these things. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to say anything. This is our rule. Wei Suizhong chuckled and said, I was just asking. Zhang Lilei laughed and said, Master Shui has come to cause a ruckus, and King Liang has come to make a show of force. What plans does Deputy Minister have? Wei Suizhong's expression suddenly darkened. He said solemnly, Jia Duan, I only promise that one thing. I will ignore everything else. If anyone wants information, please find another way. Zhang Lilei said, Fine. If you don't want this money, then forget it. I will think of another way. I still need you to continue to look after that person. They said that as long as you work hard, they will reward you handsomely. Wei Suizhong nodded and brushed past Zhang Lilei. Even if one was as clean as water, one could not escape being as slippery as oil. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, the censorate yard, which was feared by everyone, had long formed an inseparable network of relationships. Xiaoman had been running around for the whole day. When she returned home, her body felt like it was falling apart. Her body was exhausted, and her mind was haggard. She was about to collapse. Third Lady and Tao Mei were frightened when they saw their madam's drenched clothes and pale face, as if she had contracted a serious illness. The two of them quickly helped Xiaoman change her clothes and boiled some water for her bathe. Xiaoman seemed to have lost her soul. She didn't say a word and let them do whatever they wanted. After bathing, she changed into a clean and soft gown. Sanjier helped her to sit down at the table. Tao Mei brought her some light and delicious side dishes, the glutinous and delicious fragrant rice porridge. Xiaoman picked it up and ate a mouthful. She felt her throat was swollen and painful. It was difficult to swallow. How could she eat? She had no choice but to put down the bowl. Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao went to the Council of Hell early in the morning to deliver food to Yang Fan, but they had no way to see him. Chu Kuanga vaguely remembered that there was a comrade who worked in the Council of Hell. Unfortunately, after asking around, that person was no longer working here. Even so, the bailiffs of the Council of Hell knew his identity and were still polite to him. Chu Kuanga asked around and only knew that Yang Fan was still alive. As for the details, he didn't know. When Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao came back, Xiaoman was still running around outside. Now that the situation was tense, the military was the strictest. No one was allowed to leave, let alone spend the night outside. It took a lot of effort for Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao to ask for leave. The two of them waited for a while and didn't see Xiaoman come back. They were in a hurry to return to the barracks, so they had to give some ideas to Qinshou. They also said that they would try their best to find a way to come back and discuss with her. They told her not to worry too much and fall down again. Ma Qiao wasn't as knowledgeable as Chu Kuanga, so he couldn't get a word in on these things. But he was always thinking about not letting Yang Fan go hungry, so he repeatedly told the servants in Yang Fan's house to not forget to send 3 meals a day on time. At this time, when the wind was blowing and the crane was in a state of panic, others were afraid to avoid people who were accused of treason. Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao came to visit her without avoiding suspicion and gave her advice. It was enough to show that they were very righteous, and Xiaoman was very grateful to them. But with their abilities, the role they could play in such a big case was almost zero. Xiaoman didn't have any hope for them in this regard. Princess Taiping's words really scared her out of her wits. She didn't even know how she came back. After listening to Princess Taiping's words, thinking of King Liang's reaction and Shui Huai's expression, Xiaoman was completely disappointed. In her opinion, Princess Taiping had no reason to lie to her. If even the dignified princess had made such an assertion, wouldn't her Lang Jun be dead for sure? Xiaoman thought, and tears of sadness slid down her cheeks. What else would she do now? Who else in the world could save her Lang Jun from this disaster? Meow. When Qian meowed softly, jumped on a Xiao Man's knees, and snuggled into her arms. The long-faced Arhut walked over slowly without saying a word. He just wagged his tail and lay down in front of her knees. Xiao Man hugged Qian and gently stroked its fur. She thought about how this was a gift from her Langjun. She thought about all the things that had happened between her and Yang Fan since they got to know each other. She thought about their experiences as strangers, as opponents, as friends, and as husband and wife. She thought about the night when she fell asleep peacefully in Yang Fan's arms. Her heart was about to break. It was late at night, but the light in Xiao Man's room was still on. Chen Shou walked over, looked at the light on the window, sighed softly, and turned back. After something happened to Yang Fan, he informed Zhao Yu immediately. Zhao Yu immediately mobilized the hidden sex forces in the capital and concealed all the people who might be involved. Subsequently, Zhao Yu also used his power to start understanding Yang Fan's situation. When he heard that the 16 shops gifted to Yang Fan had become one of the evidence of Yang Fan's rebellion, he couldn't help but be surprised. It wasn't that he wasn't thorough enough. The 16 shops gifted to Yang Fan wasn't presented at Yang Fan's wedding to show off. Instead, it was presented by Chen Shou after the wedding, and it was very secretive. Yang Fan was a military general and didn't involve himself in court politics. Even if this matter was spread in the streets, it was unlikely that those high-ranking officials would know. Even if they knew, it wouldn't matter. Why would anyone investigate him for no reason? Furthermore, this Lang Jiang was a member of the Wu clan's most prominent branch. He was a favored person of the emperor and had many connections and backgrounds. Those in the bureaucracy would not rashly try to figure out the roots of such a complicated character. If it wasn't for this major case of rebellion that happened to involve Yang Fan, Zhao Yu's generous gift wouldn't have caused any trouble. Who knew, Sai? It was possible to overlook it, but how could they have forgotten that the Empress's court would have a case of rebellion every now and then? Even if Zhao Yu stepped forward to prove that he was the one who gifted the shops, he wouldn't be able to prove that Yang Fan wasn't a rebel. Official C, Pei Xuanli, had already confessed and admitted that Yang Fan was his accomplice. Furthermore, he only confessed that Li Yu Dao had bribed Yang Fan with a large sum of money, but he didn't specify that it was these 16 shops. Even if Zhao Yu jumped out, he would only be getting himself into trouble. Moreover, even if this method was feasible, he wouldn't step forward bravely. They didn't have that kind of friendship to sacrifice themselves for others. Zhao Yu also wanted to rescue Yang Fan from prison, but the hidden sex influence in Luoyang was already rather weak, and their influence in the court was especially weak. Now that Xue Huai and Wu Sansi had already made their moves, if these two couldn't do it, what could he do even if he did everything he could? Zhao Yu could only continue to understand the progress of Yang Fan's case while writing down the details of this matter and getting someone to report it to Shinmu and Chang. Xiao Man sat there in a daze for half the night while Tao Mei and Third Lady kept her company. The two lasses were still young after all, and they were so sleepy that they couldn't sit still and were chased away by Xiao Man to sleep. Xiao Man grieved for a long time before she sorted out her emotions and started thinking about how to rescue her husband. After thinking about it for a long time, she could only place her last hope on Wan Er. She believed that Wan Er was trying to think of a way, but did Wan Er have a way? Xiao Man had no idea. She had to see Wan Er, but she no longer had the authority to enter and exit the palace. How could she see Wan Er, who was in the imperial palace? After a long time, Xiao Man finally thought of a method. She didn't know if this method would work, but even if there was only a trace of hope, she had to try. In the dark night, she began to look forward to dawn. The night was dark, and the night that Tin Ano had been looking forward to finally arrived. Before she became a Buddhist nun, she had already thrown away some of the little toys that she brought along with her when she went to the capital. But when she reached this stage, although she couldn't just pick leaves and flowers to hurt people, she had already reached the stage where there was nothing that couldn't be used as a killing weapon. The Buddhist robe was originally gray, and after tying it up properly, it would be convenient for her to move. On her head, she used the lining of the monk's robe to make a simple hood. As for weapons, there was only a piece of rope and a candlestick. That was enough. Although Yang Fan had broken her heart, when she heard that Yang Fan was in trouble, the only thing that Anu could think of was to immediately save him. That night, she was no longer the little lotus nun who had cut off all her worries and accompanied the ancient Buddha with a wooden fish and a clear lamp. That night, she was still herself, and she was still Tin Ano. Only for one person, Tin Ano, who would spend her whole life praying for his safety to the ends of the earth. Chapter 349. That night, the sky was still gloomy and there were sporadic raindrops. The heat was about to pass and autumn was coming, but the rain suddenly became heavier. Recently, the Yi River and Luo River's water level had risen. Luoyang Prefecture had already sent people to patrol both sides of the river to prevent the water from overflowing. In the past, there was an incident where the water overflowed into the palace. With the communication capabilities of this era, it was impossible to send people upstream to warn them in time. Once the water came, it would be 100 times faster than them. Luoyang Prefecture had to take precautions and piled up a large number of sandbags along the river at the side of the palace to prevent any accidents. Although the rain was not heavy, the continuous rain caused a large amount of water to accumulate on the ground. Other than the iconic Ding Ding Street, the other streets in Luoyang were made of yellow soil. After being drenched by the rain, the streets became muddy, especially some alleys which were muddy and slippery. It was difficult to pass during the day. Therefore, most of the patrolling Marquis Wu were lazy and did not come out at night. With Tin Ano's skills, even if Marquis Wu and the others patrolled seriously, she could still climb roofs and vault over walls. At this moment, there were not many patrolling Marquis Wu, and Anu was like a fish in the water. Tin Ano knew where the sensory courtyard was. In order to assassinate the emperor, she had carefully studied the layout of the entire palace. She had even thought of using the censorate yard as a springboard to enter the imperial palace through the palace walls. Later, the young master arranged a spy for her in the imperial palace, so that she had a more convenient way to enter, so she gave up on this idea. In the past, Tin Ano saw young Master Jiang as her master and the only person who could control her. As long as she obeyed and executed, she would never question young master's decisions. Therefore, she never questioned any of young master's arrangements. But now it was different. Some problems that she had neglected in the past started to raise suspicions in her heart. That day when she tried to assassinate Empress Wu, the key to her failure was that she did not know that Empress Wu's last line of defense came from the two female guards by her side. They were actually the two little palace maids who fanned Empress Wu. However, the existence of the Plum Blossom Inner Guards wasn't an absolute secret. Although the outside world didn't know much about them, from what Anu had learned, the important figures in the palace knew about them. Young Master arranged for her to sneak into the palace secretly, and there was a general of the Imperial Army secretly receiving her. This general of the Imperial Army was in charge of the safety of a large area, so his position must not be low. How could he not know that the palace maid with the fan beside the emperor was her female bodyguard? Young Master wanted to assassinate Empress Wu. How big of a deal was this? He knew everything beforehand like the back of his hand. He even knew how many secret guards were arranged by Empress Wu's side. However, he had left out these two most crucial but not absolutely secret people. Was this intentional or unintentional? Does young Master really want to assassinate Empress Wu? Or does he have other motives? Although these questions had been raised, there was no need for her to find out more. Tin Ano had already disappeared from this world. She was now a nun in the Tranquil sect who had severed her ties with the mortal world. What was the use of knowing about these things? However, this nun of the Tranquil Lotus sect who had severed her ties with the mortal world was now dressed as an assassin. Moreover, it was a very unusual assassin. She didn't carry a sword at her waist, but a copper candlestick. This unusual female assassin leaped up the high wall. Her movement when she leaped up was very strange. It was as if she slid up the wall. Once she reached the top of the wall, she stuck to it and didn't jump higher. After pausing for a moment to see what was going on inside the wall clearly, she slid down like water. Tin Ano stood quietly at the bottom of the wall for a moment. After seeing the situation in the courtyard clearly, he flew over. Relying on the corridors, the corners of the walls, the bushes of flowers, and the pillars of the hall, he moved forward quickly and cleverly. She had seen the map of the Council of Censorites. Although this was not her target, and she couldn't remember it clearly now, she still had a general idea of the layout. She knew where the prison was. Soon, she came to the entrance of the prison. Two pale lanterns swayed gently in the wind. On both sides of the courtyard stood two servants who guarded the prison. Each of them held a knife and leaned against the doorpost, as if they were dozing off. The walls of the prison were very thick. There were no doors or windows, only rows of small air vents. This was the only entrance and exit. There was a corridor in front of the prison gate area. There was a door in the corridor, which could only be opened to enter the real prison area. There was also an iron gate outside. The iron gate was built in a house, and the door of the house was guarded by the two servants. Anu glanced to the left and right. There was no one. She listened carefully, but she didn't hear any sound. Her hand quietly reached her waist. On her waist, there was a candlestick. The candlestick was made of brass. It was solid and had a circle of thread from thick to thin, about the width of a palm. There was a circle of brass cast handle. In fact, it was a circle that was curved upwards to hold the candle tiers. Above the candlestick, there was still a spiral steel pillar. Until it was about a finger's length from the top, it was sharp and smooth. The whole candlestick was only about a foot high. If the top part of the brass handguard was extended twice, and all the threads became sharp and smooth, it would be a sword. The guard Tang Mao, who was leaning against the doorpost on the right, closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. At this moment, he yawned and opened his eyes slightly, as if he saw something. The opposite house stood quietly, and the shadow of a lamp was projected on the ground about 5 feet in front of him. That's right. It was light and shadow. Between the light and shadow, there seemed to be something flashing. If there was such a zoomed-in, slow-motion scene, a small caterpillar would pass through the stamen of the flower, and the breeze raised by its wings would blow the pollen on the stamen. The pollen would float up like fireworks, and it would be so beautiful that it would be intoxicating. What was the most easily neglected at this time? That's right, it was that caterpillar's high-frequency vibration of up to 1,000 times per second. When Tang Mao opened his eyes and saw the scenery in front of him, he ignored Tin Ano's strange figure. He only saw a flash of light and shadow, and then a sudden pain in his heart. It was just a moment, and although it was intense, it disappeared very quickly. It was so fast that just as he felt the pain disappeared. Then he saw a figure standing in front of him, with his back facing him, his right hand pulling something out of his companion's chest. The person pulled out a very strange weapon and turned to look at him. The lamp was high up, so Tang Mao could not see the person's face clearly. He only felt that the person's eyes were very bright. Then, the man pushed open the door and walked in confidently. The light shone on the person's back. Tang Mao leaned against the doorpost and looked at the person's back. Anu's clothes were very loose. Although her hands, feet, waist, and other important parts were tied up to make it easier to move, the whole robe was very loose, so the lines of her body could not be seen at all. But with just a glance, Tang Mao felt that there was a kind of liveliness and agility, as if she was about to fly, flowing through the sleeves of her robe. This person must be a woman. Her figure must be very... Tang Mao's consciousness froze here. He died. The bell and drum on the gate of heaven sounded, and a new day had begun. The sky that had been quiet for a night began to rain again, as if the heavens were just taking a breather, and, after resting enough, they would continue to pour the rain. Fortunately, these few days were not as torrential as the previous day, so the possibility of the Luo River flooding was not too high. It was just that the prices of rice, flour, oil, salt, vegetables, and fruits on the market had risen due to the inconvenience of transportation. On such a rainy day, the common people still had to go out to work, and the peddlers still had to open their businesses. Regardless of the storm in the court or the storm in the sky, nothing could stop them from making a living. Food had to be eaten. There was a very well-dressed and pretty woman. She was holding a lotus umbrella with a picture of a fish playing with a lotus. In her arms was an expensive raccoon, and she was leading two young maidservants in green as they slowly walked in the rain. Her face was a little pale, but her footsteps were slow and leisurely, as if she was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. The passers-by who were in a hurry couldn't help but cast surprised glances at her. Palace, Changle Gate. Xiao Man held a lotus umbrella and stood at the palace gate. The deputy general guarding the city stood in front of her with a difficult expression. Sied away. Ew, this is making things too difficult for me. His Majesty has been living in seclusion recently, and the court meetings have all been stopped. Unless it is an important matter or an official above the rank of assistant minister asks to see him, he will not see anyone. The commandant is no longer an official of the court and has no duties in the palace. How can I make an exception? Xiao Man smiled faintly and said calmly, Brother Fu, of course Xiao Man won't make things difficult for you. I only ask Brother Fu to help Xiao Man. If His Majesty is not willing to see Xiao Man will naturally leave. The deputy general guarding Changle Gate was called Fu Chun. When Xiao Man was a palace guard, they had a small friendship. Now that Xiao Man had come to ask for help, Fu Chun really wanted to make things easier for her, but he really didn't dare to overstep his authority. Fu Chun said awkwardly, Xie Wei, the emperor has already issued an edict. If I go to report it, wouldn't I be violating it knowingly? Moreover, if I break this rule, won't all the palace guards have to go in and report to the emperor if they want to see him? Won't that annoy the emperor? Xiao Man said lightly, Brother Fu, Xiao Man's situation is different from others. Xiao Man's husband is the Yulin General of the Imperial Guard, a fifth-rank official of the court. Xiao Man is a noble woman, and as a noble woman, I am asking to see His Majesty, not a court official. In His Majesty's edict, did it say that the noble women of the Ming dynasty will not be seen? Fu Chen grinned and thought, Miss Xiao Man is quibbling. Does the emperor have to think of all possibilities when he gives the edict? Just one sentence. Unless it's an important matter or an official above the level of assistant minister, I will not see anyone is enough to explain the problem. But if she is really serious about this loophole is indeed. Xiao Man said again. Also, Xiao Man is not here for national affairs, but to thank His Majesty for a private matter. Therefore, Xiao Man's request for an audience is not prohibited by His Majesty. Fu Chun was startled. Sied Wei, what matter do you need to thank him for? A sweet smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Man's mouth. But in Fu Chen's eyes, he didn't know why, but he only saw a touch of bitterness and a kind of desolation. Xiao Man said, I want to thank the emperor for giving Xiao Man such a good husband. His Majesty is Xiao Man's matchmaker. Do you think this is considered a private matter? Fu Chun looked at Xiao Man in shock, but he couldn't see a trace of mockery on her face. She spoke very seriously, and her originally pale and haggard face suddenly bloomed with happiness, satisfaction, and sweetness following her words. Okay, wait, I'll go right now. Fu Chun was intimidated by the strange light on Xiao Man's face and couldn't help but agree, turning around and walking into the palace. At this time, there was another person in the distance, walking over cowardly. Chapter 350. The third young master of the Di family, Di Guangzhou, timidly walked to the front of the palace and hesitantly looked at the pitch-black city gate as if it was a prehistoric beast that would swallow him alive the moment he walked over. He did not bring any rain gear, and his robe was already drenched in the rain, making him look somewhat disheveled. Di Guangzhou hesitated for a long time before hesitantly moving forward. He was slightly surprised to see a young woman holding an umbrella and wearing the uniform of a noblewoman. However, he only stole a glance before turning to the palace gate. A guard went up to him and asked sternly, Who are you? When Di Renjia's robes were sent home, his family was at a loss. When they heard the news from the servant who delivered the meal, they knew that Di Renjia was a thrifty person, so they thought that he was worried about the court clothes. They wanted to follow his instructions and clean the court clothes so that they could bring a few more sets of clothes when they deliver the meal tomorrow. However, Miss Chan Wan, who was serving Di Renjia, became suspicious. Ever since Di Renjia had been captured and imprisoned, his family had not seen him at all. They had no way of knowing what was going on inside and had no way of making the appropriate rescue measures. What kind of situation was this? Once the evidence was confirmed, he would be beheaded. It was true that Di Gongzi was a thrifty person, but he would not go so far as to pity a piece of clothing at this time, right? The more Chanwan thought about it, the more suspicious she felt. She took the initiative to clean the court robe. Then, she carefully checked the robe from top to bottom, not letting go of a single inch. Finally, she found the blood letter that Di Renja had hidden. Since there was a blood letter, he could cry out for justice. Of course, the Di family would not be so stupid as to bring the blood letter to the Luoyang Prefecture, the Supreme Court, or even the Imperial Censorate. This blood letter had to be sent directly to the Emperor to have a chance of survival. However, who was going to deliver this blood letter? One of the Di family's eldest and second sons was an official in another city and had yet to return. The other had also been implicated and imprisoned. The only male descendant was the third son, Di Guangzhou. Although Di Guangzhou was greedy and lustful, he still had feelings for his father, brother, and family. Furthermore, even if it wasn't for the sake of family, if his father and brother were convicted, his future would be over. This was for the lives of his father and brother, and also for his own future. No matter what, he had to fight for it. Di Guangzhou clenched his teeth, picked up the bloody letter, and ran towards the palace. But now that he was here, he couldn't help but feel afraid. After hesitating for a long time, he gathered up his courage and walked over. When the guard asked, Di Guangzhou hurriedly saluted and said, "I am Guangzhou, the son of the assistant minister of the prefectural official, Duke Di of the Phoenix Court. My father is innocent and was imprisoned unjustly. I am here to avenge my father to the sage." The imperial bodyguard glared at him and shouted, "If you have any injustice, you could go to the Supreme Court, the Censorate, the Ministry of Justice. A sage is not a judge. How would he have the time to go to court and ask questions? Mind your own business. Go away, go away, go away." Di Guangzhou hurriedly said, "My father is the current prime minister. The prime minister has been wronged, and this is a serious matter. I'm afraid that even the three-law division will not be able to resolve this case. I believe that the sage is very concerned about this case. I'll have to trouble you to report this to Guangzhou. Perhaps the sage will be willing to see me." Go away, go away. You really can think. Who will bear such a big responsibility for you? If I offend the sage, will you bear it for me? Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I'll arrest you and hand you over to the Luoyang government for punishment." Di Guangzhou was shocked. He didn't want to leave, but he also didn't dare to stay. While he was hesitating, Xiao Man heard the conversation between him and the imperial bodyguard. She walked over and said, "This Lang Jun, are you the third young master of the Di family?" The imperial bodyguard still wanted to scold him, but suddenly saw Xiao Man rushing over. He hurriedly stopped and lightly took 2 steps back. Xiao Man was originally one of the female imperial bodyguards in the palace. She often went in and out of the palace, so of course the imperial bodyguard knew her. Di Guangzhou saw this beautiful young woman in the palace dress asking him a question. He couldn't help but be confused and said, "Yes, it is me, madam, is? You come." Xiao Man called out to him, turned around, and walked a few steps away. Di Guangzhou hurriedly rushed to follow. Xiao Man walked to a secluded place and stood still. She said to Di Guangzhou, "Do you have any evidence to complain about Duke Di's injustice?" Seeing Di Guangzhou's hesitant expression, Xiao Man hurriedly said, "I am the wife of the Yulin Forest's left officer Yang Fan. My husband was also imprisoned because he was wronged. I came here to complain to the emperor. Third young master can believe me." Di Guangzhou looked at her up and down and said, "So it is Madame Yang. I have also heard about Yang Lang Zhang's matter. I believe you." Xiao Man said, "Now that the palace is strictly guarded, you can't enter easily. You openly complain about your father. These soldiers are not willing to meddle, and they are also afraid of offending the imperial censorate. They definitely won't be willing to report for you. If you trust me, if you have any complaints or things you want to say, why don't you tell me? I will send them to the emperor for you." Di Guangzhou hesitated and said, "This, Madame Yang, this matter is very important. Are you sure you can see the emperor?" Xiaoman smiled slightly and said with certainty, "Of course." Xiaoman's expression moved Di Guangzhou. Perhaps in his heart, the bloodletter was a hot potato. He couldn't throw it away, but he couldn't keep it either. Now that someone was willing to take it, he couldn't wait to quickly hand over this responsibility. Di Guangzhou lowered his voice and said, "Madame Yang, my father wrote a letter in blood in prison. He hid it in a change of robe and sent it home. I found this letter in blood and wanted to go to the palace to complain." Xiaoman's eyes lit up and said, "Is young master willing to give this letter in blood to me?" Di Guangzhou hurriedly said, "Thank you, Madame Yang." He glanced left and right and sneakily took out a folded piece of cloth from his sleeve. It was inconvenient for Xiaoman to look at it in detail in front of the palace gate. She hurriedly took it and put it into her sleeve. After the letter in blood was put into her sleeve, Xiaoman's heart felt a bit more at ease. Xue Huai returned in failure. Wu Sanxi refused to show up, and Princess Taiping also said that Yang Fan would die. The last hope in Xiaoman's heart was only Shanghai Wanner. However, if it was just to ask what Shanghai Wanner did and whether she could save Yang Fan, there was no need for her to insist on going to the palace. Xiaoman came today because she knew the background of Shanghai Wanner. Xiaoman didn't dare to say that she completely understood Shanghai Wanner, but she had a general idea. After all, she was not only a female guard in front of the emperor, but also a good sister of Shanghai Wanner for more than a year. Shanghai Wanner had a high status and power, but her power was mainly in the palace. In the palace, she and Wei Tuaner each occupied half of the palace. Wanner's power was relatively greater, but her power was limited to this and almost never left the palace. Wanner had no ambition. She only wanted to ensure her own safety by making connections and recruiting confidants. Her power came from the emperor, and her safety also depended on the emperor, so she paid great attention to making friends with people in the palace. Almost no one in the court was under her command. Most of the foreign officials she made friends with were scribes. They gathered together to talk about romance, songs, and essays. At this time, their help was very limited. Xiaoman felt that Wanner's greatest ability was that she served the emperor, so it was convenient for her to speak. If she wanted to speak, she needed an opportunity. It was not good to mention it rashly, or it would inevitably arouse the emperor's suspicion. So she came this time to help Shanghai Wanner create an opportunity to speak. She also wrote a letter in blood, which was a suicide letter. If the emperor was willing to see her, she would go to the emperor to complain. It would be best if she could move the emperor. If not, Sister Wanner could also take the opportunity to speak for her, and her Langjun might have a chance to live. If the emperor did not want to see her, she would commit suicide in front of the palace. It was unprecedented for a woman of the court to commit suicide in front of the palace. It was enough to attract the attention of all parties. The letter in blood she hid would certainly be found by the emperor. Such a tragic act of complaining of injustice. No matter how hard the emperor's heart was, he should be moved, right? If not, Wanner could still use this matter to cleverly exert influence on the emperor. This was the only way Xiaoman could think of. She wanted to use her own life to exchange for a chance to live for her Langjun. Unexpectedly, Di Guangzhou brought Di Renji's letter in blood. Xiaoman was very happy. With the Prime Minister's letter in blood, there must be a little more hope. On Lichuan Terrace, Wu Zetian walked slowly along the white jade railings, quietly admiring the flowers and plants under the thin rain. These days, Wu Zetian's mental and physical strength were not very good. It was not until today that she slightly recovered. Looking down the corridor, all kinds of rare and exotic flowers, such as pomegranate red, white phoenix, lantian jade, and jade green jade, were in bloom. The rain was like dew, condensing on the petals, appearing delicate and beautiful. Wu Zetian couldn't help but show a long-lost smile on her face. However, Shanghai Wanner, who accompanied her, frowned, faintly covered with a touch of worry. Like the curtain of rain in the distance, she seemed to have a lot on her mind. But every time Wu Zetian turned her head to talk to her, She had to quickly change her expression so that Wu Zetian wouldn't see through it. At this time, Fu Chun came to Lichuan Terrace. He whispered a few words to the little eunuch standing on the stone steps, and then he came over with the little eunuch. Wu Zetian focused on the fresh flowers in the garden and lightly asked, "What is it?" Fu Chun crossed his hands in salute and said, "Holy sage, today the wife of Yang Fan, the left minister of the Yulin Forest, is outside the palace gate asking for an audience." Wu Zetian thought for a moment and slowly said, "Is it Xiao Man?" She turned around and stared at Fu Chun, saying, "We have said that unless it is the most important matter of the country, or if an official above the rank of assistant minister asks for an audience, we will not see anyone. Why did you come to report?" Fu Chun bowed even deeper. Holy sage, Xie Dui said that she came this time not for national affairs, but for a private matter. Wu Zetian raised her eyebrows and slightly sneered, saying, "What private matter? Is it to plead on behalf of her rebellious husband? What kind of place does she think we are? Does she want us to go to court and interrogate her?" Fu Chun said in a low voice. Xie Dui said that the holy sage is her matchmaker. She thanked the holy sage for bestowing her with a good husband. Today, she is here to thank the matchmaker, and she has brought a matchmaker gift. Hearing this, Wan Er's eyes slightly flashed. She suddenly smiled and said, "This girl Xiao Man is quite interesting. She clearly wants to save her husband, but she still finds so many excuses. She wants to thank the matchmaker, and then she wants to give gifts. She really put in so much effort. Unfortunately, can her little tricks hide from the holy sage's pair of wise eyes? The holy sage will definitely not see her. Go tell her not to waste her efforts." Wait. Wu Zetian originally did not want to see her, but hearing Wan Er say this, she stopped Fu Chun and said, "Bring her to see me." Shanghai Wan Er put on a surprised expression and said, "Everyone." Wu Zetian faintly smiled and said, "This girl's intentions can't be hidden from me. However, I am very curious. What gift does she have for me, the big matchmaker, and what excuse does she have to absolve her husband? Let's go back to the hall and rest for a while. I will wait for her to come." Chapter 351. Everyone, the noblewoman Xianmuan awaits the decree outside the palace. "Summon her in." "As you command." Little C waved her horsetail whisk and turned to leave. Wan stood at Wu Zetian's side, looking at her face from top to bottom. The wrinkles on her face were especially obvious. Wan was very disappointed. She had accompanied the Heavenly Empress for 10 years and had seen the Heavenly Empress step by step towards glory. Once upon a time, she had worshipped this powerful woman. It was not that she wanted to imitate Wu Zetian, but rather that she had been conquered by Wu Zetian's powerful charisma, her shrewdness, her ability, and her unyielding personality. But now one gradually felt that the shrewdness and wisdom of the Empress had always been reflected in how she schemed against the people in the imperial harem, how she schemed against the ministers in the imperial court, how she slaughtered the members of the Li Tang imperial family, and how she eradicated the opposing forces step by step in an attempt to ascend the throne. Now, she had fulfilled her wish. But as she ascended to the throne and replaced Li Tang as the founding monarch of the Zhou dynasty, her shortcomings were gradually revealed. Her ability and wisdom were not enough to control an empire. Or perhaps she only had the ability to firmly grasp power in her own hands. This was the skill she was most proficient in. But was this all an emperor needed to do? For the country and the people, what had she done? Perhaps compared to many incompetent emperors in history, this empress had some achievements. But after Emperor Taizong and Emperor Gaozong laid the foundation, the empire should have entered its golden age, but now it was in a precarious situation. The emperors and ministers spent most of their energy on fighting for the throne, fighting for the capital of the country, and fighting for fame and fortune. Perhaps it was because Wu Zetian had walked step by step to where she was today, constantly harming and being harmed. Living like this for more than 40 years, it had already become a habit in her mind. She always thought that someone would harm her, and once discovered, she would resolutely eradicate them. Perhaps it was because she had become the emperor as a woman, creating an unprecedented situation. The resistance of the officials was stronger than any previous emperor had ever encountered, so she had to use even harsher methods to deal with them. Perhaps it was because of her old age that she lacked energy and brain power, causing her to frequently make stupid moves. In this aspect, many wise rulers of ancient times were similar to her in their later years. But no matter what reason she had, Wanner still felt disappointed with the current Wu Zetian. Xiaoman slowly walked in. She had been by Wu Zetian's side for many years. The majesty of the imperial palace and the aura of the emperor could not affect her. She walked in very calmly and bowed deeply to Wu Zetian. She said softly, "Madame Xie greets your majesty." Wu Zetian was just about to speak when she suddenly saw a civet cat in her arms. She couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Xiaoman, what are you holding in your arms?" Xiaoman bowed and said, "Your majesty is rich. Your wife has nothing to repay. Today I came to the palace to thank the matchmaker. Thinking that this kitten is very cute, I presented it to his majesty. When his majesty is bored with a kitten by his side, he could be more happy. Make his majesty happy and healthy." Wu Zetian smiled slightly and said, "You're quite considerate." She waved her hand, and Little Hai walked over and took the kitten from Xiaoman's hands. Thousand Wenxian was lying in Xiaoman's arms and was very comfortable taking a nap. When it was suddenly taken away, it made a displeased meow sound. Wu Zetian smiled and said, "This kitten is very cute. Come, give it to me." Little Hai quickly brought the civet cat in front of Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian received the cat with a smile and gently stroked its fur. She glanced at Xiaoman and said, "Xiaoman, did you come to see me today just to give this gift? Don't tell me. You don't have anything else to say?" Xiaoman calmly said, "Your majesty is wise. Your wife doesn't dare to conceal anything. Naturally, there are other things I want to say. However, something unexpected happened at the last minute. Your wife's words can be put aside for now. Your wife still has something here that I want your majesty to look at." As Xiaoman spoke, she put her hand into her sleeve. She had already been searched before entering the palace, so the guards in the palace did not stop her. They saw Xiaoman take out a handkerchief from her sleeve and raise it high above her head. Wu Zetian revealed a puzzled expression and gave Little Hai a look. Little Hai quickly walked over, took the handkerchief, and walked in front of Wu Zetian with small steps. Wu Zetian reached out to take the handkerchief, and the civet cat in her arms took the opportunity to jump onto the ground. It arched its back and took elegant steps, casually walking around the palace. What emperor, what authority! In its eyes, it couldn't feel anything. Wu Zetian opened the letter in blood. With just one glance, her expression changed. She silently finished reading the letter in blood, slowly raised her head, and said to Xiaoman, "How did this thing fall into your hands?" Xiaoman recounted how Di Renja had sent the letter in blood, how Di Renja's family had been blocked at the palace gate, and how she had agreed to complain in front of the emperor on his behalf. Then she knelt on both knees and said in a sobbing voice, "Your Majesty, your wife entered the palace today to first thank the matchmaker and second to complain. Your wife's complaint was originally only for my husband. All the secrets in this world can be hidden from others, but how can they be hidden from the person next to him? Your wife knows very well that my husband would never rebel, so I want your Majesty to investigate clearly and clear my husband's name. Now that I have received Prime Minister Di's letter in blood in front of the palace, from your wife's point of view, my husband is not the only one who has been wrongly imprisoned. Your Majesty governs the world, and the Prime Ministers are the pillars that help your Majesty govern the world. Your wife pleads with your Majesty to handle this case carefully. For the country, don't break the pillars. For your wife, don't break the backbone of the family. Your Majesty is wise." Xiaoman knelt on the ground and began to cry. Wu Zetian looked at the letter in blood and didn't say anything for a long time. The hall was quiet, and only Xiaoman's soft sobbing could be heard. The handwriting on the letter was very sloppy, and it was clearly written in a hurry. In addition to a big word wronged on it, it also wrote, "Your subject Di Renja is loyal to the country, loyal to the emperor, and has neither the intention nor the act of rebellion. Your subject is wronged. Your Majesty, Please investigate clearly. Wu Ziqian was very puzzled. Di Renjia had personally confessed to the crime, and now he wanted to cry out that he was wronged. What was his intention? Xiaoman knelt on the ground and kept crying. Wu Ziqian slowly raised her head, glanced at her, and said, "Wan take Xiaoman to rest first." Xiaoman refused to get up and cried, "Your Majesty." Wu Ziqian gently said, "I will handle this case fairly. You can leave now." Shangwan Wan'er gave Xiaoman a look, and Xiaoman got up, bowed to Wu Ziqian, and then left with Shanghai Wan'er. Wu Ziqian held the letter in blood, and her heart was in turmoil. What is going on? Is there something else? After pondering for a long time, Wu Ziqian slowly ordered Xiaohai, "Yes, Your Majesty. Quickly go to the Imperial Censorate and pass on my oral order. Come and see me immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xiaoman followed Shanghai Wan'er to the side hall. Shanghai Wan'er had just found an excuse to send the palace maids away when Xiaoman caught up and hurriedly said, "Sister Wan'er." Before she could say a word, her tears fell again. Shanghai Wan'er suppressed the pain in her heart and comforted her. "Xiaoman, I know you are worried. Also, now I have entrusted some people, and I have taken advantage of the continuous rain to order people to spread the news that heaven is weeping and someone is being wronged. I believe it will soon reach the Emperor's ears. The Emperor has always believed in these things. Alas, I only hate that I haven't done enough. Usually, I have many opportunities to make friends with the court officials and cultivate my power, but I let them go. Now I want to save people in a hurry, but I have no one to entrust them to." Xiaoman's heart sank, and she said, "Even Sister Wan'er has no way." Shanghai Wan'er said sadly, "I have been thinking of a way, but I hate that my power can't go out of the palace, especially Lai Junshin's Imperial Censorate. I can't interfere at all. I've already thought of some ideas, but this is a major case of rebellion. I've already heard about Shui Huai and Liang Wanwu Sansi visiting the Imperial Messenger Station. If even the two of them can't save Yang Fan, then there's only one way." Xiaoman hurriedly asked, "What way?" Shanghai Wan'er said, "Since we can't erase his suspicion of rebellion, then we can only interrogate him to prove his innocence. Then we can let him out. But I am very worried that with Lai Junshin's character, even if he is innocent, he will be found guilty. This person would rather kill 3,000 wrongly than let one go." But Wan'er grabbed Xiaoman's hand and softly said, "Speaking of which, you have a way. Not only can you enter the palace to complain, but you also brought Prime Minister Di's blood letter. The Emperor has always seen Prime Minister Di in a different light. The Emperor has been depressed these days, and the main reason is that Prime Minister Di, whom she most appreciates and trusts, also wants to rebel against her. Maybe this is a rare opportunity." Xiaoman said, "Xiaoman can only do this. Whether or not we can use this matter to change the Emperor's mind, we still have to rely on Sister One." Shanghai Wan'er said, "I will act according to the situation. Right now is a critical moment. We should strike while the iron is hot. I can't talk more with you. I will go back to the Emperor first and see what happens." Xiaoman quickly wiped her tears and said, "Okay, Sister Wan'er, go ahead. Xiaoman will wait for your news here." Shanghai returned to the hall, and Wu Ziqian was deep in thought with her chin in her hand, waiting for Lai Junshin's arrival. Wan'er didn't say much, just quietly stood next to her. When to speak, when to say what, Shanghai Wan'er, who had served Wu Ziqian for many years, knew better than anyone else. Now was not the time for her to speak. The civet cat named Qian Wenqian ran around the hall by itself, but it felt that this place was empty and fresh and very interesting. As it ran, it suddenly saw a bird cage hanging on a row of antique shelves, and in the bird cage was a parrot with brightly colored feathers. The cat couldn't help but squat down and look at the parrot with its bright eyes. The parrot didn't notice the greedy eyes of Qian Wenqian. It looked around in the cage, leisurely pecked its feathers, and suddenly said, "Your Majesty, long live." This was Li Tai, where Empress Wu came to relax, not Wuching Hall, where she worked daily, so there were all kinds of things inside and outside the palace for her to relieve her boredom. This parrot was a pet that Empress Wu doted on very much, and the words it learned were all taught by Wei Tuan. Qian Wen Qian looked at the silly bird in the cage, very envious. Although its food had always been good, this kind of blood food that could be caught personally must be more delicious to eat. Qian Wen Qian squatted on the ground and raised its head to look at the bird in the cage. It suddenly stood up, took a few steps back, and suddenly accelerated forward. When it approached the bogus shelf, it suddenly leaped up and leaped onto the shelf. Then, it leaped into the air and grabbed the parrot. Note, legend has it that when Wu Zetian killed Empress Wang and concubine Xiao Shu cursed her. In the next life, Empress would be a mouse, and she would be a cat, and she would be enemies with Empress Wu forever. So Empress Wu was afraid of cats, and the palace never allowed cats to be kept. Even when she decided to set the capital in Luoyang, it was because she killed Empress Wang and concubine Xiao Shu in Chang, and she was afraid that there would be ghosts haunting her. This kind of bizarre nonsense made up by later generations. I won't specifically explain it when I write about Xiao Meng offering the cat. Many of the mysterious things made up by later generations have self-contradictory big loopholes. A small matter about Wu Zetian recorded in Ziji Tongjian directly refutes this legend. I won't say what it is, but do you know what it is? Chapter 352. Qian Wen Qian pounced on the birdcage. He grabbed the birdcage with one claw and stretched his other claw into the cage to grab the parrot. The birdcage shook left and right on the shelf. The parrot inside was so scared that it jumped around and screamed in fear. Several palace maids in the palace saw this scene and hurried to help. The ones fighting inside and outside the birdcage were the two pets of the emperor. They didn't dare to hurt either of them, and it took a lot of effort to separate them. The parrot fluttered its feathers all over the ground and shrank into a corner of the cage in fear. Qian Qian was held in someone's arms, and it stared at its prey with a pair of cat eyes, regretfully looking at it. All this, of course, was seen by Wu Zetian, and she couldn't help laughing. "Come on, bring my cat and parrot here, and let me see these two restless little guys," Wu Zetian said with a smile. When the two pets were brought in front of her, Wu Zetian held the civet cat in her arms and looked at the parrot on the table, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. She was a person who liked to speculate about some things from some strange signs and signs. Looking at the still, eager civet cat and the frightened parrot in her arms, she suddenly thought, civet cat, civet, civet, Li, parrot, Wu. The fight between the civet cat and the parrot. Does it mean the fight between the Li family and the Wu family? Is this a warning from God? At this time, Wei Tuaner finished dealing with some things and just arrived at the hall. After listening to the palace maids tell what had just happened, she came to Wu Zetian and said with a smile, "Everyone, of course, the cat and the parrot can't be kept together. How can they coexist? Let's give the cat to Tuaner, and Tuaner will put it in a safe place, so that it won't attack the parrot again." Wu Zetian said slowly, "Are the civet cat and the parrot really incompatible?" Tuaner covered her mouth and laughed. "Everyone, when the cat sees the parrot, how can it not want to eat? If they are together, it will be strange if they can live in harmony." "There is a way," Wu Zetian said seriously. Her eyes flickered as if she had been inspired by something. She held the restless civet cat tightly in her hand, preventing it from jumping onto the table. She stroked its fur thoughtfully and comforted it. She said to Wei Tuaner, "I like this civet cat. Take it and train it well. Get rid of its wildness." Wei Tuaner agreed and took the cat from Wu Zetian's hands. Wu Zetian continued, "Why can't a civet cat and a parrot live in harmony? I don't agree. This world belongs to me. Do you think I can't deal with a civet cat? Tuaner, train it well. No matter what method you use, you must make sure that this civet cat and this parrot can coexist in the same room and not attack each other." Wei Tuaner held the civet cat with a bitter expression. Civet cats eat birds. This was their instinct. How could she let them coexist in the same room and not attack each other? The Thousand Wen Qian had been struggling in Wei Tuaner's arms for a long time, but it had not been able to reach the parrot on the table. Now that it was in Wei Tuaner's arms, it could see the parrot's eyes clearly. It struggled a few times, but it could not escape from Wei Tuaner's arms. It became angry and raised its claws to scratch her. A few bloody marks immediately appeared on the back of Wei Tuan-er's delicate palm. She cried out in pain and let go of her hand. The cat used all its strength to jump onto the table. Its head knocked the birdcage over, and it fell down the table with a grunt. The parrot was screaming and jumping in the cage, flapping its wings. Its feathers were falling off, making Wu Zetian sneeze a few times. When Lai Junxian arrived at Li Chuan-tai, he saw that it looked like it had just been cleaned up after a mess. He was very curious. However, he didn't dare to ask too much. He still followed the rules and bowed to Wu Zetian in the Zhou dynasty. He said respectfully, "I, Lai Junxian, kowtow to your majesty." "Get up, Lai Junxian. How did you judge Di Renjia and the others?" Lai Junxian had just stood up, but he quickly bent down again and said, "Your majesty, I tried to persuade them with emotion and reason. I tried to influence them with your majesty's kindness and magnanimity. For those who were too stubborn, I gathered evidence and used it to make them unable to refute. They had no choice but to bow their heads and admit their guilt." "Is that so?" Wu Zetian glanced at him and said, "They all admitted their guilt." Lai Junxian said, "Yes." As soon as they were arrested, Di Renjia knew that the situation was hopeless, so he was the first to admit his guilt. After that, Ren Jigu, Pei Xingbin, and the others also pleaded guilty. Up until now, only Wei Yuanzhong refused to admit his guilt. Ho Siji wanted to use torture on him, but he had just hung him up when I found out and immediately went to stop him. I believe that it is not advisable to use torture on these officials. Once torture is used, it will be hard to avoid suspicion that they have been tortured into confessing. We must be fair and use irrefutable evidence to force them to admit their guilt. "Yes," Wu Zetian slowly said, "you really didn't use torture to extort confessions." Lai Junxian smiled and said, "How could I dare to lie to your majesty? I can guarantee that no torture was used on the cases I personally tried or handled. I dare not hide anything from your majesty. Because your majesty has not yet issued a decree to confirm their crimes and announce them to the world, they are still officials. I have not even stripped them of their court uniforms, so how could I use torture on them?" Wu Zetian's eyes suddenly turned cold. She said in a low voice, "If that's the case, why would Di Renjia send out a letter of blood to complain about his grievances?" As Wu Zetian spoke, she threw a handkerchief in her hand at Lai Junxian. The handkerchief was light and floated to the ground in midair. Lai Junxian quickly caught up and bent down to pick up the handkerchief. He unfolded it and cursed inwardly, "Wang Desho, this idiot. I told him to keep an eye on that old fox, so how could he still send out a letter of blood?" Lai Junxian thought to himself, but he pretended to be shocked and wronged. He said this, "I don't know either. Perhaps this Di Renjia is afraid of death and knows that your majesty has always favored and trusted him. So, complaining about his grievances is fake and pleading for leniency is real. He hopes that your majesty will be soft-hearted and spare his life. Could it be like this? Di Renjia is using complaining about his grievances in the name of getting my pity?" Wu Zetian hesitated. Shanghai Wan looked at Lai Junxian and then glanced at Wu Zetian. She gently closed her eyes and said in a gentle voice, "Lieutenant Minister Lai has always been loyal to the affairs of the state and is everyone's trusted right-hand man. What Lieutenant Minister Lai says is not false. But if the Prime Minister is complaining about his grievances and your majesty does not intervene, not only will it damage your majesty's reputation, but it will also affect Lieutenant Minister Lai." Wu Zetian turned her head and asked, "What is Wan Er's opinion?" Shanghai Wan Er said, "Why doesn't your majesty bring Di Renjia and the others to your majesty and ask them personally?" As soon as these words came out, Lai Junxian's heart thumped. He was so scared that it almost jumped out of his chest. He immediately pretended to be wronged and said, "Shangwan Dai Ji's words are wrong. The court has its own laws. How can there be a reason for the emperor to personally try criminals? What about the country's laws? What about the 3 departments of law? Once this precedent is set, future emperors can follow suit and interfere with justice at any time. How can a law be maintained?" Shanghai Wan Er immediately said, "In the 6th year of Jingguan, Emperor Taizong interfered and released 390 prisoners on death row to reunite with their families. 1 year later, they came to the capital to be punished. In the 17th year of Jingguan, Ho Junji rebelled. Emperor Taizong had a private meeting and said, "For the sake of the emperor, from now on, I cannot go to the pavilion of Lingyan. If Emperor Taizong can do it, why can't I, the emperor of the Zhou dynasty?" Although Lai Junshen came from a humble background, he was talented. To be able to write the weaving scripture of weaving and framing, how could he not have some real ability? He immediately retorted, "It is true that Emperor Taizong released prisoners to reunite with their families. But that was a decision made by Emperor Taizong when he recorded the prisoners, not a special person or a special case to interrogate them. This year's prisoner recording period has not arrived yet, so it cannot be used as a precedent. As for Emperor Taizong's private meeting with Ho Junji, that is a legend among the people. Since it was a private meeting in a private room, how could others know? Even Emperor Taizong's words seem to have been seen with their own eyes. There is no such thing in Emperor Taizong's daily records. Let me ask, who was the one who said this? If Emperor Taizong really met with Ho Junji in a private room, knowing that he was going to die, then Ho Junji could have begged the Son of Heaven to pardon one of his sons and preserve his bloodline. Why did he have to wait until the execution ground to speak of this hope and have the executioner report to the Son of Heaven to pardon one of his sons and exile him to Lingnan? Wanner's talent mainly came from her literary talent and her ability to manage government affairs. Her knowledge of prisons may not be comparable to that of Lai Junshen, who had written the weaving scripture of weaving. She had grown up in the palace. Her ability to find faults, to find loopholes, and to argue with others could not be compared to Lai Junshen, who was a street thug. But because she was knowledgeable and familiar with all kinds of stories, she was able to list them out one by one and argue with Lai Junshen. As the two of them bickered, Wu Zetian's energy began to run out. She felt annoyed and said, Fine. You two don't have to tell me about the past. How about this? I will send an official to the prison to see if he has been tortured or not. Xiaohai, send an edict. Have Qi Feng, the messenger, go to the deacon's courtyard to see if any of the officials have been tortured. Yes, your majesty. Xiaohai left the hall. Lai Junshan rolled his eyes and said, Even if your majesty did not summon me today, I would still come to the palace to report. Last night, someone broke into the deacon's courtyard and tried to break into the prison. Hearing this, Wu Zetian was shocked. Her tiredness was swept away. She quickly asked, Someone dared to break into the prison? Lai Junshin said, Yes. I am afraid there are more than 10 intruders. Each of them is highly skilled. They started a massacre in the deacon's courtyard. Only after alerting a large number of guards did they escape. They killed 15 jailers. Not a single one was injured. Their attack was extremely vicious. While Lai Junshin was talking, he suddenly remembered the words of an imperial bodyguard who had experienced the prison break last night. He said, Deputy Prime Minister, although that person tried to conceal herself, I am certain that she is a woman. This woman's skills are extremely high, almost like a demon's. When she makes a move, lightning flashes and thunder roars. Suddenly a gentle breeze and a fine drizzle. She is like the venom of a snake. Lai Junshin thought, I wonder who this woman is. She sneaked into the prison with the intention of rescuing an official. This person's martial arts are so high. If her target is me, it is really worrying. I don't know if the 6 bodyguards I hired with a lot of money are her match. When I go back, I need to hire more martial arts masters to protect me. Shanghai War was thinking about how to use Di Renjia's grievance to make a big fuss. It was okay if she couldn't save Di Renjia and the others. At least she had to bail Yang Fan out. When she heard Lai Junshin's words, she felt like she was drenched in ice. Her heart turned cold. Someone broke into the prison? This is bad. Chapter 353. As expected, Wu Zetian was enraged. She shouted, They even dared to break into the prison and killed many officials. They are lawless. If it wasn't for the fact that little Hai had already gone to pass down the decree, Wu Zetian wouldn't have even bothered to send people to investigate whether or not anyone was being tortured. There were actually people who disregarded the law and broke into a prison, killing so many officials. Did these people still have the law in their hearts? There were no less than 10 people breaking into the prison. What did this mean? It meant that they had accomplices, a group of lawless accomplices. Was there any doubt that they were plotting a rebellion? Not long after, the messenger Qi Feng hurried to the lovely spring stage and left with Lai Junshin. Shanghai Wana knew that this was not the time to speak, but Xiao Man was still waiting in the side hall. She was also worried about Yang Fan's safety. She could not help but ask everyone, Xiao Man. Wu Ziqian was still angry. She flicked her sleeve and said, "Tell her to go home first. We will talk after I investigate Di Renji's matter." Then she went to rest with Wei Tuaner. Shanghai Wanner was helpless. She went to the side hall and told Xiao Man, who was waiting anxiously for news, could not help but feel depressed. No matter how daring Lai Junshin was, he would not lie about something like this, especially about the death of 15 jailers. Who was it that wanted to break into the prison? Who was it that wanted to save? The two were also puzzled. They only knew that because of this matter, the glimmer of hope was gone. They could only hope that Qi Feng's trip to the sensory courtyard would be fruitful. The messenger Qi Feng, as the name suggested, was a minister who was responsible for conveying the emperor's edict. The emperor's edict will be conveyed by the eunuchs. Most of the matters that involved the yamen outside the palace would be carried out by the messenger Qi Feng. The messenger Qi Feng and Lai Junshin arrived at the sensory courtyard. Lai Junshin said with a beaming face, "Qi Feng, please take a seat in the hall and rest for a while. I will take you to examine the prisoners." Facing the emperor's favorite minister, the famous king of hell in the capital, Qi Feng was anxious. He did not dare to refuse. He hurriedly nodded and was accompanied by Lai Junshin into the hall to rest. Just in time, the servants served cold drinks and 2 plates of dried fruits. Lai Junshin started chatting with him. Taking advantage of this time, Wei Suzhong, Wang Desho, and the others who had received Lai Junshin's order hurriedly got to work. Just like the day when Xue Huai visited, they modified Yang Fan's cell in advance. At this time, they hurriedly dressed up Di Renjie and the other ministers. In the main hall, Lai Junshin and Qi Feng sat down according to the host and guest, and they chatted cheerfully and wittily. Lai Junshin said, that day the great general of the left Imperial Guard Zhang Qinshuan made a ruckus in court, trying to harm this Zhongqing. In the end, he was hacked to death by this official's imperial bodyguards. He deserved it. His head was right under your feet. Thinking about it today, it's still vivid in my mind. Qi Sharon jumped in fright, and his legs immediately shrank back. Recalling the bloody scene a few days ago when a great general was hacked to death and his head was right under his feet, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. At this time, a servant walked into the main hall and whispered a few words in Lai Junshin's ear. Lai Junshin stood up and said, "Qi Sharon carries the emperor's orders. It's not good to delay for too long. Let's leave now." Qi Feng felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly said, all right. The two of them left the main hall and walked towards the backyard. Halfway there, someone locked up a prisoner with disheveled hair. When the prisoner saw Qi Feng, he kept babbling nonstop. Qi Feng fixed his eyes on him and couldn't help but be shocked. He cried out involuntarily, "Eunuch Fan!" It turned out that the prisoner who was being escorted over was the chief chamberlain, Fan Yunxian. Qi Feng was the chief chamberlain and often walked around the palace, so he naturally recognized him. Fan Yunxian kept babbling nonstop, but unfortunately his tongue had been cut off, so he couldn't say a word. Lai Junshin's expression didn't change as he said, "Qi Sharon recognizes him? This person is the chief chamberlain. When I interrogated him in court, I asked him to confess his crimes. But this person didn't know what's good for him. He only talked about how wise the late Emperor Gaozong was and scolded our great Zhou Emperor for being muddle-headed and tyrannical. How preposterous! In a fit of anger, I cut off his tongue. Oh, His Majesty also knew about this and reprimanded me a few times, saying that I shouldn't lower myself to the level of a eunuch. I was also angry at that time. When I heard him insult His Majesty, I couldn't hold it in anymore. Qifeng responded with oh. His face turned slightly green. At the back of the censorate courtyard, in front of the row of small rooms of different heights and sizes where Yang Fan and the others were imprisoned, was a spacious area. It was rare that it wasn't raining. Many prisoners with leg shackles were taking a breather in that spacious area. Qifeng and Lai Junshen accompanied him to the opposite corridor and stood still, looking forward. They saw Ren Jigu, Pei Xingbin, and the others dressed in official robes and hats. They were stretching their bodies with their feet splayed out. Di Renjia was wearing a loose Taoist robe. He was standing there with his hands behind his back, looking around. Pei Xuanli and a few other officials were sitting on a few large logs placed horizontally by the wall. They were also talking about something, looking very relaxed. Today was the first time these officials were released. Pei Xuanli and the others were injured and couldn't move easily, so they were carried out and made to sit there. Would Lai Junshin be kind enough to let them take a breather? Even if they were, why would he force them to dress neatly? Some of these officials only wore underwear because of the hot and stuffy atmosphere in the prison. Some of them were injured, but no one applied medicine on them. They were afraid that the injured parts would rot, so they didn't dare to wear clothes. They could only bare their backs. What was Lai Junshin's intention? These officials had all been promoted step by step from minor officials. With such deceitful behavior, they immediately understood that the imperial court had sent people to inspect. They didn't make a sound and allowed Wei Suizhong and the others to do as they pleased. They all pretended to leisurely stretch their bodies and look into the distance. In reality, they had long been observing their surroundings. Since Lai Junshen had made such arrangements, there would definitely be people coming. Wei Yuanzhong's eyes were sharp. He suddenly saw a few officials appear in the distant corridor. One of them was Lai Junshen in a red robe. Beside him were a few in green robes. Wang Desho and Wei Suizhong recognized the green-robed officials. There was another person in the green robe of a low-ranking official, but he stood shoulder to shoulder with Lai Junshen. It was obvious that he wasn't his subordinate. Wei Yuanzhong immediately called out, "They're here." In the corridor, Lai Junshen pointed at the officials and said, "Every day this official will arrange for them to come out and take a breather. This is the first batch. In a moment, there will be a second batch. We're innocent. We're innocent. Angel, please report to the Son of Heaven that we're innocent." When the officials in custody rushed over, the servants who had been lying in ambush saw that the situation wasn't good. They hurriedly raised their wind and fire sticks and formed a row to stop them. The officials pushed and shoved, but it was difficult for them to break through their line of defense. They could only jump and shout, "Which angel has come? We've been tortured and forced to confess. We're innocent. Please report to the Son of Heaven." When they shouted, Lai Junshen's expression immediately changed. His gaze immediately pierced towards Qifeng like a blade. Qifeng shuddered and hurriedly turned around. He didn't even spare a glance at the wall-like bailiffs that ceaselessly jumped up, and he only stared fixedly at the eaves of an office room in front of him. Lai Junshen stared closely at him. He looked at his strained expression, his taut cheeks, and the faint beads of sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, he revealed a hint of a gentle smile. He smiled warmly and said, "Qi Sharon, in your opinion, have I ever mistreated these criminal officials?" Sweat rolled down Qi Feng's forehead as he mumbled, No. Lai Junshen said, "Other than not being able to move freely, everything is normal in this prison." All their confessions were personally admitted by them. Not a single one of them was tortured. What does Qi Sharon think? Qifeng grinned and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He said, "Yes, Deputy Minister Lai is right. Which angel has come? Please report to the Son of Heaven that we're innocent. We're innocent." Lai Junshen turned a deaf ear to the cries of injustice. He said with a smile, "Qi Sharon, this way please." Lai Junshen accompanied Qifeng as he turned around and walked back. He said leisurely, "The current Son of Heaven has become the Empress with the body of a woman. This is an unprecedented event. There will always be people who are unconvinced. What nonsense are they spouting about a woman usurping the dawn? It's fine if they're just saying it, but there will always be people who refuse to give up and want to chase the emperor down from the throne. Yes, yes. Actually, I came from a humble background. I wasn't recommended by the court officials, nor was I a scholar. Does Chief Sharon know why I was placed in an important position by His Majesty? Why? Because of loyalty. Because I, Lai Junshun, am actually a dog by His Majesty's side, guarding His Majesty's home. If anyone harbors ill intentions towards His Majesty, I'll be responsible for biting him to death. Not only will I bite him to death, I'll bite him until he's too horrible to look at. This way, others will be afraid, and there will be fewer people who dare to cause trouble for His Majesty. Therefore, His Majesty needs a lackey like me. He can't do without a lackey like me. And a lackey like me is also willing to attach myself to His Majesty and serve His Majesty wholeheartedly. Ha ha! Chi Feng laughed along and said, hee hee. Lai Junshan suddenly restrained his smile and said sinisterly, Chi Sharon is laughing so happily. I presume you understand what I said? Chi Feng was stunned. He nodded like he was pounding garlic and said, Understood, understood, understood. This lowly official understands. Lai Junshan put his hands behind his back, raised his head, and laughed out loud. Ha ha! Wu Zetian returned to the bedroom and slept for more than 2 hours before she woke up. She was old and had just woken up, so her mind was still not clear. She leaned on the bed and was in a daze for a while. She asked Tuan Er to talk to her for a while before she finally woke up. At this time, Tuan Er said, Everyone, Emissary Chi Feng has returned. He's waiting for the decree outside the bedroom. Oh, help me up and change my clothes. Although Wu Zetian didn't want to move at this time, and the other party was just a small emissary, so there was no harm in seeing him like this, but Wu Zetian still had to get up. In front of her subjects, she had to maintain a dignified, and spirited manner. She didn't want her subject to see any signs of old age. Chi Feng waited for a long time. Finally, he received the order to summon him. He lowered his head and tiptoed into the spacious and deep hall. He thought of the head of the general of the left guard, the tongue of the chief eunuch Fan, and Lai Junshan's falsehood. He finally made up his mind. Wu Zetian sat majestically behind the table and asked in a deep voice, How's the matter I asked you to investigate? Chi Feng bowed and said, Your Majesty, after my inspection, the officials in custody have not been interrogated by torture. Oh! Wu Zetian's face darkened, and the hall was terrifyingly silent for a moment. After a short while, Chi Feng gulped down a mouthful of saliva and braced himself as he said, All the criminals have confessed to their crimes. Their death apology form is here, and I've been entrusted by Vice Minister Lai to present it on my behalf. Chi Feng took out the travel book from his sleeve, bowed, and raised it. The eunuch took it and sent it to Wu Zetian's table. Wu Zetian took the death apology form and silently looked through it. She said with a gloomy face, I treat people with sincerity, but what I get in return is always bad karma. Haha, it's nothing more than chopping off a few more heads. Send the decree to Lai Junshan. After 7 days, all the criminals will be hanged, and the market will be abandoned for 3 days. Chapter 354. The execution will be in 7 days. Yes. Princess Taiping got a positive answer and stood up anxiously. She thought to herself, I have to hurry. She walked back and forth in the hall twice and suddenly stopped. She said to Zhou Min, Get dressed. I want to go to the palace to see the emperor. In the harem, there was a pile of bird feathers in the Shifang courtyard. The civet cat named Qian Wenqian squatted under a pillar in the hall. It stuck out its tongue and licked the last trace of blood from its lips. It meowed contentedly. Wei Tuan Er timidly said to Wu Zetian, Everyone, I am guilty. Wu Zetian didn't have any expression on her face. She looked at the few feathers on the ground that could prove the existence of the parrot. She slowly said, Punish it by starving it for a few meals. Bring another parrot. I don't believe that the whole world can obey me. I can't make a civet cat yield. After Wu Zetian finished speaking, she turned around and walked out. Perhaps when people were old, they would have a childlike innocence and stubbornness. Wu Zetian didn't know why, but she suddenly had a competition with a civet cat. Maybe it was because she couldn't choose a candidate for the crown prince. She could only project this dilemma on the civet cat and the parrot, hoping to find a revelation from their interaction. Your Majesty, Princess Taiping is here to see you. Oh, Lingwei is here? Wu Zetian's face showed a trace of a smile. Whether it was her son or nephew, or even all the civil and military officials in the court, there was no one who didn't make her worry. Now that she thought about it, it was this baby girl who made her happy. Wu Zetian's face just bloomed with a smile. Princess Taiping, who was dressed like a man, came in and affectionately said, "Mother." Wu Zetian smiled and said, "You are not a child anymore. You're still so mischievous. You're a dignified princess, but you dress like a man when you go out." Princess Taiping made a playful face at her and said with a smile, "It is convenient to go out like this. Mother knows that I like to dress like a man since I was a child. It has been raining nonstop for the past few days, making me feel bored. I went to the Golden Grain Garden for a few days to relieve my boredom. As soon as I returned to the city, I came to visit Anyang." Wu Zetian let her hold her arm, and as they walked out, she said, "You're so free, girl. I have countless things to worry about every day. I heard that great elder princess built a villa in the Golden Grain Garden. Do you also have a garden there? Why haven't I heard you mention it?" Princess Taiping pouted and said, "Do I still need to tell Mother about this? Your daughter is too ashamed to say it. My daughter's manor is very small, far from being comparable to the manor of great elder princess of Yan, the daughter of a wealthy family. Sooner or later, I will build a manor far more magnificent than her manor. At that time, I will invite Mother to stay there for a few days." Wu Zetian chuckled and said, "You little girl, you've always been unwilling to fall behind others since you were young. Do you want me to help you build a garden?" Princess Taiping proudly said, "That's not necessary. Your daughter has her own way. Last time, Anyang made an exception and increased your daughter's land to 1,000 mu. There are already people who are jealous. Your daughter doesn't want others to gossip." Wu Zetian knew that her daughter had always been strong-willed. She only smiled and did not say anything. Princess Taiping accompanied Wu Zetian to her bedroom. The mother and daughter talked for a while. Wu Zetian felt tired and fell asleep on the bed. Princess Taiping waited for her to fall asleep. Then she left the bedroom and went to the history library. In the history library, Shanghai Wanner asked her trusted female official, Fu Qingqing, "Did Scholar Zhang find any news?" Fu Qingqing said, "Scholar Zhang has not entered the palace yet. Don't worry, Qingqing has sent someone to stand guard in front. As soon as he arrives, I will bring him to see you immediately." "Very well." Shangwan Wan'er agreed, but she couldn't hide her worry. Fu Qingqing saw this and was very surprised. She knew that Yang Fan and Daiji had a close relationship. But even if Yang Fan died, Daiji's power would not be affected at all. He was just a general. As long as Daiji was willing to put down her status, there were many officials who were willing to follow her. Was there need to care so much about a mere Yang Fan? But seeing that Shanghai Wanner was upset, Fu Qingqing did not dare to ask. At this time, someone reported, "Daiji, Princess Taiping has arrived." "Ah!" Shanghai Wanner was startled. She waved her hand, and Fu Qingqing immediately retreated. Just as she reached the door, Princess Taiping was already walking in leisurely. Fu Qingqing quickly bowed and retreated to the side. She waited for Princess Taiping to come in before she retreated and closed the door. Shanghai Wanner squeezed out a smile and greeted, "Lingwei, why did you come on such a cloudy and rainy day?" Princess Taiping winked at her and said with a smile, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. I miss you very much. I came to the palace to see you." Shanghai Wanner secretly smiled bitterly and said, "This weather is very annoying. I was just thinking of chatting with someone to relieve my boredom. Sit down. What do you want to drink?" Princess Taiping sat down behind the table, glanced at Shangwan Wan'er, and suddenly said, "Wan'er has always been indifferent. Everything is like a cloud, unmoved by anything. Now you look gloomy and upset. Is it really because of the rainy weather?" Shangwan Wan'er asked. Shanghai Wan'er was secretly startled. She looked at Princess Taiping and said, Lingyue, why do you say so? Princess Taiping smiled slightly. She picked up a stone carved into the shape of a white rabbit from the table and gently played with it. Without raising her head, she said, "If I'm not wrong, Wan'er is worried about someone locked up in the Senate, right?" Shanghai Wan'er's face suddenly turned pale. She exclaimed, "Lingyue, you." Princess Taiping slowly raised her eyebrows. Her pair of charming and bright red phoenix eyes slightly revealed a murderous aura. Unexpectedly, there was a kind of astonishing beauty in them. Her plump and delicate petal-like little mouth opened and closed. She said word by word, "That person's name is Yang Fan, right?" Bang! The stone lightly hit the table. Shanghai won, or felt as if she was struck by lightning. She staggered back 3 steps. Her beautiful face turned pale. She said in shock, "Lingyue." Princess Taiping lightly shook her sleeves. She acted as if nothing had happened. She leisurely said, "Wan'er, what are you afraid of? Actually, I already know about the matter between the two of you. But don't worry, only I know about it." She raised her head and looked at Shanghai Wan'er. She smiled and said, "I won't tell anyone else." When she was not known, she was afraid of being known. Now that she was known, Shanghai Wan'er quickly calmed down. She walked to the opposite side of Princess Taiping and slowly sat down. She looked at Princess Taiping and said, "Princess, you said these words to Wan'er. You must have a reason. Can Princess tell me why you are here?" Princess Taiping picked up the white rabbit stone again. She gently stroked it and felt its smooth texture. She whispered, "There are 6 days left before he is beheaded. How do you feel now? Is your heart like being cut by a knife? Or is your heart broken?" Shanghai Wan'er said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Princess Taiping suddenly raised her head. Their eyes met. These two used to be close friends. Their eyes were as sharp as knives. It was as if there were sparks between their eyes. But it was only a moment of confrontation. Princess Taiping's eyes became soft. It was like a scabbard that absorbed Wan'er's sharp eyes. She said, "Wan'er, do you have a way to save him?" Shanghai Wan'er didn't say anything. Princess Taiping didn't hear her answer. She smiled and said, "Maybe. I have a way, although I am not 100% sure." Shanghai Wan'er's delicate body subconsciously leaned forward. Then she realized that she had lost her composure. She slowly sat up and asked, "What do you want?" Princess Taiping slowly showed a bright smile. It was like the snow reflecting the morning glow bloomed in an instant. It was so beautiful that it dazzled people's eyes. But her voice was as cold as an unsheathed knife. "I want you to give him up." Shanghai Wan'er looked at Princess Taiping with astonishment. She looked at her for a long time. Her eyes gradually showed a look of understanding. She said with surprise, You like him?" Princess Taiping stopped smiling and tightly pressed her lips together. Shanghai Wan'er suddenly smiled. She smiled happily and said, "But he doesn't like you, right?" Princess Taiping coldly stared at her and said coldly, "If you only want to talk fast, it's up to you. Just wait to collect his corpse." After saying that, Princess Taiping waved her sleeves and stood up. She walked towards the door. "Wait!" Shanghai Wan'er suddenly called out to her. Princess Taiping withdrew her hand from the handle of the door and slowly turned around. She looked down at her with the posture of a victor. "I promise you." Wan'er's eyes were shining with tears. She choked and said, "As long as you can save his life." Princess Taiping proudly said, "You have to make a poison oath." Wan'er felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. She said in a low voice, "Okay, this, I also promise you." Princess Taiping said, "How touching. Wan'er is really in love with him. I really don't know what's so good about that kid. Even Shengwan Weiji, who has always been arrogant, likes him so much." Wan'er's eyes became fierce. She said, "Aren't you the same? If not, why are you here? Why are you saying such words? To be honest, I am much luckier than you." At least, Wan'er didn't continue. Even though Princess Taiping was taking advantage of her, she still didn't want to say anything hurtful. But Princess Taiping had already understood what she meant. Her face suddenly darkened. She said, "Not only you, but also Xiao Man. She also has to promise that once she saves Yang Fan, she will ask Yang Fan to divorce her and leave him. Shanghai Wanner was silent for a long time. She said, I can't promise for her, but I will try my best to persuade her. I will ask the emperor for an edict. I will go home and take this opportunity to see her. Princess Taiping nodded and said, Good. I will only take action after I get your promise. You better hurry up. 6 days will pass in the blink of an eye. Shanghai Wanner's heart ached so much that she almost couldn't breathe. She couldn't talk anymore. She just nodded heavily. Princess Taiping said, I need a keepsake that can make Yang Fan believe me. Shang Wanwan was silent for a moment, then walked to the inner room with heavy steps. She came to the bed, opened the drawer under the dressing table, and took out a small sandalwood box. She opened the box, and inside was a lifelike grasshopper. The grasshopper's color had already turned yellow. Shanghai Wanner gently held it in her hands. Her tears fell on it. Her heart was broken. Princess Taiping saw the grasshopper that Wanner held like a treasure. Her heart was also broken. Am I not good to you? How much have I sacrificed for you? Why can't I get a little bit of your affection? She was very sad, but she didn't want to shed a tear in front of Wanner. She said to Wanner in a tough manner, When it comes to the palace, I am not as good as you. If you need to use the people in the palace. Shanghai Wanner said, I will do my best to cooperate. Princess Taiping didn't say anything. She turned around and walked to the door. She said lightly, Wanner, don't forget your promise. Give me a result as soon as possible. You used your power to save your man. You still want to owe me a favor and give your man to me. This kind of method was just like an arrogant and overbearing little Wu Su. Chapter 355. It's time to eat. Zheng Xiaobu knocked the rice spoon on the edge of the bucket a few times. Seeing that he was already in front of Yang Fan's cell, he hung the rice spoon on the bucket and picked up a food box. Zhang Lilei opened the cell door with a straight face. As soon as Zheng Xiaobu walked in, Zhang Lilei stood in front of the door. The food sent by the Yang family was very exquisite. The Yang family chef was worried that Lang wouldn't be able to eat well and had painstakingly prepared several delicious dishes. However, as usual, the tastiest dishes were intercepted by the servants. As Zhang Lilei stood in front of the door, the two armed servants chatted at the door and had no intention of going in. Ever since the steward's yard was broken into by criminals who killed 15 people and escaped, Wu Ziqian was furious and mobilized the Fengshan guards to strengthen the defense of the steward's yard. This was to deal with a major criminal and protect the court's law enforcement yamen, so it was perfectly justifiable to mobilize armed forces. Now that the steward's yard had a sentry every few steps, the security was very tight, so the servants were somewhat relaxed. With such tight security, no one could escape, so they slacked off. Yang Fan was lying on the ground resting. He stood up when the door opened and pulled the iron chain, making a series of clanking sounds. As the door opened and light shone in, Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. After being locked up in this dark place all day, he couldn't help but look a little dispirited. An inch-long beard grew on his lips and chin, and his hair was unkempt like a wild beast in a cage. Zheng Xiaobu put down the food box. Yang Fan glanced at him and slowly stepped forward, bending down to pick up the food box. Zheng Xiaobu turned his head and quickly glanced outside. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and said, General Yang, there are 3 pieces of evidence against you. First, Zhu Bin reported that you and him conspired to open the palace gates on the night of the mutiny and take control of the emperor's sleeping quarters. Yang Fan was startled. He slowly straightened his back and stared at Zheng Xiaobu with a strange glint in his eyes. Zheng Xiaobu said, The second piece of evidence against you, Minister of Rights, Pei Xuanli, has confessed that he was the one in charge of arranging for you to accept a heavy gift from the Minister of Works, Liu Dao, as well as a promise. Once the matter is settled, you will be promoted to Great General. The third evidence of Lang Zhang's crime was that he suddenly became rich and had a huge amount of wealth from unknown sources. General Yang, how do you explain this? If these words had been asked by Lai Junshin in court, it would have been the most appropriate, but now it was asked by Zheng Xiaobu. This Zheng Xiaobu was just a burly chef. He wore a blue apron that was stained with oil, and his hair was tied with a cloth whose color could no longer be seen. His oily, plump face was extremely serious and solemn, as if he was a court judge. The situation was really a little funny. Yang Fan seemed to understand something. He replied in a low voice. After Yang Fan entered the palace, he worked for a period of time under Zhu Bin's command. However, we did not have a selfless relationship. Not only did we not have a personal relationship, we even had a grudge. I was once ostracized by Zhu Bin. Zhu Bin's 2 bodyguards know about this. Zheng Xiaobu frowned and asked, "When did this happen?" Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, "About the winter of the year before last. I remember that not 2 days after this incident, I was transferred to Wuqing Hall to be a bodyguard. If you look up my records in the Jinwu Guards, you will know the exact time." Zheng Xiaobu nodded and asked, "How do you explain the matter of Pei Xuanli?" Yang Fan said, "I have no explanation for this matter. Yang Fan has never heard of this official from the Board of Rights you speak of. Since he is an official from the Board of Rights and often enters the palace, then I have probably seen him before, or at least met him a few times. I just cannot remember who he is from this name. It would be absurd to say that I am in cahoots with this person. Unfortunately, he is only one side of the story, but I have no other evidence." Zheng Xiaobu said again, "Good. Then, who gave you those 16 shops in the prosperous city?" Hearing this, Yang Fan could not help but hesitate. In reality, he had only vaguely guessed Zheng Xiaobu's purpose in coming. Even if Zheng Xiaobu was lying to him, he would still answer as such. Even if Lai Junshin went to court for a public trial, his answer would still be the same. There was nothing to hide, so he could answer honestly. However, it was different for the third question. It was because he and Shun Mu did have a plan. Although he did not participate in the Prime Minister's mutiny, in the long run, what he and Shun Mu were planning was exactly the same as what the Prime Ministers were doing. They were all trying to restore Li Tang's empire. It was just that one was doing it steadily, while the other was doing it in a hurry. If Zheng Xiaobu was here to lie to him, once he found out that the person who gave the gifts was Zhao Yu, someone would definitely investigate. Yang Fan's followers were from the hidden sect. After he got into trouble, Zhao Yu had probably already made preparations. This investigation would probably be in vain. If they really found out something, the Imperial Court's prison experts were not a bunch of useless trash, and they would probably find out something big. No matter how secretive Shenmu's actions were, he had such immense power and such a huge flow of wealth. Unless he wasn't paying attention, once he noticed you and had the intention to investigate, how could he be watertight? When that time came, this crime would be cleared, but another crime would be added to him. The outcome would not be any better than now. He could still insist that it was a false accusation now, but when that time came, there would be no way to refute it. If Zheng Xiaobu was sent by the person he was thinking of, it would be useless to tell her the secret. If he were to search now, there was a high chance that he would not be able to find Shen Mu. He might not even be able to find their contact point in Luoyang. Even if he were to find them, he still wouldn't be able to give the Imperial Court a convincing reason. Why would Shen Mu gift such a huge sum of wealth to him? Yang Fan was just a general, a military general in the army, and not a local official in Luoyang. Even if Shen Mu, this great merchant, wanted to find a backer and seek the convenience of doing business, it was impossible for him to find Yang Fan. There must be a demon behind this abnormal situation. If he were to investigate seriously, wouldn't he end up overreaching himself? Zheng Xiaobu saw that Yang Fan was hesitating and smiled. "General Yang, you can trust me. This is a token that that person asked me to show you." As Zheng Xiaobu spoke, he turned his head and took a glance. He carefully took out something and held it in his palm. Grasshopper? Yang Fan looked at it and was first stunned. Then he remembered the history of this grasshopper. He had almost forgotten about this matter. He did not expect that when he had waited for one at the Dragon Gate for a long time, he had casually woven this grasshopper out of wild grass. Wanner had kept it until today. Yang Fan's heart couldn't help but be agitated. Zheng Xiaobu flipped his wrist and put away the grasshopper. "General, can you tell me now?" Yang Fan already believed that he had been bribed by Wan, but how could he tell Wanner about this? Even if he told her everything, it would still be useless. Shamu could not stand out and admit it. Otherwise, if the entire matter was exposed, he would still be finished. He would also drag a large group of people with him. Zheng Xiaobu said urgently, "Time is of the essence. General Yang, you cannot delay this." Yang Fan said, "The reason is hard to explain in a few words. The person who gave me this shop is a great merchant in the western regions. With his identity, I really cannot mention the reason why he gave me this property. AI. In short, all of this has nothing to do with rebellion." Yang Fan hemmed and hawed. He really did not know how to explain. Zheng Xiaobu chuckled and said, "That person told me that no matter who it is, since they gave you such a generous gift, they must have a favor to ask of you. You are a general in the army, not a local official. No matter who has a favor to ask of you, the favor must not be made public." So, that person had already predicted that you would find it difficult to speak. Yang Fan looked at Zheng Xiaobu in surprise. It was true that one was intelligent and knowledgeable, but her talent was not reflected in these areas. This woman who had grown up in the palace could actually foresee the enemy's moves, and had even guessed his reaction. Zheng Xiaobu said, "That person said that if it is inconvenient for you to speak, then don't speak. But when you are being interrogated, no matter what, you must explain according to what I taught you." Yang Fan quickly said, "Please speak." Zheng Xiaobu said, "If you are interrogated in court and asked about the origin of this shop, you only need to insist that it is a gift from a noble. If they ask about this person's name and identity, you just need to insist on not telling the truth." Yang Fan nodded and said, "I will remember." Zheng Xiaobu hurriedly said, "You must bite on this sentence, or else I will not be able to save you." Zheng Xiaobu said with quick steps as he walked out. A servant asked lazily, "You rascal, why are you dawdling for so long?" Zheng Xiaobu pressed his hand on his belt and said, "I just had a need to go to the toilet, so I took care of it in the corner. The execution will be in 7 days." When Xiaoman heard the news, she was completely defeated. She only wanted to see Yang Fan, to see her husband one last time before he was executed. But even this had become an extravagant hope. There was no reason for her to enter the palace, and the steward's council did not allow her to visit prisoners. Perhaps she could only wait until the moment of the execution to see her husband one last time on the execution field. The day she heard the news, Xiaoman could not sleep. It was not until the next morning that she suddenly thought of someone. She thought of Lai Junshan's wife, Lady Wang. Of course, Lady Wang could not influence the judgment of the imperial censor, but as the wife of the head of the imperial censor, she should be able to make things convenient for her and bring her to see her husband, right? Xiaoman rushed to Bogu Zhai on the same day and asked the shopkeeper to inform the Lai residents that a few rare antiques had arrived in the shop, and asked Lady Wang to come to the shop to take a look. Xiaoman waited in the shop for a day, but Lady Wang did not come. The next day, when Tianan City opened, Xiaoman rushed to the shop to wait. About an hour later, Lady Wang finally arrived. Lady Wang slowly walked into Bogu Zhai with 2 maids. As soon as she entered, a shopkeeper came out from the side and stuck a sign at the door. On it were 2 large words, "Closed." Lady Wang walked around the Shao wall and said with a smile, "Lady Yang, what rare antiques have arrived in your shop?" Lady Yang, what are you doing?" Xiaoman had already sent someone to wait for her outside. Before Lady Wang reached the door, Xiaoman had already ordered the shopkeeper and the shopkeepers to leave. As soon as Lady Wang walked around the Shao wall, Xiaoman bowed down and said sorrowfully, "Lady Wang, Xiaoman has a request. I hope Lady Wang will grant it." Chapter 356. After Wu Zetian issued the order to hang the traitors and shut down the market for 3 days, everyone in the imperial censorate became busy. Because Di Renja had sent a letter in blood, the emperor became suspicious. He sent the messenger Qi Feng to the censorate to investigate whether the officials had been tortured and forced to confess. Although Lai Junshan managed to deceive the emperor, he was worried that a long delay might cause more problems. So, he made up his mind and used the names of the officials in custody to create a death petition. The empress issued the order to execute them, but in reality, there were still many criminals who had not confessed or even been tried. Li Junshin could only summon all of the imperial censorate back and quickly go through all the necessary procedures for the interrogation. This was because the interrogation records, confessions, and other important documents had to be submitted to the Supreme Court for record. If one day the emperor was interested and sent an official who was proficient in torture to look through the files, the emperor would definitely find out that the verdict was hastily made. The left censorate had a total of 15 roving imperial censorate. Other than Li Junshin himself, only these 15 imperial censorate had the power to go to court to question cases. Before Wu Zetian took control of the court, the imperial censorate was only responsible for deducing cases and impeaching officials. Whether a criminal was guilty or not had to be judged by the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the death penalty had to be judged by the emperor. Only after these 3 trials could the death penalty be carried out. After Empress Wu took control of the court, in order to more easily crack down on opposition, she strengthened the power of the imperial censorate and simplified the process of approving the death penalty. From then on, the imperial censorate had the power to investigate, judge, and enforce the law. They had the power to execute a criminal on the spot, and the criminal had no right to appeal. The reason why Li Junshin could cover the sky was because the imperial censorate had the power to decide life and death. The 15 imperial censorate were all in the capital, including Li Junshin himself. They were divided into 8 groups of 2. They used the various offices of the imperial censorate as a court to try the criminals. The one who teamed up with Ho Siji to try the criminals was Su Yugong, who had just returned to the capital. Su Yugong was already in his early 50s. He was thin and had a clear face. Because of this, he looked relatively young, around 40 years old. Ho Siji was actually not fat, but his cheeks were sunken in, his chin was sharp, and his beard was sparse. Compared to Su Yugong's dignified appearance, he inevitably paled in comparison. Li Junshin prides himself on being a solitary official at court, not forming any cliques or factions to show his loyalty to Wu Zetian. Su Yugong was like the second Li Junshin in the small court of the imperial censorate. He didn't form any cliques or factions, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't. This was because in the entire imperial censorate, other than him, all the officials were dependent on Li Junshin. Now, the trial. Ho Siji pretended to flip through the list of prisoners and waited for the clerk next to her to give her a hint. Suddenly, she heard a loud bang that made her shiver. Su Yugong slammed the gavel with force and shouted with a stern face, "Come on, kidnapper Yang Fan." Ho Siji unhappily glared at Su Yugong. With a wave of her sleeve, she turned her head to the side. Not long after, Yang Fan's handcuffs and ankles clanked as he was brought into the courtroom. Su Yugong reached out for the gavel, but Ho Siji's hands and eyes were fast. She snatched the gavel and slammed it down. In a stern voice, she shouted, "Criminal official Yang Fan, hurry and kneel for the trial." Su Yugong coughed and said, "Imperial Censor Ho, this is not a ceremony to worship the heavens and earth, ancestors, or the court's appointment ceremony. Why are you kneeling? Does a criminal need to kneel in court? How come I don't know? Every time the deputy premier Li sees the emperor, he will prostrate himself to the ground. This is the deputy premier's unique way of showing respect to the emperor. In court, you and I cannot break the law." After being ridiculed, Ho Siji's thin face turned as red as a monkey's butt. But Su Yugong's words were reasonable, and Ho Siji could not refute him. She could only shout at Yang Fan, "Criminal official Yang Fan, today the Imperial Commandant Zhu been accused you of conspiring with him. You are a traitor, conspiring to overthrow the Zhou dynasty. Do you plead guilty?" Su Yugong slowly said, "Imperial Censor Ho, we haven't asked for his name and verified his identity. What are you so anxious about?" Ho Siji could not take it anymore and said, "This person is Yang Fan. How can he be wrong?" Su Yugong stroked his beard and leisurely said, "He can be right and wrong, but we still have to go through the necessary procedures. When I investigate cases, I'm always meticulous." Ho Siji angrily threw down the gavel and waved her sleeve, saying, You examine. Su Yugong asked about Yang Fan's name, birthplace, and current position from beginning to end. The scribe beside him verified that there was no mistake, and then repeated his crimes, asking, "Do you plead guilty?" Yang Fan stood firmly in the court and replied in a deep voice, "Imperial Censor Su, I admit my innocence." Su Yogong's thick eyebrows twitched. He asked, "I admit my innocence? What do you mean?" Yang Fan said, "I have never committed a crime, so naturally I admit my innocence. Although I used to work under Zhu Bin, I have no personal relationship with him and have never plotted a rebellion with him." Zhu Bin's confession was that he was tortured and made a wild accusation. "I have been wrongly accused. I asked the Imperial Censor to investigate." Ho Siji could not restrain herself and rushed to say, "Don't try to quibble in court. Minister of Rights, Pei Xuanli has already admitted that he was the one who introduced you to the winter official Li Yudao and accepted a huge bribe from him. Li Yudao even promised you that if you succeeded, he would promote you to the rank of Great General." Yang Fan asked, "Then what did Li Yudao say?" Su Yugong immediately interrupted. "Li Yudao refuses to admit his guilt and is currently on trial." Yang Fan was relieved. He said, "I have never colluded with anyone to plot a rebellion, nor have I accepted bribes from anyone. I am willing to confront Zhu Bin and Pei Xuanli in court." Su Yugong said slowly, "Zhu Bin died of a sudden illness, so he can no longer confront you. As for Pei Xuanli," he glanced at Ho Siji. Ho Siji called a scribe over and asked a few questions before whispering to Su Yugong, "Pei Xuanli is currently serving as a witness at the Imperial Censor Way. He can't come over for the time being." He then looked at Yang Fan and said loudly, "Prisoner Yang Fan, don't think that you can get away with it. You said you didn't accept bribes, so where did you get the 16 shops in Nan City?" Yang Fan said, "You're talking about that shop. It was a gift from a noble." Ho Siji asked, "What is this noble person's name? Where does he live? Why did he gift you the shops?" Yang Fan said, "This is my private matter. I can't tell you." Ho Siji was furious. She slammed the gavel and shouted, "Yang Fan, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you really want to suffer some physical pain before you are willing to confess? Guards, wait." Su Yugong said again, "Imperial Censor Ho, this is a major case of rebellion. If we use torture carelessly, the suspect might confess against his will and wrongly accuse a good person. I think it's better to collect more evidence so that he can't refute and plead guilty." Ho Siji glanced at Su Yugong and said in a strange tone, "How are you going to collect evidence, Su Wuzhong?" Su Wuzhong was Su Yogong's nickname. Su Yugong was originally a magistrate in Puzhou. Because he never used torture to solve cases, but instead investigated and used large amounts of irrefutable evidence to make criminals confess voluntarily, he was loved and respected by the local authorities. He was respectfully called Su Wuzhong. Su Yugong was able to enter the court as an official because of his virtuous reputation, which reached Wu Zetian's ears. Su Yugong said, "Although Zhu Bin is dead, Pei Xuanli is still alive. When he is done with his testimony, we can bring him here. What's the rush? Also, I want to know who gave Yang Fan those shops. Did you send someone to the Luoyang Prefecture to look at the records and find out who transferred the ownership?" Ho Siji suppressed her anger and said in a low voice, "Censor Su, it's not like you don't know that Lieutenant Minister Lai is in a hurry to close the case. You're not making things difficult for me. You're going against Lieutenant Minister Lai." Su Yugong said nonchalantly, "I'm just trying to solve the case impartially. How can I say that I'm going against Lieutenant Minister Lai?" Ho Siji said in a low voice, "Do you think I'm stupid enough not to check the shop's contract? I've already checked it. The problem is there's no such person. This line is broken. Do you understand? Zhu Bin and Pei Xuanli have already admitted that Yang Fan was their accomplice. How could this person be guilty of treason? We could just beat him until he confesses and the case will be closed. Why go through so much trouble?" Ho Siji's words were spoken with conviction and confidence. This was because using facts as the basis was a rule that only appeared in modern law. What was the main basis for judging cases in the Tang dynasty? It was a confession. As the saying goes, the crime is determined by the confession. Therefore, Lai Junshun racked his brains and spared no effort to come up with a large number of inhuman torture tools to extract a confession. Therefore, even though Wu Zetian did not see any evidence, she had only seen the confessions that the officials had signed and pressed their fingerprints on. However, there were some corresponding requirements for a confession to be used as evidence. Under the principle of the crime is determined by the confession, there was also the principle of public evidence to convict. In other words, a confession had to be made by more than 3 people in order to be effective. This was the so-called 3 people to prove, 2 people to be false. Now, Yang Fan's crime had already been confessed by Zhu Bin and Pei Xuanli. As long as there was one more person, whether it was himself or Li Yudao, Yang Fan could be thrown into the death row to await trial. So why didn't Lai Junxin just randomly find someone to be the 3rd testimony? Because Yang Fan was in charge of the army in the palace. Although his official position was not high, he played an important role in this rebellion. Lai Junxin deliberately arranged such a role for him in order to tie him up and not let him escape. Who asked him to have so many forces supporting him? Because Yang Fan played such an important role, Lai Junxun helped him make up a story of him conspiring with Zhu Bin, Pei Xuanli acting as a middleman, and Li Yudao recruiting him. This made it seem like the rebel was meticulous. At the same time, there were fewer people involved, so there were fewer flaws. This was to prevent Yang Fan's backers from interfering and discovering any loopholes. Who would have thought that in order to close the case, such a setup would instead be a trap of one's own making? Li Yudao had not confessed, and neither had Yang Fan. Lai Junxin also could not randomly find someone to act as an insider of Yang Fan's rebellion. He could only interrogate Li Yudao while trying to force Yang Fan to confess himself. Ho Siji spoke in a low voice and lowered his stance, giving Su Yugong enough face. However, Su Yugong did not appreciate it. He coldly said, "Things that go against the law cannot be done." Ho Siji had endured for a long time. Seeing him not give any face, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. His ruffian behavior from when he was hanging out in the streets and selling flatbread for a living was immediately revealed. Ho Siji stood up with one foot on the chair. Rolling up his sleeves, he angrily said, "Su Wuzhan, do you think you're the only one who understands the law? Do you think I don't? I remember that if a criminal refuses to confess, we can use torture." Su Yugong saw that he was acting like a ruffian, but he was not anxious or angry. He slowly nodded and said, "That's right. Torture can be used. The interrogation by torture can be done once every 20 days, but no more than 3 times in total. The total number of strokes cannot exceed 200. If the interrogation results in death, the presiding judge will not be held responsible. So, you also know this rule?" This official, of course this official knows. Ho Siji was basically illiterate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a joke out of Wei Yuanzhong that Wei Yuanzhong was sitting while he, the presiding judge, was being lectured while standing. He actually did not know what Su Yugong was talking about. He only knew that torture could be used to extort a confession. Now that Su Yugong had confirmed this point, Ho Siji was even more confident. With a sinister laugh, he gave the servants in front of the hall a meaningful look. He grabbed the gavel and slammed it down with all his might, shouting, "Come, use the cane on Yang Fan and beat him until he confesses." Su Yugong leisurely said, "What if Yang Fan doesn't confess?" Ho Siji said, "Then we'll talk after 200 strokes." Ho Siji was so arrogant because he was angry and did not care about the consequences. But it was also because he had something to rely on. After Xue Huai caused a ruckus in the Senate, he was worried that Lai Junxin would pretend to agree but oppose him in secret. So, he sent people to check on Yang Fan every day. But ever since the emperor confirmed Yang Fan's treason charges and decreed the execution, Xue Huai did not send anyone again. It seemed that he was afraid of Yang Fan. With this in mind, Ho Siji's courage was bolstered. Su Yugong slowly said, "Even if his body is made of iron, he will not be able to withstand 200 strokes of the cane." "Imperial Censor Ho, you clearly want to beat him to death in the court?" Ho Siji shouted, "So what if I kill him right here and now?" Su Yugong stood up and shouted, With Su Yugong here, this person cannot die. Ho Siji shouted, "Begin the torture." Su Yugong shouted, "Who dares?" Ho Siji grabbed a bunch of sticks and threw them down the hall. He angrily shouted, "Begin the torture immediately. First 100 strokes. If he does not confess, then another 100 strokes." Su Yugong grabbed a bunch of sticks and threw them down the hall. He shouted, "Drag Ho Siji away, strip him of his official clothes, and give him 60 strokes." Yang Fan, the criminal, had become a bystander after only saying a few words since he entered the hall. The two chief interrogators were at first arguing with each other, and then they were at daggers drawn. The servants on both sides of the hall, who were holding big red sticks, looked at the sticks that were jumping all over the floor. They looked at each other and did not know which official they should listen to. Ho Siji pointed at Su Yugong's nose and said, "Su Yugong, you dare to cover up for a criminal?" Su Yugong waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly. He said, "I am enforcing the law impartially. How is this covering up?" Ho Siji pointed at Yang Fan and shouted, "I want to interrogate him, but you are obstructing me. Isn't this covering up?" Su Yugong said, "According to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty, when interrogating a criminal, one must first look at his emotions and reason. After repeated questioning, if there is still no conclusion and there is a need to interrogate him, he will be placed on file and brought to me for sentencing. Then he will be interrogated. What did I do wrong?" Ho Wiming was confused by Su Yugong's words. His small eyes blinked, and his anger immediately subsided. He stammered, What did you say?" Chapter 357. Su Yugong leisurely said, "You don't understand, right? As the saying goes, first look at the situation, then examine the reasoning. After repeated examination, if there is no conclusion, then the case will be filed, and the judge will be brought to the superior for interrogation. What is the meaning of this?" Su Yugong sat back in his chair and stroked his beard. He leisurely said, "This means that if you want to interrogate him, you can. However, the evidence is very detailed, and the criminal refuses to confess. Under these circumstances, you will have to write down an official request for an official reply before you can use the punishment. What is the purpose of this?" Su Yugong was like a very patient teacher, explaining sentence by sentence. Ho Siji stood there and suddenly realized that this scene was the same as when he was teased by Wei Yuanzhong a few days ago. He quickly sat down and refused to stand there to be scolded. Su Yugong said, "The purpose of this punishment is not to obtain clues to solve the case, but to force the criminal to confess when faced with evidence. F***ck your mother." Ho Siji finally couldn't take it anymore and cursed. Ever since he entered the Imperial Censorate, he had never heard of anyone handling a case like this. That's right, Su Wuzhong handled cases like this, but he didn't say anything when others used torture to force a confession. But today he was interrogating in the same court and caused so much trouble. Wasn't he purposely making things difficult for him? Su Yugong's face darkened, and he angrily said, "Ho Siji, you dare to speak rudely?" Ho Siji said, "So what if I speak rudely? I still want to beat you up." Before he finished speaking, Ho Siji's left hook was aimed at Su Yugong's chin. What was Su Yugong's background? Although he was in his early 50s, he had worked in the judicial department from the beginning. He had risen from a patrolman, squad leader, patrol inspector, all the way to a county lieutenant, and then a judge. He had also carried chains and a ruler to catch criminals, so he was very agile. Ho Siji's fist came flying over. Su Yugong's body crouched, and he struck Ho Siji's chin with a soaring cannon, sending this flatbread seller flying. All the bailiffs in the court were dumbfounded. They saw the two imperial censors no longer care about their dignity, wearing their official robes and fighting in the court. Yang Fan stood there, watching this scene, only feeling amused in his heart. He could feel that Su Yugong was protecting him. When he heard Ho Siji call Su Yugong Su Wuzhong, he knew who this person was. Su Wuzhong had a bit of fame in the capital, but Yang Fan didn't know if Su Yugong protected him because he had always been fair in law enforcement or because he was entrusted by someone else. However, he was a criminal and could not step forward to help. Moreover, Su Yugong was not at a disadvantage at this time, even though he was older than Ho Siji by more than 10 years. When the two of them fought, it was Ho Siji who was at a disadvantage and was constantly being beaten. In this situation, she did not need his help. While the two judges were fighting in the court, someone had already rushed over to inform Lai Junshin. When Lai Junshin heard this, he was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils. He hurried over and saw that Yang Fan was standing to the side as if nothing had happened. The two judges were fighting so fiercely in the court that their clothes were in a mess and their heads were crooked. The sticks in the Ji, Fei, Yin, and Ming were all over the place. He couldn't help but roar, "Stop!" Su Yugong was just about to throw the gavel when Ho Siji, who was holding a booklet to cover his face, saw Lai Junshin rushing over. Ho Siji hurriedly threw the booklet down and ran forward to complain, "Lieutenant Minister, look, Su Yugong is beating me up. He even knocked out 2 of my teeth." Su Yugong was shocked. Su Yugong put down the gavel and tidied up his clothes. He stood there and confidently said, "Wrong ghosts are born under heavy punishment. Since this lowly official is also a judge, this lowly official can't ignore Ho Siji's abuse of punishment." Ho Siji was stopped by this lowly official and flew into a rage out of humiliation. He actually punched this lowly official. Everyone in the court saw it clearly and can be used as a witness. "Deputy Premier, please help this lowly official." When Lai Junshin saw this Su Wuzhong, he couldn't help but have a headache. Right now, Lai Junshin was practically covering the sky with one hand in the court. Why couldn't he do anything to Su Yugong? This was because Su Yugong, this troublemaker, was too famous in the court. When Su Yugong was transferred to the capital from the local area by Wu Zetian to be an official, he first worked as a deputy justice in the Supreme Court. At that time, he had already fought with Lai Junshin. At that time, Lai Junshin had convicted a county's military officer as an accomplice in the case of the Prince of Langya, Li Chong. In the past, the Supreme Court would only record the files transferred by the Imperial Censorate and didn't question them. However, Su Yugong had just been appointed and discovered some clues in the files. Although he couldn't completely exonerate the military officer, he was able to reduce his punishment. He was only sentenced to 3,000 li of exile instead of the death penalty. Lai Junshin refused to accept this and complained to the emperor. Su Yugong actually began to argue with Wu Zetian in the court. The ruler and the minister argued for a long time. Because Su Yugong's words were reasonable and the evidence was sufficient, Wu Zetian unexpectedly gave in and approved his sentence. In the past, Wu Zetian had only heard of Su Yugong's virtuous reputation and had ordered him to be transferred to the capital. This was the first time she had seen him, and he left a deep impression on her. Su Yugong served in the Supreme Court for 3 years, correcting hundreds of wrongful cases from the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate. After 3 years, he was transferred to the Qiuguan Ministry of Justice as the Qiuguan Yuan Weilong. After the Qiuguan Yuan Weilong Yang Mingsheng was killed by Yang Fan, he was promoted to the Qiuguan Yuan Weilong. In the end, this Qiuguan Yuan Weilong started to quarrel with his immediate superior, Zhou Xing. At that time, Zhou Xing had just gotten rid of his immediate superior, the Minister of Justice, Zhang Chujin, and was at the height of his success. One time, he handed over the case of the 2 brothers, Li Renbao, who were suspected of treason, to Su Yugong. Actually, Su Yugong only needed to follow the procedure. Su Yugong handled the case seriously. When he discovered that the case was false, he refused to close it. Thus, he started a quarrel with Zhou Xing, the newly appointed minister. Zhou Xing was furious and submitted a petition to impeach Su Yugong. He said that Su Yugong was biased towards Li Renbao and his brother and had the intention to rebel, so he should be executed. Wu Zetian already knew that this person always handled cases according to the facts and not the people, so she didn't want to kill him. However, Zhou Xing's eradication of Li Tang's royal family was to cater to her wishes. It was a political necessity, so she demoted Su Yugong to be a commoner and chased him home. After Qiu Xinji and Zhou Xing fell from power due to treason, Su Yugong was reinstated. This time, he was transferred to the Imperial Censorate and became Lai Junshin's subordinate. Think about it. What could Lai Junshun do to such a troublemaker who was even in the presence of the emperor? Lai Junshin had many shameful deeds. Although Su Yugong had always been excluded from his small circle, it was impossible for him not to know anything about them. Lai Junshin also had his reservations. Su Yugong didn't want to get involved in cases that weren't handled by Lai Junshin. After all, if he continued to quarrel with his chief official, there really wouldn't be any Yamen chief officials who would dare to use him. However, if he pushed him too hard, he might harden his heart and run to the emperor to reveal everything he knew. Wouldn't that ruin his own plans? Lai Junshun looked at the two of them in a bad mood and ordered, "Take the criminal back. The two of you follow me." Lai Junshun finished speaking and left with a flick of his sleeve. Su Yugong and host Siji looked at each other, and with a cold snort, they followed Lai Junshin. The chief supervisor of the Supreme Court, Long Chuan, was riding towards the censorate. On the saddle was a bulging leather bag. Inside the bag were some incomplete documents that needed to be returned to the imperial censorate to make up for the missing documents. Long Chuan was 28 this year and had just been promoted to the 9th-ranked deputy supervisor of the Supreme Court. He could be said to be young and promising. Men started growing beards at the age of 28, and Long Chuan started growing beards at the beginning of the year. Now that a portion of his beard had grown, he looked much more mature and impressive. It was a rare sunny day today, and there were more people on the streets. Although Long Chuan slowed down his horse, he still brushed against a pedestrian. That person let out a soft cry and staggered, almost falling. Upon closer inspection, it was a young nun dressed in black with a vegetable basket on her arm. Long Chuan quickly jumped off his horse and apologized to her. Little nun, forgive me. I left in a hurry. I'm really sorry." "It's all right." The young nun adjusted the monk's hat on her head, and her pretty white face revealed a shy blush, as beautiful as a peach. Long Chuan looked at this beautiful face, and his eyes couldn't help but widen. Women all like to dress up, but after dressing up, it was hard to judge how much of a woman's beauty was due to her makeup. To be able to wear simple clothes without losing any of their beauty, that was a true first-class beauty. The little nun in front of him was obviously such a beauty. Although she was wearing a moon-white robe with a Buddhist nun hat on her head, nothing could be more simple, but her cheeks were dyed red, as if she was bashful and timid, like a blooming peach blossom, indescribably tender and beautiful. Long Chuan secretly lamented, "Such a beautiful young lady. How could she become a nun? What a waste of God's gift." The young nun shyly glanced at him, as if she was very interested in his handsome and mighty appearance. She slightly frowned and softly said, "It's not military master's fault. It's just that I'm weak and can't walk anymore." She gently bit her lips, and her white and neat teeth bit her tender and rosy lips. She then glanced at Long Chuan with her soft and clear eyes, and said with slight shyness, "Is military master willing to help me send this basket back?" She threw an enchanting look at Long Chuan with her beautiful eyes. Long Chuan's soul almost flew away. She was originally a beautiful and lovely little nun, but at this time, her expression faintly revealed a kind of strange charm and enchanting, and her eyes carried a kind of mysterious charm and temptation. Long Chuan hurriedly said, Okay. I wonder which temple little nun is cultivating in." The little nun pouted at the entrance of the alley next to her and whispered, "I live in this alley." Long Chuan looked into the alley. How could there be a nunnery in this place? Sure enough, as he expected, Long Chuan immediately beamed with joy and said, Good. Little abbess, please lead the way. I'll send the vegetables back for you." "Thank you very much, military master." The little nun led the way. Although her robe was wide with big sleeves, when her waist swayed, there was a hint of flirtatiousness. Long Chuan picked up the basket, with one hand holding the horse, and followed behind the little nun. He stared at her slender waist and thought to himself, "I've only heard that some famous prostitutes and brothels have changed their brothels into Taoist temples, not only to avoid taxes from the government, but also to attract some customers who like the unusual taste. But I didn't expect that there would be someone who changed the half-closed door of the brothel into a nunnery. It's a pity for her beautiful hair. But such a beauty, and also a bald head, must have a special taste. The little nun led the way and disappeared into the alley with Long Chuan. After the time it took for an incense to burn, a horse came out of the alley, and a person sat on the horse. He was dressed in the clothes of the Supreme Court's supervisor, with a saber at his waist and a leather bag on the saddle. This person was thin, and his beard looked very majestic. He came out of the alley and carried the horse towards the censorate courtyard.